We've got two esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 POSA 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 VOXY 是其中一个助力。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Absol doing pretty decent so far, but now you're gonna get hit with all the flashes. Try an attempt at a TP, but it's just Absol to come in through a collapse.
Yeah, lovely. Kind of equalized the situation. Absol patient though.
Nice,
I'm gonna go get myself an opening pick, and the operator continuing to deliver. I think it's because you have the tour de force on Kelly S. Unfortunately, missed shot from Riveroo means that Jesse Bash goes down. Freeing is coming alive in the middle of the map.
Relatively early off of it. Now Sylvan's turn to try to go peeking, but Freeing is just picking them off bit by bit.
And Vector and Light Armor trying to cut Mako off at the heels.
This position completely covered though. May none the wiser goes swinging in back through that wall. So protected. Ooh, must win for Akame. Where he's going to be coming from. The swing around, Kahlua able to get the adjustment just a little bit faster. Nightfall committed in, Akame back screen, strikes, finds the burst, and gets the cleanup on this side.
Waiting to scan with the dart here. Jemkin may go unchecked in the corner if the drone gets dealt with. Eco goes forward.
And there he goes. Oh, instantly just collecting on top.
The drone gets dealt with. Eco goes forward. And there he goes.
Oh, instantly just collecting on top. Who had it 4 times played.
Yeah. Next shot. Looking to try to pick up the pace, but it's a seized nade combo. Will end him on the spot. This is falling apart, Quack.
Are we for real? The Udotan's gone off peeking. They're just trying to pick their timings into these fights. Gen.G want to be able to dig deep and fight their way out of it, but it's not happening.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's go.
Your team is accused of being all aim, no brain.
편하게 해도 되는 거죠, 답변?
Yeah, I thought the judge was kind of toxic.
Guards, this man over here.
Objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Chobra, we're back.
We are back. We still have a set of people to go through. You know how it is. Yes, come in. Well, Your Honor, we do still have another group of coaches coming in. Please take your seat. I think you'll like this group. I mean, we've got world champions, meta definers, a whole eclectic group to define what's going on in Pacific.
That's what I like to hear now that we're well underway on stage 1.
So, now that everyone's seated, if I may, Your Honor, we'll do some quick introductions so you know who you're dealing with, and then we can get started with the case.
안녕하세요. 바렐의 헤드코치 맡고 있는 TK9입니다.
Hi, I'm Jovi, the head coach of RRQ.
My name is Hector Rosario, otherwise known as Frost, from Global Esports.
안녕하세요. 젠지 발로란트 팀 감독 솔로 강현철입니다.
I'm JC Amir, AKA Robotics. I'm the head coach of Team Secret.
안녕하세요. 농심 발로란트 팀 감독 실카논입니다.
These are our 6 for this session. What curiosities do you have?
Port is in session, and I would love to start with our Master Santiago champions and the coach Silkanon, if he could please take the stand.
Your Honor, I don't know what problems there would be. They just lifted an international trophy.
I think we have some things to discuss here, some accusations against Silkanon being Neon abusers, spam abusers. I want to know how he contests this, if he does.
네온뿐만이 아니라 네온이랑 요루랑 웨이레이가 진짜 성능이 좀 너무 말이 안 된다고 생각을 하고 있거든요. 그래서 그거를 최대한 활용한 거라 안 쓰는 팀이 그거지 않나?
그거요? 아, 알겠습니다.
하려면 할 수 있는데 굳이 그 리스크를 감당해야 될까라고 생각을 하고요. 저희 선수들이랑 저랑 마스터즈를 계속 챙겨봤었는데 결국 기다리면 메타는 올 거다라는 마인드가 있었지만 그래도 다양한 걸 추구를 하자라는 마인드로 지금 준비하고 있습니다. 솔직히 네온보다는 그 영향력이 요루한테 있다고 생각을 하거든요. 네온이 성능이 좋은 것도 있고 그리고 생각보다 이제 어려웠거든요, 많이. 그러니까 이게 뭐 그냥 샷건만 들면 되는 거 아니냐라고 말을 하는데 네온이 좀 더 그렇게 하기 편하게끔 요루가 이제 좀 더 게임을 좀 더 쉽게 해줬다고 저는 생각을 하고 있어요.
Coach Frost, do you have any objections?
I definitely think that's cap. What makes people fear Nongshim or any good Neon is the fact that you have to overcommit to Neon because she has a lot of gravity. The reason they had any modicum of success is, yeah, you have a team built around it. It just so happens that the guy that they're talking about is world class in Francis. And yeah, when you put a guy with that much space opening the game for that guy, a lot of things can happen. But if he's on Waylay, which they have maps where they don't run Neon, and let's look at the difference in success between them when Danby's on Neon and when Danby's on anything else. So I will say that is cap.
I feel like the objection is sustained here.
I think it's long been, yes. Coach Jovi, you have any thoughts about, you know, the meta being defined by one agent or perhaps one weapon?
Abuse it. No, I'm just kidding. You're missing out if you're not. You gotta abuse it when it's good. But you can't be a one trick because then when it gets nerfed,
We've got actually some pretty diverse opinions here on what exactly led to Nongshim Red Force coming through with another trophy for Pacific. If it's there, use it, but you gotta be able to adapt.
All right, well, Your Honor, I think this case for Silkanon then can rest.
Next up, we have TK9. The court is looking to see if a team like Veral, coming into Tier 1 for the first time, can make champions. First of all, I think we have a video we want to show, some evidence, and then get the coach's reaction.
저희가 이번 대회 했던 것처럼 모두 부숴버리겠습니다.
모두 부숴버리겠습니다.
Ah, I see what you want to say about this. Team will give him a chance to defend himself.
저희가 24년부터 이걸 시작을 했었는데 계속 발전은 하고 있고요. 경험치가 많이 부족하다고 생각을 해서 마스터즈를 좀 나가보고 싶었고 시도가 좀 아쉬웠지만 네.
I would like to ask the other coaches then, because obviously we have a variety of experience here, both as coaches and their rosters. Robotics, could you share your opinion on how hard you think it is for Ascension teams or even newer players, newer rosters to try to rise in the ranks of a region like Pacific?
Old team like PaperX, Genji, T1, it's kind of hard to play against them because they already have a very good core, especially with the meta right now. But if you have like two good duelist player, I think it's possible.
I want to also hear from Jovi, someone who has had experience with many different types of players in different regions as well, on his take about the possibilities of an Ascension team.
in Tier 2, in Ascension, there's a lot more freedom, a lot more just fighting everywhere. It's not like that when you're up against the big boys. You gotta change the way you play and adapt, or if not, it's either sink or swim.
요즘에는 제가 느끼는 거는 작년에 이제 농심도 퍼시픽에 와서 좀 힘들었고 이번에 바렐도 어센션에서 잘하긴 했지만 조금 더 갈고 닦아야 잘할 수 있을 것 같다라는 생각은 있습니다. 근데 선수들이 굉장히 좀 공격적이기도 하고 투타격 메타가 좀 사라지지 않는 이상 좀 잘하면은 해볼만하지 않을까? 네, 그렇게 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, Your Honor, I think we've kind of made a case that perhaps this isn't the right expectation and discussion to be having, that what they're doing, what the progress they're making is already pretty strong.
Should we get a vote on it? So I guess the vote will be, can an Ascension team or a new team make that run?
Whoa, Your Honor. They did.
So let's change it then. Can they win? Can they win champions?
Oh! So we have 3 X's and 3 O's.
Split decision.
Split decision. Your Honor, what is your take?
Ooh, I think it's pretty difficult. I think it'd be really, really rare.
Objection.
Wait, what? You're not the judge.
Objection sustained. Go on.
The way that balancing in the patches have been recently, I mean, anything is possible if you can just abuse a certain character. And if other teams are not going to adapt, then it's possible at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's just unlikely that people will go that far into the year without the counters.
All right, well, I think that's quite interesting. Still don't feel like we have a full decision there, but good topic for discussion anyway. Well, we can't bring him to the stand, but it's going to be Coach Robotics from Team Secret.
Really living up to the name Robotics.
Really what we're looking for here is, it seems like maybe there were some comms issues with Team Secret during kickoff. I want to get your thoughts on, how that's developing with your team and what the issues were and how you can fix them.
I think during kickoff, we're really having a hard time with the communications. We made a lot of keywords just to help the team, but I feel like it didn't help us much. We had to translate everything. It's really hard. That's why going to the stage 1, we're gonna do everything to improve the team.
Jovi, what are your thoughts in terms of communication, handling communication? Because while your team currently does communicate all in English, also it's not all their first language.
It's a little hard sometimes when it's not your first language, because in the heat of the moment, you can miss a timing and just trying to think of the word, and it can just snowball from there. Yeah, it's just one of the growing pains of just being part of a multicultural team and multi-languages. It's just part of the game at the end of the day.
이게 언어도 안 되면은 안 그래도 같은 언어가 되는 사람들끼리도 이제 속에 있는 얘기를 안 할 때도 있는데 애초에 기본적인 대화조차가 안 되면은 좀 많이 힘들 것 같다는 생각은 들었습니다.
농심 레드포스 입장에서는 혹시 그런 거를 누군가가 좀 해결해주는 역할을 했었나요? 그런 이슈들이 있을 때?
그건 제가
네. 알겠습니다.
네.
Yudo-tan is a very good example of this with me because Yudo does speak English and it's much better than people know. The interesting thing about him though is whenever you question him or you speak to him, he's very short, but outside he's kind of like talkative. And it's because the time it takes for him to translate and process info, by the time it comes out, I'm sitting there 3 minutes in like, now it takes me this long to get this. Sometimes it's just as simple as it just takes more time and you need to be more patient. And if you're not, you're gonna misconstrue it to be something it isn't just because you didn't take the extra time.
I think the question of, does a coach have a major impact or role on, teams with language barriers? Absolutely. Unequivocally, in my opinion, you have to work with that and find ways to work with that. And I think our coaches gave a lot of really nice examples. Please carry our robot over, yes.
Take you back to your seat.
Next up, the court would like to call Jovi to the stand.
Guilty, Your Honor.
Guilty. What's it like taking over for kind of like a previously established roster like that? The whole thing stuck together. What was that experience like for you?
When you're going into a system and you think differently than the system that they were in previously, it's hard to meet in the middle sometimes of like, okay, what is that you're comfortable with? How do I think and what can we do? It does have its growing pains, but when you're able to see the success, it makes it all worth it.
조비 감독님 힘들 것 같아요. 왜냐하면 새로운 선수들은 그대로인데 코치가 들어가게 되면 약간 선수들이 첫세 부릴 수도 있고 선수들이 잘해주고 그 감독 코치에 대한 존중이 있어야 되고 잘 맞아야 잘 된다고 생각을 하거든요. 감독이 바뀌는 거는 참 어려운 일이라고 생각을 해요, 진짜.
I don't care, Your Honor. Off with his head.
Off with his head. He's doing his best.
Unlucky.
Not good enough.
Coach Robotics, I'd like to hear from you as well. Do you think the strength of having a core roster is very important in a league like VCT?
Hello?
Uh-oh.
Hello, sorry. Yeah, I think it's very important. When we lost in B, we had to rebuild core foundation again of the team, and building it takes time.
All right, Your Honor. Well, I think we've made a case about cores generally being important, and Coach Jovi, working his best magic so far and taking pride in it as far as I can tell and taking the baby steps to climb right back up to the top.
Next, the court would like to hear from Frost. Frost, if you could please take the stand.
Your Honor, do go easy on him. You know how he is.
Mr. Frost, you have a reputation for tough love, let's say. Would you agree with that assessment?
Yes.
I would, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if we could, we do have some evidence as well to perhaps showcase both sides.
I'm sure we have a lot.
How I really feel? Pissed off because we pissed away an opportunity we should have had.
So now is the time to test Hobby and see if he can take the bulk of the game planning and leadership and see if he's ready to do that stuff against weaker teams.
Coach is a very good coach, well experienced, and I'm learning a lot. Stressful, but very worth it.
Nothing about my career has been easy, and I know that the only thing that really matters is winning. I am far less patient, and as Javi so eloquently put it, it is much more stressful to work for me than probably anybody else.
That is true.
If winning is the goal and you don't have a lot of time, it's hard to give people the latitude to make mistakes. Certainly, I'm not everyone's cup of tea, but if you really want to win and that's really what you want, we're going to be fine.
Your Honor, I'd like to take a chance to open the floor a little bit and also get some opinions from some of the other coaches as well.
젠지도 프로스트 감독이랑 똑같이 해요. 저희도 싸우면 저는 좋은 것 같아요. 그러니까 거의 뭐 인게임적으로 싸우는 게 많잖아요. 그렇게 싸우게 되면은 좀 더 서로를 이해할 수가 있고 싸워야 저는 조금 더 성장한다고 생각을 해요.
한국의 요즘 어린애들이 감정을 표현하는 게 좀 서툴러요. 그래서 좀 다가가기 조심스러운 부분이 당연히 있었고 그 정답이 있는 포인트가 있거든요. 팀의 규율이라든지 아니면은 인게임에서도 정답이 있는 포인트들은 좀 탑다운 방식으로 가고 그거 말고 웬만하면 수평적인 방법으로 좀 얘기하는 시간을 좀 많이 갖는 것 같습니다.
저도 약간 비슷한데 저희 쪽은 싸우기보다는 좀 더 얘기하는 주제로 좀 많이 갔던 것 같아요. 그냥 대화하는 자리를 좀 더 많이 만들었던 것 같아요.
You should also ask the VALORANT coach what his players think about me.
제가 애초에 프로스트 감독님 대회를 다 봤었고요. 경기 끝나고 그 LP 선수랑 프로스트 감독님이랑 같은 엘리베이터를 탔었는데 프로스트 감독님 대뜸 나는 니네 문제점을 안다. 니네는 잘 할 거다. 이런 식으로 얘기를 해주셨대요. 그래서 되게 이 감독님 호감이다.
I'd actually like to hear from Robotics. Does he feel like he has to work differently with the different players because of their regions?
Yes, especially like, for example, Silvan came from T1 and like Berserk came from Indonesian team. I asked them like their opinions, like how they used to play, so we can find a better solution.
Well, Your Honor, I think despite your best efforts to try to frame Coach Frost here, we're all in agreement that you have to do what you have to do, and they're all just trying to find their own
You
way.
and your friends.
So I think we can let him rest his case.
All right, fine.
You are dismissed. Thank you, Coach Frost.
Down to our last one.
Yes.
Coach Solo. Coach Solo, if you could please take the stand. So I think, first of all, we want to take a look. We have some new maps coming into the map pool and a new agent. I'd love to get Coach Solo's thoughts on Mix, as well as if he sees Mix working with Genji and his team.
Objection, Your Honor. That question was, I can't say it.
아 진짜 근데 요원이 애매해서 잘 모르겠습니다. 진짜로.
Yeah, I tried it, but I don't think you guys will be seeing it with us.
I don't even think Paper Rex is that crazy.
걔네들은 쓸 것 같은데요. 좀 뭔가를 새로운 자기들만의 뉴 메타를 찾아서 하니까.
He's going to play it. It's just I don't know what is going to work.
근데 뭐 프로스트 감독이 저렇게 말했으니까 또 안 쓸 것 같기도 하고.
Do we have anyone, Jovi? Do you have any strong thoughts about the new agent Mix?
Oh yeah, you know, you can definitely play this character in ranked.
In ranked. Yes. Oh, I was getting real excited there for you. Had me in the first half, not gonna lie.
Yeah, he got you. What about the map pool? How are we feeling about that?
그 하나는
Yeah, see, smile. He's happy. He knows. Lotus. GG.
저는 프랙처가 안 들어올 줄 알았어요. 제가 알기로는 몇몇 팀들도 뭐 그렇게 선호하는 맵도 아니고 빠진 맵들 중에 더 좋은 맵들이 있다고 생각을 하거든요. 저는 프랙처가 좀 중요하다고 생각을 해요. 이번에 들어온 게. 좀 프랙처도 연습을 좀 잘 해야 되지 않을까. 왜냐면 모든 팀들이 다 할 것 같아요. 네, 열심히 준비하고 있습니다. 네.
선호하는 맵 하나 들어가고 안 좋은 맵 하나 또 들어가는 느낌? 저희한테는 연습해야 되지 않을까요? 네.
Quickly, I just want to see a show of hands. Who here is happy that Fracture is back in the pool? Your Honor, you are not a coach. Let me remind you.
How did he pass the bar?
Great question.
Fracture's the best map.
That's the real investigation we need to have.
Wow.
Yes, so, Your Honor, obviously we've had our discussions, but while we have them here, I'd like for them to at least gain some information from each other. So if we could have a chance of just a quick Q&A. Let's start with TK9.
일단 프로스트 감독님한테 질문하고 싶은데 프로스트 감독님이 생각했을 때 저희 팀의 약점이 뭔지 그리고 저번 킥오프 때 어떤 걸 준비했었는지.
Weakness of Varel is, I think the biggest thing we realized was when the game goes quiet, they just push out, walk out, look for info. Their habits were too identifiable. We constantly got a lot of free kills because they just, and we really had 2 weeks to prepare for you. So it was a nightmare scenario. Oh, that was a nasty recipe.
저 RRQ 이번에 킥오프 기호5를 연속으로 3번이나 했잖아요. 좀 선수들 멘탈이나 약간 이런 것들이 좀 아무리 경험이 있어도 온전하지 않았을 것 같은데 좀 그거를 내부에서 좀 어떤 이야기 했는지가 좀 궁금하긴 해요.
I don't wish that upon anybody because of the high stress and everything that's put into this game. I had to make sure that my players could rest and make sure that by the time they wake up in the next morning that they are prepped. Warbirds and I, we took in that load because it's part of the job at the end of the day. But I don't wish that upon anybody to have to go through that. Yeah, it's not fun, period.
All right, Coach Robotics, do you have a question for any of the other 5 coaches here?
I want to ask Pros, what's the benefit of an org trusting you and building the team around you?
I think it's a gift and a curse. And it's a gift because it's very rare that people will give you the luxury of doing things the way that you want. It's a curse because if you're not ready for the expectations that come with it, and if you're not ready for the pressure, I think it can be a really big problem for you. Only do that if you're ready for it. If not, I'm telling you guys, if you're not ready to live in that world and handle that, let the GM do it and let it be their fault.
So, Nangshim, how did it feel to win?
솔직히 이겨서 기쁨보다는 많은 환호 속에서 좀 경기를 뛴다는 것 자체에 좀 많이 기분 좋았던 것 같아요. 그냥 애들이나 저희나. 네, 그것도 저희가 그 대한극장이라고 챌린저스에서 하던 그때가 있었는데 그때랑 좀 그 비교가 너무 크게 돼서 애들이 많이 좋아했던 것 같아요. 저희도.
My question is for Jovi. Jovi, how does it feel to be given the easiest group in the history of VCT Pacific? Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I'm jealous.
I'm gonna have to beat Cruz, which kind of does suck. I'm gonna have to play against Vero. This is gonna be great. Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah, I know.
프로스트 감독한테 하겠습니다. 우리 조에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지.
You want to know what I think, really?
Well, Your Honor, I think we've had some time to share information, all for the better of VCT Pacific. We're right in the middle of the heat of things here in Stage 1. Things are only going to get more exciting. So, without further ado, I think we can let them go and continue on with their jobs.
I think we're about ready to adjourn court. And don't forget, we'll be in Ho Chi Minh City for the finals of Stage 1. That's going to do it for now. Thanks, everybody.
I'm proud of you, Your Honor. You didn't mention DFM one time.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
Let's fly. This is gonna be fun. Keep up.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
What's up, everyone? I'm Mika Fabs, back for another day here on VCT Pacific. Of course, I am joined by some very special guests here on the desk. We have Frost and we have Robotics in the Flesh joining us for this interview, as well as Pilski. That's okay, he's not part of this
I'm not special, but
No,
I'm a guest.
He's still here on the desk and we have to deal with him.
Means a lot coming from you. Appreciate it.
But we have Robotics and Frost here on the desk with us. So thank you guys. Frost, we missed you last week. You were feeling a little ill. Good to know that you are back for today's match.
Patient zero.
Patient zero. Oh no, we're feeling it now. But first question to you. I mean, you know, I wanted to know because GE today seems to be in such good form. Compared to kickoff, there was already so much potential over in kickoff, but now everybody's been saying that the team is feeling good, that the chemistry is so much better. What do you think is the main difference between kickoff and what the GE team is today?
If I had to be honest, I think it really is just confidence within each other. I think this is probably the closest group I think I've ever been around in terms of friendships and like vibes. But I think in game, there was a very big difference in, I think, you know, how they looked at it and how they thought of each other. And there's a lot of, I wouldn't say trust issues, but some people sometimes felt like they needed to do more than their job. That doesn't happen now. And I think that is probably the biggest contributing factor.
Wow, so it seems like everybody's kind of adapted and learned to work with each other quite a lot, especially during
Yeah, even Yudo, there was I think you guys had like a highlight package last week on a pistol round, and you see Yudo starting to micro people. That wasn't really, I think, a thing very early on with our team. It was only like very specific people spoke. You know, it was like Autumn and like Javi and Pat, and now everyone contributes and everyone has this thing. And it doesn't matter who makes the call, people will listen.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably the reason, if any, for that.
Now that's interesting. It's really nice to see the evolution of this team as they learn to really work together. Coach Robotics, a question for you. Speaking of like, you know, learning to work together, we did hear that there is a bit of an IGL tandem, so to say, with Vash and Kelly S. How do you think that works, and how do you think they support each other?
I think Bash is the one doing the initial calls, but Kelly's the one doing the mid-round calls most of the time.
Why do you think it works that Kelly is the one on the mid-rounding?
I think it helps us because most of the time Kelly's the one trying to create space for the team. So basically they just throwing info.
Oh, okay. I think we'll see a lot of that today.
Yeah, I'll throw a question towards Frost. I wanted to ask, you made a tweet about the comps that you're expecting to see, or you're seeing a lot of the same kind of comps in practice, but at least watching the teams that have played in Pacific so far, and even some of the other regions, we're not seeing a lot of teams with the same approach. We're seeing a lot of different comps across different maps. I wanted to ask you, are you seeing the same comps as you saw in practice? Are people changing going into officials, or are teams kind of changing coming into this stage now?
I don't know if you were looking for a gotcha moment, but you're not going to get one here.
I'm not looking for a gotcha moment. I mean, I'm really just asking what's your read on the meta.
I'm glad you brought that up, because we, for some reason, are the only region that doesn't have Waylay nerfs until week 4.
Right.
And I know who it benefits, but unlucky. What I'll say about that is, yes, everybody was running it, because if you look at EMEA early on, they were running it, NA was running it. But everybody realized that the changes are coming fast. So they didn't want to sacrifice those work weeks on an agent that is just going to get nerfed. So they preemptively basically got away from Waylay and started experimenting with stuff. However, yeah, it was definitely true that we were running, I mean, I'm pretty sure you could defend me on this, that everybody was running Neon and Waylay right after Santiago for like 10 to 15 days. That's all they were playing. And it just so happened that on that 2-day stretch, 9 scrims in a row, I'm literally seeing the same comp on different maps, and I was just mind blown by this. I think the balance patch, or what I would call the Valorant, like TFT, the Valorant patch B, the B patch came because they realized, wait a minute, wow, every region is running this comp? Maybe we should do something, Batman. And they decided to do it. But yeah, so now there's more variance, but it's also why you're seeing teams struggle. I mean, you saw Gen G struggle last week trying to figure out, oh, Gen G, when have you seen Gen G with a double duelist comp? Can you tell me?
Gen G with a double duelist comp?
Yeah. When's the last time you saw that one?
Ziggs. I mean, they were playing a fair bit of double duelist last season.
And in 2024?
No,
and in 2025? Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like, everyone is struggling now to figure out what to do since you can't play half the cast. And I think that's basically what we're seeing. I mean, even us. There's a lot of comps that we're running that if I could pick a Cypher or if I could pick other agents, I would. But instead, I can't. So I'm like, okay, what's best in slot now?
So, like, in your opinion, how you feel the meta is at the moment? Just like one sentence, like, do you think it's in a healthy state? Do you think, like, it's nice that teams have to figure things out on the fly, or?
I don't think any game where you can't play half the cast is good.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, no, that's fair. They're on to you guys, for sure. Robotics, I have a question for you, and then I think Frost can follow up because this question kind of involves both of you. You briefly used to be Javi's coach as well, over back in the Philippines. I'm wondering how much do you think he's changed under Frostwing, and how do you think he stayed the same also?
I think he really improved a lot. I think back in Oasis, I was the one who built his foundation, like fundamentals and everything. But after that, he switched to Naos, and I think he improved also from that team. Then I think here in Tier 1, I think he really grew as a player.
Yeah. Are those tendencies something you're watching out for today?
Yeah, that's why I was really excited. And I want to see him IGL because I really trained him before to be an IGL. So I want to see him do it on this stage.
And with his coach too.
I have a comment about that. So Amix and Robotics have had such an influence on Javi that we've had to add protocols. So like I'm having to adopt certain of their systems because he's comfortable with them and apply these learnings to stuff I like to do. So like sometimes you'll see a mix of like it's like me. Some of it you see a mix of like Autumn from SPX. Some of our team will be a mix of like all the like Naus and the Oasis stuff. And like all of it kind of like now blends together. It's like kind of a weird thing, yeah.
Deep roots.
Yeah.
Very, very deep roots.
And Robotics, I wanted to ask you about your KRX game. I think it's kind of like a twofold question. I felt like even though you guys lost, you showed a lot of promise. I think Fracture was definitely winnable. That seemed like a good game from you guys. And we just saw KRX take down Nongshim, so they seem like they're in pretty decent form at the moment. But also I wanted to ask about Rimuru. He was very aggressive, it has to be said, in that particular game. How do you feel about that? Do you feel like you need to rein him in, or do you think as a rookie it's nice that he's confident and he wants to go and take those fights rather than the opposite?
I think for Rimuru, I think he's still on the stage where we're still trying to develop him as a player.
Yep.
But at the same time, we don't want to like control him because we don't want him to lose his confidence as well as a player and as a rookie here in stage, because if we do that, he might just stutter in the stage. So
doubt himself.
We're trying to do it step by step for him.
And how about for the KRX game? How did you feel that went? I mean, it sucks to lose, but that was still like quite a close game, and you guys definitely had some really, really good rounds in that series particularly.
I think for us, right, like what I keep on saying in my interview, I think for our team, still a new team. Even though we have Bash, who's already been from the start on this team, I feel like I always treat them like a new team. So that's why this stage 1, I kind of changed my approach to them. Almost like try to scratch everything just to make sure that the team is on the same page, So I feel like I'm still happy, even though we lost. I know everyone wants to win, but I think our performance versus KRX like shows something like something is working for the team. So that's why I told them we just need to continue improving. Just focus on the growth. Win or lose, make sure that there's a growth. for the Doom.
Yeah, you can see that there's an improvement, so it's something to look forward to. And speaking of looking forward to, since you mentioned that that was an improvement and Team Secret is improving, I want to ask you both, because this is a very big matchup for our fans over in Southeast Asia, especially for those in the Philippines. Do you have any message to the fans over for Team Secret? And I'm going to ask Frost a message for GE. And I quote this from Platoon, who was supposedly GE, supposedly the better Pinoy team. Do you have a comeback to that, sir?
I think may the best team win.
So safe, so safe. Coach, this is your chance, but I respect it. I respect it. Frost?
A double gang on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, a double gang. Thank you very much for your time, gentlemen. We're going to let you get down to the stage. And yes, may the best Pinoy team win. Apparently, that is the cry for today. I was going to ask Frost if Pat or Halvi taught him any words of affirmation, but I don't think we can do that on the broadcast. So, yeah, best of luck to all of the teams playing today. We have the standings right now as they are of this moment, and we have Big Time as well joining us back on the desk. What a downgrade. What a downgrade.
Welcome back to me. That's 2 weeks in a row that you've just absolutely dunked on him.
Yeah. Only 4 more coaches on this desk now, so we see. I've included you as well.
Thank
in that
you.
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't forget about you.
I'm one of the best coaches to lose in Australia.
He wishes he could forget.
Oh, one thing that we shouldn't forget, obviously, are the standings here, because we have some surprising teams there with the zeros.
Group Alpha.
It's
2-0 for KRX, 0-2 for Nongshim. What is going on over there? DFM are 0-2 for themselves as well. A rough start to Stage 1 after so much promise Stage 2 last year into kickoff of this year. DFM have kind of become that team that I was looking at. They're kind of this gatekeepering position where they're 5th, 6th in Pacific, dead in the middle of the pack. And I was like, okay, is this the season that they're going to start to challenge some elite teams? No, maybe it's the season where they get grouped.
Oof.
I hope not, man.
I hope not as well, because you know they were that team that just kept on improving every single time, and you feel for them. You want them to succeed, but it's getting really, really, really tough to see who's going to make it over to our Stage 1 finals over in Ho Chi Minh City. This is going to be very, very exciting. I know a lot of us here are excited to go over to Vietnam. I heard that tickets that went on sale the other day were sold out within minutes.
What?
Yeah.
They were sold out within minutes. I shared it and I was like, get your tickets, and they were like, it's sold out. I'm like, never mind.
How are we gonna get there?
Yeah.
I wanted to watch.
I don't have a ticket.
What?
I have no idea. But yeah, I'm
gonna
so
call
excited
somebody.
for Vietnam.
Strings.
It is true. The food is amazing, and if I can just share, the last time I was in Vietnam, I was actually shooting some content with Crazy Guy, and he introduced me to the best Vietnamese spring rolls ever. I still cannot get over them. They're one of the best.
You're gonna have to take us. You can't. You can't drop that in conversation.
Well, wait, because he has a match today. Okay, so we'll let him play some match first, and then we'll go over and have some spring rolls in Vietnam. All right.
Priorities.
We gotta go. Priorities indeed. Of course, a big priority here on the desk is to win a new laptop, of course, from Acer Predator. We have Bill Diff coming up. And you guys know how this goes. 4 teams will be stepping onto that stage. We need to pick 1 player from each team and form some kind of well-rounded roster with 1 bonus. So yeah, and the winner of Bill Diff wins a Predator Helios Neo 16, which is a laptop that is built for passionate gamers.
More worryingly, the loser's gonna have some punishments to do.
Oh,
true. You should see Achilles backstage. He's losing his mind. I've never seen the man so stressed.
He's so
grumpy.
He
wants to win so bad.
He's so grumpy going into work every single day now.
Yeah.
You know, he's so upset. But I think I kind of slid into the bottom there the other day.
It's tough. This is a hard game.
I hate this game once more. But let's see your rosters.
Yeah, we'll start off with my roster. I'm actually feeling
kind of good about today. Gotta start with the GOAT Jemkin. I feel like if he's playing, he's in my squad almost always. Puts up the numbers for RRQ, just love the guy. Zuna, I think he's the GOAT of Korean initiators right now. I think it's the same thing for me. He's an auto-lock when VALORANT are playing. He's consistently up there. Now I'm going with Javi on my controller role. I think you can go for Pat. He's been playing that Viper. That was something I kind of missed, but I do think Javi's not going to really punish me with those minus points. And I think he kind of has a little point to prove today. He's playing against Robotics, his old head coach. There's some Filipino pride there. I think he's going to heat up. Kelly S in my sentinel role. I want to see this man on Chamber non-stop for Team Secret if they're going to cause an upset today. And then Autumn in my flex because, you know, he's played some Duelist, but he's also, we saw it last match, he's on Vito, he's on Brimstone, he's playing some different stuff. So throwing him in the flex slot makes a lot of sense. I'm feeling good about this team today.
Nice. What if Autumn plays Duelist?
I'll cry.
Okay. We'll see how
And Pilski, what about you?
Yeah, look, I'll keep it a little bit more brief, but for me, I did have Jemkin. I think most people will have Jemkin as Duelist, Zuna as Initiator, as Morgan already said, a great pick. I've gone with Patman for Controller, even though he's going to be on Enit and get me some minus points. He's been one of the top performers for GE.
He's good.
You've got Berserks there on the Senti role. I did pick Kelly S last week. He did very well for me, but I'm feeling like Berserks is due for a very good performance here today, and I'm hoping that he's able to deliver. And then Xfero, I think, is going to farm Varel, because when I was watching Varel in their last game, their duelists were running in and dying for free, and I'm just ready for Xfero to lock Cypher and just get some freebies here.
That's clever.
No, that is very, very clever. Let's pull up the other rosters that we have over here.
Oh, got Zuna.
Oh.
Wow. I mean, I think Zuna's such
Big
a
pick
solid
Monyet.
pick. Monyet on the Duelist there. I mean, we saw him, you know, last week he brought it out. You know, he's the one on that Neon when Jemkin's having to swap around,
I think
play
he's
that
feeling good
Killjoy.
today. I think he's feeling really aggressive today.
Okay.
Yeah.
He fired some early shots today.
She's got Jemkin
against
in
you.
the flex
Yeah.
as well.
Look, what did he say in the elevator again? He said something like,
He
your brother is a better coach and he has a better hairline.
Yes,
Sorted my hairline.
he did.
I
He
hope,
did say
I
that.
hope Monyet gets 0 kills today.
He won you the laptop last time. Why are you gonna do it like that?
Can't go around.
He
Can't go
has
around
some
and sort the
stake.
hairline.
He has some stake in that. So it's going to be very interesting to see which teams come out on top and which players come out on top. We have Team Secret taking on Global Esports, the new kind of like Pinoy matchup that we have here on Pacific, and we have RRQ taking on Varel a little later. Going back to that first one over there, Team Secret versus Global Esports. This is a very spicy matchup because, you know, you saw it, Global Esports, we're saying that they're the better Pinoy team.
Yeah.
And of course, you have Team Secret, who have been that original Pinoy team. And you have Global Esports. And it's like, where do we go, guys? Where
This
do we
is
go?
why you're here, Mika. You have to choose.
I wanna do this by pointing to the question, which is
No,
which team is the fan favorite in the Philippines?
You are
And
a fan of the Philippines,
I
though.
see you guys. I am Philippines. I see you guys. I do know. I feel that you guys are going over here. You guys are going over here, right? Diba? Diba? I'm
Looks
correct.
good.
I'm correct. That's why I think Team Secret, they really need this win if they want to get all of those fans back.
This win is bigger for Team Secret
It
in
is.
sense of like fan base as well. Not only trying to get out of that group alive.
It is.
There's pride at stake.
I think if Team Secret don't win, the B from Jollibee may cry.
He might. He might. I've seen him cry so many times. He might throw stuff on the stage, actually.
He may just come into the stage and start smashing keyboards like that panda rat.
Wouldn't be surprised. I might also be inside the Jollibee costume at that point, perhaps. But going over here, we have Team Secret. There are some new faces, and as we heard from Coach Robotics earlier, he is treating this team like an entirely new roster.
Yeah.
He's doing a really good job with it. I enjoyed watching Team Secret play against KRX last time around. I think, look, Rimuru is a little bit rough around the edges, but I admire the confidence he was bringing to that game. Jesse Vash, 20th clutch for him, did decently for himself. I think Kelly S was phenomenal. Sylvan, an improved performance of what you saw over there in kickoff. And Berserks was just okay. He was avoiding some potential trauma from previous games on the fracture ropes and things like that. but I think he's going to warm up in this series now. I think the Secret roster is playing better than ever, and I'm hoping to see them actually challenge GE a little bit like they did KRX last week.
I'm right there with you, especially about Romero. I mean, I feel like if I'm bringing a young rookie player into a squad like this, honestly, I'd rather him go a little bit too far than not far enough. I don't want someone who's going to be afraid playing that Neon, playing that entry duelist. I want a guy who isn't afraid to die, who can make that space, because once he settles in, and I think if the coaches can rein it back just a little bit, he'll be at that perfect amount. But I love that he's got confidence. I love that he wants to take those fights, even if it's not always the cleanest, perfect, answer in that situation. I think he's one to look out for today, and I really hope this squad can continue to play like they did last week, because it was a big improvement. They should have one fracture. Really, there's no two ways around it. So I want to see this squad at their very best, because then I think they can really start to take a fight to global.
Yeah, you and a lot of people in the Philippines have been waiting for that for a very long time. Hopefully, this roster is the answer to that, but it's looking like on the side of Global Esports, this roster is the answer to Global Esports. This run, they're looking like the best iteration of this team so far.
I mean, it's looking stacked. Kickoff was good for this team, but Stage 1 looking to go even better, starting off against Gen G, and they manhandled them. It wasn't even close. They made that Gen G squad look like like ranked noobs, They absolutely cooked them. So this is the Global Esports a lot of people have been waiting for. I think they'll be feeling more confident than ever heading into this week's game. This team have got their eyes set on #1 in the group. It's not just about getting out. It's not just about making it to playoffs. This is a team that sees themselves going all the way. They see themselves in London. They see themselves lifting a trophy. And this week is just another stepping stone for them.
Yeah, I think the game in week 2 is probably the easiest of the whole group in theory, but Secret's looking scarier than they have done in the past. KRX is in good form, then you've got PRX, then you've got Nongshim, who are currently struggling, but by the time week 5 rolls around, they're going to have several weeks to have worked on their form, number 1, and number 2, that's probably going to be a very important game for Nongshim to win. So I think that's going to be a tough one for Global at the end of the group. I mean, Gen G, I gotta be honest, is looking like one of the, at least from that first series, one of the worst teams in the competition. So I don't think GE's tested just yet.
Yeah, sure, we have Vash.
Did he approve this?
So yeah, this is the thing. We talk about facts, we talk about logic, but let's be honest, the traffic light is still the traffic light, and that says that GE will lose today. And this would probably be the most egregious example of them losing, because every time you're looking at their losses, Paper X, DFM in good form, Paper X, the teams that they're beating, you expect them to probably beat, but now we're on a loss against Team Secret. I'm thinking no. I'm thinking the traffic light is not working today.
I mean, if they lose today, I have to find the witch who cursed Frost. I have to know who did this.
My question is, like, was that Lady Luck or was that the curse?
Oh, well, you think it was Vash the whole time?
I mean, like, which way is it? Is it a good thing or is it a bad thing doing this? But you know what? I think there's also another way to find out who exactly, is going to come out on top in this match. And we have Bella standing by with an interview with 2 players to find out exactly, how exactly are they going to match up on stage.
Hello everyone, welcome to today's pre-show. I have 2 very special guests with me, so I wonder who he'll be. And Pat, you can come up now. Hello, it is Patman from Global Esports joining us on the left, and on the right, who do we have? It is Kelly S. Oh my god, did not see you there. Hi guys, good to see you. How are you thinking? What's your mind on today's match? Who do you have your eyes on the opposing team?
I think I'm looking at Crystal.
Eyes on Crystal. What do you have to say to that, Patrick?
Crystal.
No, you gotta choose someone from Team Secret.
I mean, I'm asking why Crystal.
Why Crystal? Okay.
Why Crystal? Because it's my baby last time.
Okay.
He's not baby anymore, don't worry.
Oh, okay. Well, who do you have your eyes on Team Secret?
The Filipinos.
Oh, okay. Do you like that answer?
Yeah.
Okay, well, today's match predictions. We're gonna play a little game. This is the Filipino famous game called VALORANT Challenge. You guys know this?
VALORANT Challenge.
Yeah? Alright, so first you guys have to finish a piece and you gotta show us that you're done. The first one that finishes it wins. That's how today's match is gonna go. You down?
Down.
Yeah? Okay, shall we begin? Dun-dun-dun. Yeah, just grab one. Yes. Woohoo! We got some on-camera support from Global Esports, and we have some off-camera support from Team Secret. Okay, is it good? Okay. You gotta show it to the camera, guys. Yeah. I've never tried this. Let's see. Kelly, Patman. Will it be the winner? Get the water. Yay! Who is gonna take the water? Due to Kelly S not being able to whistle, I'm exposing this. Oh, I think someone's done. Oh, okay. Here you go, our VALORANT Challenge winner. Shall we give the grace of water to your opponent? I have another one. Oh, this is nice. All right. Thanks for joining me, Kelly S and Patman, and we'll see you on the stage. Wave with me, Pat. You good? Yay!
Okay, so according to our VALORANT Challenge, GE is taking this. According to the Froskers, it might be Team Secret. So what do our analysts, professional analysts on the desk here say?
I'm so confused.
Word has it that Kelly S is still chewing. I'm actually looking down at the stage. He's still chewing to now.
You can actually have some and find out how difficult it is. So the actual challenge is to actually whistle. But Kelly S, our friend over here on the screen, cannot whistle apparently.
No. I mean, I think this man is the one we have to watch out for today. He is going to be intimately familiar with the Global Esports. Some of the boys on there, Yuda, Tan, Crystal. He knows them well. He knows the habits well. Take a look at his agent pool as well, because this is a crazy amount of flexibility. He's
played a couple agents before. He's familiar with the agents of VALORANT.
Yes, he is. He is quite familiar with many agents of VALORANT, indeed. I mean, it's no Forsaken, but I do remember in a previous content piece where you had to squat for like the number of agents that you had. He did have a number of squats. He did have to do leg day. Yes, do you not watch the content? I am shocked.
Okay.
I am shocked. I am appalled. But we have Javi here for their skirmish.
Okay. See, I got Javi in my build diff today, so get warmed up in skirmish.
These don't count, buddy. Okay? Don't put this on your tally.
Get these logs, production. No, I just want to see him warm up. Just be smooth with it. Hit a couple of shots. Get yourself relaxed into the zone. Ramiru, I need you to feed, buddy.
I think Rimuru, this is the perfect warm-up for him. I mean, he's just running at Xavi. Xavi is hiding in a corner. He's honestly lucky to get that kill, in my opinion.
I will say, I quite like that secret put Ramiru forward. I mean, I feel like he's a young rookie. Give him some more reps. Let him get some confidence up. Hit a couple of shots here. Start to feel like these kind of experienced players on the other side really aren't all they cracked up to be. I think it's a nice approach. And he's looking crispy. Look at how
he's scratching his head.
he can't believe he just got... Oops. That he just hit that shot.
No.
I mean, they might have won the cookie challenge, but they're not going to win the skirmish, Miko.
Oh, probably not, Billy.
He stinked him. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Do you think that this is actually a good idea for Team Secret to put out Rimuru and like basically have him, take on Javi? This is who you're going to be facing against. This is the IGL of the other team. Take him down.
I like it. I like it for sure. For a young rookie player, there you go. You're better than this guy. Go beat him. And then he goes and handily beats him, and Ramiru's going to be feeling great now.
Yeah, confidence boost to start off for Team Secret. We have our map vetoes, and now we are heading into Pearl first, and then followed by Lotus. What are we thinking so far?
Yeah, it's hard to kind of make it.
I think there might have been a mistake on this graphic because that's saying they picked Pearl and then Pearl has been banned.
Yeah,
so maybe we have to revisit this. What I do
We may need. I feel like the only one missing is split.
Bind or split.
Yeah,
it was split.
I feel like that's a split.
It was split first, so split Lotus Breeze. I mean, it's an interesting one. I think GE to pick split, which I'm assuming is what they picked.
That would make sense.
That makes a lot of sense. Actually, Gen G picked it into them, and we were kind of talking about why on earth would you do that? It's been looking like one of the stronger maps for them, so I think GE backing themselves in that regard and feeling confident. Lotus picked up by Team Secret is an interesting one, backing themselves on one of the newer maps in the pool. Going back to earlier iterations of Team Secret, they didn't mind a little bit of Lotus. They were playing like kind of the stock standard Gen G looking comp back then. So I want to see if they continue rolling forward with that one. And then Breeze will be an interesting decider as well. We have seen GE play that a little bit and have some success on it. Less so for Team Secret, so they might be showing something a little bit new on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, looking at this veto through GE's eyes, last time we saw them ban Pearl first, and this time they swap it to ban Fracture. And I really like that. It kind of shows that you might have that 7-map pool cooked up, and we saw that Secret looked strong on Fracture. I really like it when teams are able to tailor that veto. I do think it gives you a nice advantage, so GE gonna be feeling good about this one.
Another surprising thing to come out here on your screens. Apparently, Paper Thin is cosplaying me from last year.
Yeah, he looks like he's cosplaying like the Last Airbender or something. He's committed a paper sin in the predictions here. Predicting for Team Secret. This is a man who believes in the traffic light, and given what he's looking like in that graphic in particular, he may be some kind of special figure, some kind of seer of some kind.
Maybe.
He's got an eye on his forehead.
Yeah.
If he's right, we got to ask him what he knows.
I mean, he's a judge as well now.
True.
So perhaps he has that call. It's really surprising. You can see just how much of an underdog Team Secret is in this match. Of course, a lot of people favoring global esports. Who is going to come out on top? Well, let's find out together as we send it to the stage for our first match of the day.
Today's matchup. Team Secret.
It's a matchup a lot of fans have been waiting for. Team Secret versus Global Esports. A matchup that I know lots of Filipino fans have been waiting for because we have Javi, Padman, Kelly S, Rimuru, and Jesse Bash taking the stage together. All of these local names, and they're dancing.
Yeah, love to see it. That is going to give them a little bit of confidence. I mean,
Sure.
I don't know.
Why not? Why not?
I don't know what to say about it. There's a lot of dancing-based discussion here in Pacific. What I want to see them is them hit the gritty on GE today. That's the kind of dancing that I want to be seeing. Honestly, they looked quite good against KRX last week. You can't not love someone like Robotics. He's just a solid guy. He wants the best for them. I think he had a very good message from a coach's perspective of, I feel like we're on the right track. We just need to continue improving. This roster looks solid. The rookie addition of Rimuru was decent enough. Hopefully they can kind of iron out a couple of the inconsistencies there, and I think they have a decent shot of pushing GE today.
Yeah, very optimistic coach. And on the other hand, we have Global Esports. This is what many consider to be the best iteration of Global Esports so far. They're enjoying a lot of success, and every win on this stage gets them closer to potentially reaching their very first trophy. All they have to do is keep going.
Yeah, they're just going from strength to strength, this roster. I was impressed by them in kickoff. I feel like they showed a lot of promise, a lot of potential, and they came in last week, absolutely destroyed Gen G, and I think that was such a huge performance from this squad to really give them confidence that it doesn't matter who is on the other side of that server, doesn't matter if they've lifted trophies, that they can be better as a group. I love how they're approaching the meta. I think they're not following trends. They're using what's going to work for their own players. So I just love watching this team. So excited for them, and they want to continue to roll forward, keep up that steam, and get a win over Team Secret today.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of discussed it. They've got a lot of the Filipino fans on side. They're a very solid-looking roster right now. We'll see the fist bump between both of these coaches. Honestly, they were very amicable on the desk, you know. I feel like Frost giving a lot of respect over to Robotics, which is, you know, interesting. He does recognize the impact that he's had on foundationally building some of the important players inside of Frost's own team right now, and the influence that Harvey has had. Harvey is kind of, you know, a love-hate relationship in terms of one of Frost's children in the team specifically, but as the IGL, a very, very important figure for GE.
Yeah, and we keep talking about Rimuru a lot, right? And because Robotics mentioned that he's not quite sure who he is yet, he is actually willing to give him a lot of freedom. And I think right now it is working for him because he just has to shake off those initial nerves. He said it himself, he was a little bit nervous. It's his first game. What is he going to be like for his second game?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the exact answer that I wanted from him. You know, from a coach's perspective, bringing on a rookie, you don't want to shut them down too much. You want them to be confident. You want them to be true to their own play style and be able to kind of perform on the stage comfortably.
Yeah, also, cast your mind back to Young week 1. He wasn't anything special. Comes out yesterday, has a monster performance. Rimuru is going to look to replicate that today. Got the agent select coming through. Starting off with Global Esports. This is exactly the same as what we saw last week. They absolutely cooked Gen G 13-4 on this map, so they don't feel the need to change anything.
That's right, and it is going to be on split as we see the first map.
Yeah, I mean, GE will start on the attacking side. This is their map pick. Team Secret have opted to start defense, and it's a very defensive-looking comp. You do have the Cypher, Astra Viper. That's going to be a little bit annoying for GE to attack into, potentially. I got my eyes on Berserks on the Cypher. I think he could do quite well for himself if he's creative about where he places his trips and doesn't get them broken by the paint shells. And I think Kelly S has been on a heater lately. Once again, Rimuru on the Neon. It seems like they're just simplifying his agent pool and hoping that he's going to be able to perform.
Yeah, hopefully everybody's going to be able to perform. We have eyes on so many players on this stage ready to pop off. And of course, all the players, they're watching each other as well. You heard it. Kelly S has his eyes on Crystal. And for sure, Javi has his eyes on the Filipinos as well on the other side. We're going to toss it over to our casters, Paper Thin, and a man who has been looking forward to this game so much, Achilles.
These are the moments that I truly live for. My entire existence and being all culminating in this one very moment. Hello, I'm Achilles. That's Paper Thin. We're going to get into the action. Day 2,
I
week
live
2.
for these days just to see your reactions to these days. Like, that's all I really want.
What are we going to get?
Be next to you, enjoying the moment, taking it all in. It's Pacific, baby.
It is. It's Pacific, baby. Well, it could be a very interesting day. You have gone for Team Secret in this one. You're the lone predictor outside of, I mean, maybe in the entire region outside of you and Oda. I think Oda in Japan was the only
see, now I know I'm good. Oda's a genius.
Well, Oda was he also did predict Varel.
Okay,
so,
well, maybe not so much then.
So he might have had one too many last night.
I'll explain myself when we get into the game.
Okay.
I will give the reasons.
Red light, we all know. But here we go. The game set. The fans in the audience ready to watch the action unfold. Global Esports coming into this one very much as the Goliath in this story. Can the Davids on Team Secret find that sling and make that stone connect? Let's find out as we hop into split for map number 1.
It's going to be tough, for sure, for Team Secret, no matter how you cut it, especially on this map of Split, where Global Esports looks like they have everything figured out. So, all right, hear me out. First of all, I'll just put the simple part of it out there. Team Secret's, I think, improving still. Like,
sure.
I've seen improvements since the beginning of the year.
Don't disagree.
Yeah, Rimuru has looked really good. Overall, in terms of like slotting in, I think he's looked better than 10-10, so it seems to be an improvement. But Frost kind of came at me on Twitter, man. All right, he was making fun of me, you know.
Oh no!
And I know.
I can't believe that he would do that.
So I told him, all right, man. Well, then I'm predicting Global Esports also trap fight. Kind of funny.
Okay, well, looking for the little connection here, and the catch onto these Team Secret players. Going to be backpedaling away from the Paranoia. Corralled into the corner. Kelly is going to be able to find one, but Autumn comes away with two. This Berserks will also fall. Yurtan stuck at Mail, 40 HP, but the site has been taken, and he's immediately going to find the right-click kill onto Ramiro. Sylvan will be able to answer it back. Jesse Bash and Sylvan now try to be the difference makers to get this pistol back under their control. Trailblazer scouting around, will get cleared at backside. Looks like the 1-2 punch, the push out of the smoke, and Sylvan able to collect them both. It's now a 1v1, but Crystal will stand tall. The pistol ends up going the way of Global.
Yeah, I think overall here, just kind of a ability here for Global Esports to punish. I think a bit of a misstep in the formation for Team Secret, trying to back each other up there, trying to really gum up the works at Mail, and instead the response with the util from the Paranoia backs them into a corner. They don't have that extra angle. They don't have the ability to, you know. Also, they're concerned about on-site, which they should be, because they had to abandon Barrage. So Patman was already slotting in through there, so they couldn't really, you know, fan out into Raptors or something like that to try to cover each other. Just a nice setup for Global Esports and a good clutch from Crystal, who has been, at times, really, really good in that department. Wasn't sure if maybe Sylvan had some magic in store for him. We've seen it on this map before.
Well, this is an unfortunate gamble stack.
Well, it'd be that way.
Let's see if they can make anything happen, but Global Esports taking their time, making sure that everything is hunky-dory before they get the spike planted, but they will find an empty site, and given the expected weaponry on the opposite side, they know exactly what they're up against.
Yep, and now you just look to try to find ways to die to the spike, and it's just on to Global Esports. How much pressure do they want to put through? Patman on the Ghost, Autumn on the Marshall.
God, Patman is my flex player for build diff. Somebody please give this man a gun.
Well, he should be running at him. Are they actually anticipating that there's going to be a retake here? I would think no.
Green shells out to delay any potential push from the one side. It could just be the tuck at screens. But as they reveal nothing in heaven, Autumn now wanting as well to try to find some value, will go pushing forward, the slow creep up, and it looks like Patman not going to be chasing here with that Ghost. So not looking to give anything over, really. It'll just be all 5 players getting taken down by the spike, and Global Esports getting a flawless anti-eco.
Yeah, so now we kind of come into, you know, for Team Secret, they're going to have really good protocols here today. They're going to have really good adjustments to when the util's coming at them, you know, with like the Fade util into the Omen util, like the Paranoia. It's like how they're able to respond to that. Didn't like what I saw on the pistol, but could be an easily adjustable modus operandi for them as they run into the rest of this map. Going to be really important as well for Jesse Bash on that Sky to be getting some value out of that abilities that he has, you know, something that Yudotan has a little bit of an opportunity to shut down the Interceptor, but LAS just spammed off the angle. Actually did take some damage in there too. Mimidu trying to squeeze in.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, well, Javi going to be punished on that TP forward. Whether he meant to land within the smoke, uncertain either way, does get taken out. Quick clear on the Trailblazer, Kelly's around the corner. A little bit more damage was suffered in mid, but Patman as well going to be taking a tag. Rotations are coming through sewers. Heavy stack on this side of the map, though, for Team Secret. Rimuru making his way back through the vent, able to ride that rope up top into A heaven.
Jesse's reading that there's going to be a rotation here. It's a huge win for Patman. Doesn't give you a lot of information either as Team Secret, so they're not going to be sending everybody over.
Got a lot of punches to try to clear out some of the angles on the site. Get those relay bolts through. Now out of their hands, and Berserk's going to be found as well as Crystal takes his head up clean off. Now a player advantage and a bonus conversion starting to look a little bit more likely here for Global Esports as Spike gets in play. Patman here at the ramp, not able to hold his own. Does end up getting taken down. Kelly has to collect that elimination.
Quick reclear of space after that Nightfall missed anybody. So they're going to try to flood in from that angle, see if they can catch him a little bit off guard.
The interceptor set up. Probably not going to be spotting anything on that main side. Contact there at the elbow, and Yudotan to find the first. Kalias gets taken down. Autumn will hold the corner. Now it's just Jesse Bash to try to see what he can get done. We know that this guy can be clutch. Finds the first at the time. He's just starting to get away from him. Gets the second. Can he get a little bit more damage in? Either way, the round is not going to be his. Global Esports will get that 3-0 start, and Crystal will ensure that he keeps himself alive.
This is beautiful trickery from Global Esports. The way that they're kind of setting up their pieces to keep the vision away from Team Secret so they can't make the right read, and Berserk gets left on an island because of it. So right here, all you see is the Viper, and a Viper will be by themselves on one side of the map or the other. So they only slot Jesse Vash over to try to get there. Berserk has no idea that anybody's trying to push in through A main underneath him. He's looking heaven when he gets killed. And it's all because of the patience and the understanding of the information game here from Global Esports and how to use it against their opponents. That is a really smart round.
Costing one here for Team Secret. Push back on a Sheriff's, a Bucky in hand for Rimuru. As well as that stinger for Kelly S. Chance to get some damage in. If not the Thrifty itself, but once again, Global Esports having the right read, leaning in towards this A side of the map. And while it's not going to be empty, it is just Berserk's. Lone player left at home, gets a spot on the Patman, but that is just a default lurk. Doesn't necessarily tell Team Secret that the lion's share of Global Esports are on this side of the map.
Just did Berserk hear that boom bot or not?
I say lion's share, it's the whole damn Pride, actually, but Autumn will be able to just peek in with that Outlaw. Quickly finds the kill, and now Team Secret gonna have to try to get a move on.
Yeah, I mean, Team Secret, every single round, when they've had to go for the gambles on the ecos, has gone for B, and they've been wrong both times. So Global Esports showing that they're changing up what they had already shown in their previous split in terms of tendencies. So that's making things really challenging right now for Team Secret to get any value. Let's see if Rimuru with the Neon has anything to say about this round. Autumn's watching the cross here, and you've got a lot of players to follow up and collapse. Oh, they made noise too.
And right into Autumn's crosshair. Elias will be able to run him down with that stinger. Crystal, though, still over at main, able to find one. Patman comes away with another. And Yudotan will have the finisher. So 4-0 start. Damn near flawless again here for Global Esports.
Yeah, I mean, so 2 ecos coming down to just bad gamble reads. Trying to go for some kind of plays where you're going to catch Global Esports off guard. And the bonus round was just beautiful work on the information side of things. So Global Esports right back to where you'd expect them. I mean, they're doing so much well this stage. It's one of the most foundationally sound teams that I've seen so far this stage. You know, watching even across all the other regions and stuff. Global has been extremely good in their trading and their understanding of the information game and their rotations. I mean, everything they're doing is extremely high level.
I mean, you have to remember that this is a team that still has yet to have made a playoffs in Pacific throughout the entire run since 2023, but this is looking like the stage. It's looking like the year where they are assured to make that happen and potentially even find themselves at their first global event. Given the form that they are in, given what Frost has been able to achieve, steadying the squad and making them flexible more and more so week over week.
Yeah, absolutely. And I liked what he said about, you know, making sure that his players didn't feel like they had to do too much, that they had to trust in each other. When he was being interviewed on the desk earlier, I see that. I see a lot of that in their play.
Better, can you float? I have a catch there. Okay, bang. Single box. Okay.
Look at the read again here for Global. Changing it up, leaning towards the B side of the map.
One B.
1B.
He's click on you.
Call for my third side.
King trick.
Oh, Rage is there.
How many? Only one. Two. Here. Raise here.
Berserk's calling for 2. It is a bit more than that. 3 there as they're trying to get the crunch play here on a Patman. We'll send out the Sank Bite so they get that bit of util out of him.
Recovering it.
That could just be the full counter rotate again for Global Esports. Back across, join in with the Viper. Looks like Javi, bit of a fake up into mid. He's back into sewers, and Global Esports will once again have their eyes on A.
Yeah, I like the change up here with the Cypher setups in particular, giving them a little bit more ability to get a little bit earlier information, leave Jesse on his own to try to get info A, but again, Global Esports has wrapped over here now. And there goes Jesse.
Dead, here's the pickup on the orb. Yunaton now with a showstopper online. Swinging to the corner, Sylvan able to find Patman, however, regaining control over ramps. Spike can come through, but what are Team Secret going to do to try to get the retake going? That's showstopper in play. The evolution already popped by Autumn. Sync bike to be thrown, push into the out into the open. Kelly S will be able to find the one before getting taken down. But there's the dink. Yunaton finding the second, gets the re-hit on the head of Sylvan. Sprays down for a third. Berserk's now having to back away, go for the save, retain this Vandal, as Global Esports will maintain perfection.
Again, they're just so smart on the map. Getting a little bit of info, and of throwing some utility over towards B to keep Team Secret interested on that side, and then just slowly making their way over towards A, obscuring a lot of their movements, not giving up the ability for Team Secret, who doesn't push out onto A after clearing that space early in the round. Jesse decides to tuck back into A site, and they have no idea that it could be coming A anytime soon. So I'd like to see if they're going to set up that kind of similar formation, that Jesse needs to be a little bit more proactive with the Sky to try to keep A main control so he can get those rotates over a little bit faster. Yudotan, just very clean, very steady with the aim. Doesn't overreact to much. He's been even better this stage than he has been in some ways. I mean, at times, yeah, he's been up and down, but so far he's been very, very clean.
We're pushing forward for that garage control, and they will have it.
So now I want to see it maintained. This is more of what I want to see. Use some of this Sky to make sure that you're keeping track. Now, again, GE is purposely sending you false info by showing you the raise there. So it makes it really tough for Team Secret to try to figure out what's going on. But I think just hold the line here until you're forced off of this position is a much better decision and a great win for Rimuru.
Really good kill to be picked up. Javi still on struggle street, I believe, yet to get on the board. Yunaton, however, is going to be caught with util in hand potentially. No, the swing going to be coming in, but it's going to be Jesse Bash collecting him with a headshot. Sylvan at the same time, back over on A, finds Patman at the same time.
They're going to use the Seekers to lead the way.
We'll just guide them straight over towards A heaven. One around for Secret to come alive, get themselves on the board. Clear out on those, the drop down. Crystal knows that he's got to make noise. A double take there as he spots out Kelly S. Ready to re-swing out, will end up falling on him. Able to find Rimuru at the same time, and Crystal comes away with a third. Now suddenly it's just Jesse Bash once again asked to clutch this one out, and he will not be able to do so. Close but no cigar. Global Esports on the back of Crystal, who is playing a perfect game. 8-0-1 at the moment. They get themselves a 6-0 start now.
This is one of the best rounds in terms of the macro for Team Secret, but now you're getting out microed, getting outplayed. Really well handled by Jesse and the newcomer to Team Secret, but man, oh man. Autumn, very clean, but Crystal, absolutely fearless. They were trying to pinch him there, outside elbow. He was having none of it.
Okay, well, able to avoid that seize. Minor bit of damage going to be something from the pain shell. Sylvan otherwise healthy. Back into a buy for Team Secret.
You're giving up so much space over at A ramp, and you're trying to rely on a extra further forward trip this time to give Berserks a little bit of extra ability to react if Global Esports does try to commit towards that A site. So again, change up some of the Cypher util, try to make some adjustments to what Global Esports is trying to bring, but I mean, Global Esports right now, happy to spread the map, look for some info, see if they can catch anybody. Ooh, Jesse.
Yeah, you back away now.
Don't want to mess with that op. Don't know if its presence has been revealed, but certainly something you could anticipate with the economy, of course, that Global Esports has been able to build up, winning 6 in a row. Again, you're gonna see the op now, but that's not great info because you're like, okay, is he alone with the op? Is it something else going on? And they're gonna try to sell a fake on the other side of the map and seemingly pivot over.
Yeah, I mean, depending on the setup, you know, Autumn could just cross-cut his way back around the map. So it will be a quick little peek around the back of the pillar. Sylvan playing forward. The time is starting to dwindle. 11 seconds remaining. I don't think that they have this. There are still Berserks on the side. Patman going to be stirring things up. Finds 2 kills on the opposite side of the map, but that spike needs to get planted right now. Okay, now they just need to frag their way through this. But they're not going to be able to find the last player. Kelly S. still over on the other side of the map. And what a round, and what a way for Team Secret to get their first round win.
Huh.
By no... What's the word I'm looking for here? Because I'm not no fault of their own.
No cause of their own?
Yeah, I suppose so. The Global just took way too damn long.
Yeah, this felt like a crazy guy round.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, remember when he first came into Pacific for RRQ and he was like outrageously slow?
Here's the question though, is this a global timeout? Because I think it might be.
I bet it is.
No, it's not, okay.
Oh, okay.
It is going to be Team Secret. And I think that, you know, obviously this makes sense. Prior, this could have been called at the beginning of the round when it looked like this was not going to end up going your way.
Right.
So, makes sense to call it, even though it's the second one in the first half. You need to get some rounds on the board. And that's also, if you're Secret, not the way you want to be getting your first round win.
No. This is also the side of the map you chose as Secret. So, like, you got to get something done here on this defender side. And you wouldn't imagine going to get any easier on the attack side for you. So I think, again, for me, what I'd be looking for here from Secret is just fight for A main control. I don't care if you lose bodies to it. Play for trades at the very least, and because that's a real part of the map that is giving you absolute grief. When you give up that space, that's where GE is able to explode onto the bottom and the top of A, and it's just not going so hot. So I'd like to see a little bit more of that, but their game plan has been pretty passive.
Okay, I wait your util path, okay? Call me power.
Give trophy, you guys go.
For a fast hit, eventually.
I'll see if that's me.
Sorry, let's contact this.
Okay, let's contact.
Smoke down, boys.
Go, recon ramp right now.
Guys, mid ulti.
Going for the scale here, the Haunt out on the ramp. Berserk's around the corner, Jesse Vash there with him. Little reposition, ready to send that flash through. But they push the wall at the back of this. The answer is going to be yes. And it is into a shooting gallery as Yilton comes away with 2, and Patman is able to find 1 as well. The right read, but the wrong play. Team Secret completely caught. Now Patman well within their spawn. Intercepts Sylvan.
Spike planted.
Kelly is situated in mid, likely to be caught as well, and he will. What a flawless return here from Global Esports. And I mean, I imagine that Frost was annoyed that they melons to the previous round, but now he's got to have a big smile on his face because not only did they get the follow-up win, it wasn't even their timeout call.
Oh, they were having a grand old time in the coach's booth, even though, you know, 1 round went bad. Okay, you lost the time, so what? Just right back to it, and just a contact play that went very much in Global Esports' favor. They're just not having the best time. And they're just not really finding the right answers. And now they're doubling down again that they're going to go for the hard read on B. Looking for the punish there with an outlaw, but Dimadu has his ult, has a shorty. Not much he can do right now in terms of trying to fight that battle until Global Esports commits to something, you would think. That means you get a little bit of further forward util here. Has the veto, and that allows you to claim some space in mid. Slow, methodical work. Global Esports is being so thoughtful about how to approach the map.
Little jump peek, Haunt out, quick clear. Just be the double back away from Global Esports at Garage. Some scale forward and control of that space for Team Secret.
Poison's off.
They're just going to buy it. I mean, Team Secret's grouped up 3 here. They have no male control. And Autumn's just like, hey, bros.
They might end up getting surprised how many players are here in Garage. As Javi setting up that smoke.
30 seconds
He's
left.
holding him at bay as there's the push forward. It's able to find the transfer. No, cannot finish off Sylvan. Takes him down to 8 HP, but now the Nightfall's going to be going through. Dodged by the 1. Sylvan tucked into the corner. Has the thread, leading Yuditon right to his very location. Clean up to come in. Now the pivot from Jesse Vash. Remember, trying to get their way over, but even with the overdrive available, there's just not enough damage dealt. It was a 2v3, perhaps. Be more willing to try to invest that, but Jesse will go on the peak. He will go 6 feet under.
Fine. Go.
Taunt gets the reveal. Remember, just hoping that somebody pushes him here so he can put this shorty to use.
Sure if he heard those footsteps behind him or not, it doesn't matter, because it's an outlaw. So, it is not looking good. Everything Team Secret has tried has been very well handled. But again, you're giving up so much space on the map, and GE will just take it. The confidence is through the roof for them right now, so every decision they make, they're going to be happy to try to challenge you on. And I don't know. It almost feels like you might as well just wrap this one up already. It's 8 rounds on an attacker's side with single duelist. Gonna be tough.
Well, Showstopper to lead the way out of the B site. Tripwire will get the connection here, and you're just going to be checking the backside of that box. This is all a fake. Sylvan, however, holding the line today. Funny one. I say it's a fake. He's got the spike. Was this intentional?
But look how much respect Team Secret is paying to this.
Well, now they okay, so they're sending the Omen ult in to reinforce this. I'm curious if Yudo meant to have the spike. Because it feels like he wasn't, given how many players on the A side of the map.
I don't know, but I mean,
that or Patman was supposed to kill Sylvan, and then that was going to draw all the attention back to A, but now you do have Team Secret stacked up in the right positions. Prowler forward, getting the grab at Ramiro on the slide, is able to find Crystal. Might even be his first death of this map. Ramiro able to find a second hobby, looking for a second of his own, but Kelly S will be able to sit him down, and now it is just Autumn. As this one looks a bit overcooked from Global Esports. And again, okay, Jesse Vash will be able to find the headshot, and Team Secret will get themselves a second round win.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think this is more Global Esports just being too crafty for their own good. Kind of like they're reading into the fact that, okay, every time we've shown Patman by himself on the other side of the map on A, it's turned out we've been in force behind him. So this time we're going to show something different, and we've shown fakes on B with the Rays into pivots towards A, but this time we're going to commit to it and then have that TP there to move over. I don't like it, but I think I kind of get it. I'm not saying it's...
I'd be curious about it.
I'm not saying it's fully baked.
If Bella's doing a coach interview after this map, I would love to know if that was the intent, but straightforward. Autumn, oh, nearly has the lineup here for them, but Kelly S just cannot find the kill. Damage on Autumn even not going to matter. Shrugs that off as the evolution just tops him back up. Quick rotations though, Team Secret trying to get themselves into position, but once again, as they push out of this alley position, they're falling to the wayside. Berserks with two clean kills, but quickly it will then fall, and that leaves just Sylvan left to his own devices, having to tuck away and save that rifle for the last round of the half. So Global, once again, not allowing for Secret to string anything back to back.
Yeah, I think just going into something safe and steady, just use your numbers. You know, Team Secret just leaves Kelly S on his own with a little bit of Cypher util to help him, but the numbers overwhelm him. Zerk's just trying to do what he can on site, but everybody else gets shut down trying to help him out. I just pound for pound, the way that Global Esports trades. I mean, this is something that really impressed me last week. It's just every time you tried to go for a fight against them, you better be ready with multiple players, because you're gonna need the ability to have, you know, those good trades there, because they're gonna have it. So again, the solid fundamentals that Global Esports has been showing. Tough to deal with, and as a solo, even with a little bit of help from a tripwire, you can't even get one there. It's Kelly S. I mean, it's rough pickings out there, to say the least. Look at how they swing together there. Oh. Yudo's so ready for that slide through. I mean, it's just a meat grinder when you're trying to come out of a tight angle like that, even as a Neon.
The last round of the half, Secret. Either that 9-3 hoping for a curse, or it's going to be a 2-10 score line for them. Pit available for the post plant. Neural theft, as well as that Cosmic Divide available for Team Secret, but they're going for a gamble stack once again, pushing down mid. He can try to have a wrap around the back, but
Welcome to my
GE with that pit in play, gonna look to make this pretty unassailable. They've got a trip holding the back for now. Gonna have to clear this one out. So they're aware of some presence. The flash not gonna be coming through. Yodotan does eat the brunt of that. Bobby tucked away on the corner, not gonna be scouted by this Trailblazer. Really, but will be able to find this other slide in. It's gonna be Crystal coming away with a kill onto Rimuru. Hobby dropping down some heals, pushed out, trying to get Kelly S back up to full with a swing in the corner. Hobby able to find one, Sylvan taken down. Berserk still on that approach, but Jesse Bash able to steady the spray. Down the enemy Omen, gets him back into a 3v3, but the pit is still staring them in the face. And Patman's punching it to no avail. Ends up getting taken down, but time is just not going to be there. I don't believe had never gotten it up to half. And now they just barely have it.
Oh.
Unbelievable. 0.51 to make it a 3-9 scoreline for Team Secret.
Switching sides.
That was squeaky bum time.
It was. This whole round was just, I thought, oh man, Team Secret, you're going to have such a hard time getting into this. And Berserk makes so much noise. He drops down from the top, breaks his ankles on the ground. Patman hears it. He's like, I bet I could punish this. And actually ends up getting punished. Berserk went spraying in there and somehow just reacted to him popping out of the smoke. A bizarre first half. Some of the rounds that Team Secret won, you didn't really feel like they should have. We're just being honest, but they did. At 3, it's hard to imagine again that on this attacker side that you're going to be able to do much more damage. Must win pistol as Team Secret. Let's see what they've got cooked up. I think Yudotan fan. Has been garnering, I'm sure, many, many more fans. The way he's been playing this year. Guy is nuts.
I'm now just hoping that curses are in fact real. Needs to start here from the pistol. Go into that second half. Let's see if Secret can collect it. Run this back.
Yeah, it's gonna take a lot. That is about all you can really say, to be honest. It's just gonna be kind of hard to imagine, but we'll see. Infinite universes and all that. Flash up over the top. Deep cages set up. Baiting a little bit of a reaction out. You know somebody there's top ramp. As Team Secret, what do you want to do with that information? You should know as well with the flash, I think, that somebody's playing a site. So you know it's a crossfire. It's got to be ready to break it. Now you know for sure.
Paranoid is sent out. Some space is going to be given up, and fast rotations coming through as Global Esports make their way across mid through vents. So flashed up, redrawing that ghost. Looking to try to steady it, but it's going to be Rimuru coming away with the first kill. Damage on the Hobby as well there at Heaven, as the plant will come in for Team Secret.
Spike planted.
Just fast enough. Now they have to deal with the flood.
Back up towards full. Angel not going to be finding much of anything there, but Berserk does get taken down. Autumn able to find him just in front of main. Jump in the corner, and no one's looking into elbows, and Jesse Bash just collects 3! Suddenly now, Yudotan, who's maybe going to be caught in timing, will be able to hold his own as Kelly S does fall. Gets himself into a 1v2, still a bit of time to try to work with, but he's not going to be ready for Sylvan, tucked away at the back of sight. Team Secret will get themselves the pistol win.
It looked a little bit dicey there. You know, Global Esports threw all the util they could to try to delay that to get the rotations in time. Yeah, but Crystal loses a critical 1v1 there against the Neon. And yeah, they were like, Javi's trying to bait there, and they look the other way. Javi does a little spin jump, and he's like, guys, I'm going to tee you up for this elbow angle. And they don't check it.
Let's go! Let's go!
So that's the round. Jesse Bash
Blinded.
collects.
Kills.
Yeah.
Crystal feeling safe enough to go for this grab, so does manage to get the orb back and away. Trying to get that Nightfall online. And it's once again, I mean, Secret playing very cautiously. I mean, they're worried about some shenanigans in the eco, which is understandable.
Sure.
But unable to find a punish, so orb just gets picked up and able to back away over towards Elbow. In the meantime, Patman, he is working his way very quickly through sewers, but critically, that tripwire is set up to stave him off. So the early alert system is in place for Team Secret. But if Berserks ends up dying on the entry, that could be devastating, potentially.
Oh, Hobby's in a tricky position.
Tucked away and will be overwhelmed. Yudotan able to find one as Kelias will fall, but the Crystal looking the wrong way, ends up getting caught. Spam through, Yudotan going to be tagged up. And that approach from Patman is very much contained as Berserks is alive and well.
Yeah, at this point, probably would look for either exits or die to the spike as Global Esports.
Well, both of his teammates so very low as that Guardian continues to ring out. The trip has been broken. So, yep, there you go. Kill to be found. Yudotan and Autumn. Let's see if he can get any exits. Holding here, the Bucky could absolutely get some damage in, but oh, ends up going wide. And Remur, very clean on the slide, finds himself a 3K in the round. Team Secret, 2 in a row to start off the half.
Yeah, I don't mind at all what Global Esports does here. I think they read the map pretty well. Oh, a great check from Rimuru. That is heads-up stuff to realize that position hadn't been accounted for based on the util you had already sent through. Nice slide in.
Let's go. Nice one.
Now you're only 4 down as Team Secret. Who knows? Maybe they take a bonus here, and all of a sudden we've got a map.
The floodgates will have been opened. Flash out, Remur on the side, and is able to find Yudotan. Doing him with that Bulldog, gets his and gets the hell out. Not looking to overgress, not looking to overstay. Knows that they've gotten themselves a key advantage. Now we'll explore other parts of the map. Hobby, however, is going to be chasing forward, but you can see Sylvan holding back, wary of this. Oh, there's the shoulder check, and now has the confirmation.
And he doesn't want to try to challenge that again. I don't blame Sylvan. Gun disadvantage, so don't give him anything for free here. You guys have got a golden opportunity getting that early first blood for free. Be a little bit cautious about it, Jesse. Try to tee him up, confirms the presence. It's just one player. I think Hobby there trying to look bigger than he is, but now that you're already into ropes, this opens up a ton of pivots for Team Secret, depending on how they get the read. They haven't put any presence, though, over at A, so you would think it'd allow GE here to lean a little bit stronger towards B, but they're going to hedge their bets. They're going to go for a 2-2. I think this could be pretty challenging for Global Esports, if I'm honest.
Yeah, it's very big pressure on Patman and Hobby. This piece out of the map, and they have been the ones near the bottom of the board for Global Esports. Here comes that entry, and even just this slight little move from the Neon, more than enough to break that crosshair on the reface. Hobby ends up losing his life. And with time to spare, the plant will come through, and Global Esports, Crystal and Autumn, have to just sit back and go for the save. Team Secret will convert the bonus. 3 rounds now in a row in this half. Just closing the gap very steadily, round over round.
I mean, I'm just tickled with what I'm seeing today in terms of both teams winning their bonuses on the attack side and split with single duelist comps. It's you could maybe argue that because you have the veto in there for GE, it's maybe a little bit, you know, kind of a half duelist. You could potentially argue, but I think veto plays a little bit more defender-sided, but anyway, I mean, what a crazy start. Anything is possible.
It's starting to certainly feel that way.
They're hunting.
Looking to try to see if they can find anything, but could be going for the check up into heaven. So these 2 players from Global Esports will be able to retain their weapons, but you have to be, yep, there's the timer stop. As I was going to say, you have to be thinking that this is going to be a timeout call for Frost. Might have been able to shrug off the earlier round losses from that first half, and now leaving the pistol and the eco to start off this one, but the bonus conversion is not something that he wants to see at all.
No doubt. And he doesn't look too stressed just yet. Wants to get in there and talk a little bit about what's going on, and I think just again, that early first kill just puts a lot of pressure on Global Esports to not be able to play the game they want to in terms of maintaining map control, showing their presence, being able to play for those trades a little bit more comfortably. Maybe talking a little bit about how to avoid some of those situations again. Fans of just about every player out there, even a lot of Team Secret fans heading in here today. GE, so our bear is dancing.
Hyped up.
He's hyped up, man. I'm hyped to have him here.
See which team is going to be more hyped up after this round. Bit of a half buy here for Global Esports. 2 Sheriffs, half armors in the mix. Glass Cannon Judge for Javi as he looks to try to hold the exit of Garage. That's just checking that there's no quick scaling. Well, a bit of a walk down into mid from Patman, but not going to be able to linger on that angle.
Yeah, just a very anti-neon setup. Javi wants to make sure that he's not going to lose this Garage position to just one player. They did in the previous round. Granted, it wasn't him that lost it, but still, big picture going to be there. For Team Secret, their ideas largely focused around this mid area. Going to wait out the boom bot. Clear it, though, with a shot. So give up a little bit of info. That's going to keep both players dialed in towards this angle. Now, and Sheriff, so Pat just looking for the one and done. Not going to find much. It's going to be a late pivot over towards A, but without any mid control, I would think the rotations could come through pretty quick.
This is where your rifles are at. Crystal and Autumn both. Phantom and Vandal. It's going to be Crystal to draw that first blood. Swing on the corner. Autumn now. Duckman has that cross cut, so takes his way out with a quick TP back over towards screens.
30 seconds left.
Crystal with that haunt at the ready. Interceptor going to be cleared out. The haunt reveal on the 2. Kelly S was going to be pushing forward, finding the 1, but Autumn quickly trades it back out. Patman arriving on the rafters, but again, just that Sheriff in hand. One of the rifles now lost. Autumn, though, okay. Sylvan pushing forward into the smoke. Should have had him dead to rights. Is unable to come away with that kill. Now the scaling forward starting to begin here as Global Esports will be able to retake. Patman and Javi with 1 apiece to close it out at the end. Global Esports slowing down this onward march from Team Secret as they get up to double digits.
Yeah, I think this is just a little bit too readable from Team Secret coming out of the timeout. The ideas at the beginning of the round don't change too much. They try to establish a little bit of garage control. And it's just kind of a slow pivot into, like you mentioned, 2 rifles that Global Esports still had.
Inside, please. One smoke at least.
I don't.
Just looking for a little help there, it's Crystal.
Some obfuscation, please.
Help.
Well, but it shouldn't need on that side of the map, given what we're seeing, at least not yet.
There.
I think I need to see a little bit more aggression. Okay, it's the same clear. I'd like to see this continue. See if you can bully your way through in towards mid.
Shell out, trying to stop this scale forward. Not left them to play off the back of that Trailblazer, and for now, Secret do end up getting halted. Prowler to check, does quickly get cleared out. Zerk's trying to be the entry, trying to find his way. Walks forward into A, but Autumn tucked on that right side of ramp. Catches him by surprise, has the shutdown.
Now you gotta pinch B. You still don't have a choice. Yeah.
Yotan making sure that his setup is good. One of these spotted too early. The swing going to be coming through. He's able to find one. Ramiro basically mid-air, sliding off the top there of heaven. Is able to find the 1, but Javi down. Back pillar comes away with 2. Sylvan now the last one standing. The swing out, and Javi will have the 3K as Global Esports take it up to 11.
Yeah, now they've got a pretty good read. And again, just no early presence shown at A main. Makes things a little bit easier, and Berserk doesn't even check. Just drifts.
I want to see that Ramiro's
I know,
POV.
I know, please. It's not going to happen. He was definitely mid-air, it felt like, when that connected.
Might have hit the shot right as he was getting off the ground.
Could be.
Either way, just an overdrive in the back pocket at the moment. This Team Secret practically try to stave Global Esports off from hitting map point. Yudotan at the same time, however, one away from a showstopper, but it's going to be Patman the first to fall in mid. Taking him down at mail, but they're not rechecking, but it doesn't matter because they have the double face here in mid. So Yudotan going to get punished for that aggression. Crystal, however, at the vents, able to find one, but Kelly S dropping down, chasing in behind his Neon, is able to find that. They maintain the player advantage, 4-2. So looking to try to bring that spike potentially over to the A side of the map. Autumn has been noted. Again, just cross-cutting his way back over towards screens. At the same time, though, Javi on this re-wrap, but Sylvan, it looked like for a second he had realized it and read it, but turns back towards Mail, ends up getting punished. Javi's gonna have to fight his way back in now through Garage. Very safe plant. Jesse Bash sending out that flash, confirms the presence. Just rides that wall.
Oh,
tucked in back
the
pillar.
timing here.
The spike's getting ready to come through. The spot on the one. Smoke blinding. Considered, but Paranoia will be sent. Berserk's now getting that spot confirmation. Has seen him, knows where he's at, and they are not reading this cipher at all. Javi to fall, Autumn. Transferred back, now gets himself into a 1v1. Time still plenty on his side, but Kelly S comes away with a massive 3K. Keep Team Secret afloat.
Yeah, this is more of what I wanted to see in the previous round, is this mid-contact fights, getting in there, clearing out some space, the way they're covering for each other, use that man advantage. Obviously, again, it helps that your Neon is finding that first kill for you. Seems to be another big win condition for what we're seeing for this Team Secret squad on this attacker side, but adjustments being made. Maybe not enough overall to win the map, but I think to at least give you some confidence that Team Secret might make this a pretty contested affair throughout the series.
I mean, they win one more, they're widely going to break the economy. It's just Patman who really has any kind of funds left.
A change-up interceptor going to be tucked into the corner. TP's available back behind the B site, so kind of like a pseudo-omen setup for Autumn there. At the front of B, Garage. Check with the dog. You know, last time there was some force behind that, but now I think Team Secret just looking to see if there was going to be any kind of response from Global Esports compared to what we'd seen in the previous round. You know, showing the same maneuver and trying to get some kind of reaction, but all they really get is a prowler out of it. So they don't have a ton of info here. If they go for this, it's just going to have to be a really clean execute. Maybe get into that post plant with the pit. Could be a good round.
Sliding closer to the wall. The overdrive now going to be popped. The strafe in. Yoromuro completely distracted by the interceptor. Autumn takes his head off, and that's the back away now. Team Secret going to be rerouted. Berserk's trying to open things up. Scouts forward into mid. Sees that everything's going to be clear, and for now it's Yudotan alone on the A side of the map. Team Secret putting themselves in the right position, but here comes the TP.
Oh, he's
over
got
to
a
elbow.
showstopper.
Yep, Javi now arriving, opening up with some shots. Some damage going to be dealt. To the flash, the showstopper now in play. Jesse Bash strafing for the rocket. A direct hit as Yudotan tries to maintain control of the site. Berserk is able to displace him. Kelly S now with a kill into Patman. Spike being brought around, but the pit immediately fallen, and Crystal, most down 3. A frantic scuffle that Global Esports win out in the end, and they get themselves now up to map point.
This is the other part of this big picture for Global Esports that has made them so good here from our eyes in stage 1 is also their ult usage. The way they're so patient with it. Javi here knows that he has to bail out Yudotan even though he has the showstopper. Great awareness from Crystal, knowing that they're going to be weakened and that he has an opportunity to get in there while the pit's blooming to do damage. Very heads-up play from Crystal. And now it's map point for Global Esports. Team Secret gonna try to clear space through mid. There is the trip from the Vito situated inside of that poison cloud, but it's cleared out. Esports just gonna, oh boy.
There's the spot out the slide down, looking for that damage, but Remur himself just getting held up, bogged by that paranoia. Crystal's able to collect the kill. Blast pack sent out. Berserk's gonna fall as Autumn collects the elimination. Kelly S now trying to fight his way back into this one. Spike gets ready to be planted, and Sylvan comes away with the fourth! Took the time to clear the boom bot and still got the kill. Now Jesse Bash looking for the catch here on the Batman. and suddenly it's 15 HP apiece. Weapons recovered, and Sylvan gets the Predator ace. What a round from him.
Masters Bangkok called it, wants Sylvan back.
It's on split as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. Unbelievable. Oh, Sylvan.
Show me this again.
Woo!
Gets the third. Oh yeah, Boombot, no problem.
I
15
got
HP,
this.
still pivots back to find the final. Unreal from Sylvan. Oh, that is something to feel good about. 4 rounds in a row now. Is the economy broken for Global Esports? Just a Guardian, a Bucky purchased in behind this Sheriff. They're trying to go for a walkabout in mid.
Oh, Kelly. Oh, but Yudotan tucks into the corner.
And it's tucking in at Ramen. Does this go red at all?
Just a classic.
The other players working their way down towards sewers. Meanwhile, Berserks.
It's a weird toxic screen, so.
And it's a weird fight to be in. It's an outlaw versus a Bucky. Berserks could just be absolutely screwed if he is. So Autumn able to find that one, swaps the weapons over, and it's going to be good for at least 2 players. Jesse Bash and Sylvan both have that half armor. Same time, though, the B site is opened up. Smoke to be cycled in, and Yudotan once again scaling forward. Might be able to get them off guard quickly here. As Crystal does manage to find Jesse Bash. That interrupts the plant. Meanwhile, the turn back. Yudotan now swinging the corner, but Kelly, yes, wise to it. Guns down 3. Cognitive Divide going to be called in Autumn. Oh, he's got his work cut out for him, and now he's been spotted. Kelly, yes, is going to go swinging to his demise. Still going to be found. A weapon now to be collected. And what a clutch this would be. Both players at back of sight. Autumn sussing it out, but it's a high-low setup. He's going to have to try to break. Spots on the first one. Sylvan's going to be taken low, but takes the fight. And he shall win it. Team Secret. Another 2 rounds in a row. Now just 3 away from sending this into overtime.
Okay. This is a really interesting little setup that I think Team Secret's gonna look at in the VODs and be like, oh, we should have read that off that toxic screen, but
Nice one.
Kelly, yes, still very smart, very aware, making sure to check that flank. Couple big ults here for Global Esports. Looks like Pat's just gonna rip the pit off the start, off the barrier drop, I would think. He's holding it.
Yeah, hasn't sent it. Scale forward, looking for that space here onto the B side. Ramiro going to be sliding forward, but Javi has that judge once again in hand. This time comes away with the elimination. Trailblazer looking for the spot, should get it. And immediately Team Secret have to reroute. Full sprint over to the A side of the map. Autumn, lone defender at the moment, but can quickly be joined.
They have no mid control, so they have to slow this up. They have to cut their sound because they have no idea how deep somebody might have pushed.
Boombot checking out. Actually bouncing towards Ramen.
Toxin screen down.
Info past the wall.
Nobody shot the Boombot, so that's got to be cleared here. They're going to be ready for this angle. Wouldn't be the first time. Obviously, we've seen it this half.
It's a bit of an all-in. Can tuck around the corner and then get that cross-cut out towards screens, but there you go. Finds his first. Berserk's gone and actually puts himself top map. Spam into the smoke. Sylvan worked low, worked down. Javi will be able to find the kill. Kelly, yes. Bit of Autumn, but now that Paranoia at the ready. A 2v4 to try to keep the map going. Kelly S and Jesse Vash. Trying to work wonders, but Paranoia will connect. Kelly just has to back away. Under will play that pressure that he really wants to apply, and he just can't quite line it up on the Yudotan. Patman will find the final, 13-9. Honestly, damn solid effort here from Team Secret. After what it was looking like a complete wash of a first half, they turned this into a very real map.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of credit got to go to both teams, but Global Esports in particular for their game plan on the attacker side, the way they were maneuvering the map, the way that they were taking advantage of whatever Team Secret gave them, sowing some really nice fakes along the way. That was the big difference maker here on Split. Their ability to manipulate and use the information against Team Secret, time and time again, had them making the wrong reads.
Well, that is Global Esports map going their way, but Lotus is going to be coming up next. That's Secret's pick, and in the past, it is a map that they've been able to put up some solid performances on. My big question is, what's Jesse Dash going to be playing? He's going to be rocking the Sova again.
I'm fine with that.
I think it's probably going to be the fade.
Yeah, probably.
But who knows? So we'll see what that map is going to have in store for us. But Global Esports maybe getting shaken up a hell of a lot more than they could have anticipated coming into today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a couple rounds that they're probably kicking themselves that they felt like they should have won. They should have been closed out a little bit sooner. You know, maybe got a little bit overconfident, a little overheated towards some of those rounds on the attacker side. But honestly, I think just some little things to clean up, a little bit of polish to put here on some of this, and Global Esports will be just fine. You know, it'll give something Frost to do next week, right?
That it will, but still work to be done if they want this to be a fast 2-0 series. Team Secret, though, if you look at the rebound, I mean, some very nice plays scattered throughout here for Team Secret. The ace from Sylvan in particular, absolutely gorgeous. These players showing that they absolutely can frag, they can fight back. Want to see more of that as we get ready to go to Lotus, but for now, we'll go ahead and send it down.
GE takes Split, and that map, we were sure that Global Esports was just gonna take this. It looked as though in the beginning that they had it in the bag. They had a massive lead as well. Then there was a little bit of that comeback from Team Secret. Then suddenly they were getting multi-frags, and you had that ace from Sylvan as well. They were getting a little bit of momentum on their side too. Yeah. But Global Esports, they managed to wrap it up, but that was a little bit more of a fight from Team Secret.
Yeah, it was a little bit, you know, I think too close for comfort for this Global Esports team. That first half was dominant. I think you have to say that, of course. Team Secret, though, they do start fighting back when they get onto that attacker side. Gotta say, I like their attacker side a lot more than their defense. I think they played it in a slightly different way that was catching GE off guard. But ultimately, it's that experience, it's that poise from GE do close out their map pick on Split.
I think they're lucky that they had such a strong attacking side, GE. I mean, they were playing very contact heavy. They were catching Team Secret out of position. I don't think Team Secret was very well playing against that particular style well at all. They didn't get enough out of their defense given what their comp was looking like. You're playing Viper, Astra, Cypher. You're expecting to have a good defensive side. You even have something like a Sky Neon where you can run certain traps. You can flash through the Viper wall. I wanted the Neon and the Sky to play better off of each other on the defense. I think that Team Secret, credit to GE for their approach on the attacking side. Very contact heavy, walking around the map, really waiting for aggression, but I think there was a couple of key examples of Team Secret just being completely out of position and giving GE a lot easier of a time on the attacking side, and I don't think they adapted to their pacing at all. I wanted to see Team Secret play some setups deep into the site, you know, play behind Cypher trips or have like a, you know, a site specific setup where they're popping cages, flashing out of them or playing with the Astra smokes, things like that, but you just didn't see anything like that. Instead, they were just peeking out in the mid-round, wasting their Sky utility and not really taking any territory.
Yeah, there's still a lot to work on the side of Team Secret, and you could kind of feel as well that they were very passive in the beginning. They were really not, they were not themselves. And there was more of that Team Secret towards the end. But as you guys mentioned, you know, that defensive side, especially on the A side, that was pretty questionable.
I think Global Esports' approach here was really nice. They're just kind of denying info and walking up towards A. Team Secret, very uncomfortable with that. If you're playing a comp like this that heavy holds onto these sites, you want them to be loud. You want them to run at you a little bit so they get caught up in your traps. But Global did a great job of not doing that and just I just felt like they were cooking Team Secret. I felt like Team Secret never found a way to get stabilized, and Global Esports ran away with it in that first half, and it's a good job that they did, because things started to slow down in that second half.
I mean, every single one of those rounds, you see GE just walking out and shooting people that are standing in the open and not actually really playing off their teammates at all. You saw one round, really, where they flashed through the Viper wall on ramp side, but look at the clock. It's 1 minute 15 seconds. GE didn't do anything until like 40 seconds on the clock. They would work B main control, they would deny information inside a middle, and then they would con back to A with like 45 seconds on the clock, something like that. When the pacing is the same every round, you have to change how you play. You can't just keep running the same setup and getting picked in the mid-round. It's not good enough.
I feel like part of it is a symptom of a little bit of nervousness in that slow start, because they're never able to move forward down the map, establish those deep positions, really gather that info, and GE took advantage of it. But I will say, as things moved across to that second half, we started to see Team Secret in the attack. I felt like it got a little bit better, right? There was more synergy there for for sure.
Well, it's just frustrating to watch because you look at how the Sky and the Neon played together on the attacking side, and that's what you wanted on defense. You wanted to see a guiding light with a Neon pushing in and getting some information, or maybe a Sky Dog setting up the Neon on the operator on an info line or something like that, and then you play the strong setup on the other side of the map. What you want to see is you want to see an active side of the map for Team Secret, or a trap somewhere, plus a big setup with the Astra utility and the Cypher and the Viper Wall, things like that. And we just didn't see that at all.
And I feel like it was a real strong point of their attacker side is when they're able to flash in Rimuru like this, and he's able to take those first fights. We do see him win them a lot of times. So I do think when he was able to find that pick with the help of Jesse Vash's util, those were the rounds that they were able to look a lot more comfortable in. So I do think if they can keep working on that synergy, get a little bit of stronger halves going, but stronger starts with these maps, I do think this is a roster that has potential, but that's why it's so frustrating.
Yeah.
Because they're just not winning.
You just wanted to see them simplify it. Like, you just wanted to see Skydog send the Neon in, and then you've got Kellyas and Sylvan in the mid-round, like, to multi-frag. That's all you really needed to do as Team Secret. I just felt like it was a lot of overcook or not necessarily kind of making plays together.
Yeah, maybe they were also overthinking this match. Maybe they're also overreading Javi, because you know, there is some history there. We were talking to Frost earlier about how, you know, Javi, his roots really go deep, and Frost can even sense how much his past has influenced him. So it might be that they're maybe digging too deep, because I could also sense that Javi was maybe not quite himself as well in this match. So I feel like there's a little bit of mind game somewhere in there.
Yeah, Javi definitely took a moment to heat up. He started to come alive a little bit more in the end of that game, so I think you got to watch out for him in map 2. Now, I will say that was Global Esports' pick of Split. It's a map that they've been good on all year. I'm not surprised to see them win that, but we will be moving forward now into Team Secret's pick of Lotus. I think this is where the veto starts to get a little bit more spicy. They can start to catch this Global Esports team off guard.
Yeah, we haven't seen either one of these teams playing too much Lotus recently. It's just come back into the map pool, so you have some ability to show some creativity. I want to see it continually be simplified for Rimuru. I think you're going to need to see a better performance for Berserks. He had a pretty shocking map 1, but this is a map that he's actually had some very big games on the Sentinel on in the past. You think back to Ascension Jakarta and some of these games on Boom Esports. This is a very comfortable map for Berserks that he usually goes big on. So I'm hoping he's going to start to warm up for Team Secret, and I'm eager to see what they're going to put together this time on the defense, because there's no excuse. You know, you have a Split picked into you, you opt to start out on the defense, and you don't really have a good game plan. Maybe you haven't fleshed out that map enough. This time you opted to start out Lotus on the defense because G has picked the attacking side. We need to see a much better defensive game plan for Team Secret, because if they get rolled by contact plays yet again, it's just not going to be good enough.
Yeah, you have to show that you picked this map for an exact reason, that there is a game plan on this at the end of it all. Because, again, Team Secret, they need this win so bad, because there are a lot of fans that are waiting for this for so long, and it looks as though Global Esports, they are, you know, they're map up in this. And going into Lotus with all the unique comps that Frost has as well, and challenging these players, I feel like these players, they do want to level up in that way. And Team Secret, they're still finding their footing, especially with a player like Rimuru, who is so new to Pacific. This is only his second match here.
Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't be so annoyed about Team Secret if it wasn't so close, right? They've shown a lot of promise and potential, but it's can they put it together now in Lotus on their map pick, equalize this series?
Yeah,
exactly.
I think for Rimuru, it was pretty much the same story. Like, there was flashes and moments where he was actually able to put together some good frags when he was set up well. You need to see him set up well yet again here on Lotus. We'll have a little bit of a look at what Team Secret has cooked in particular up against Global. They have picked Lotus. You know, you've had to see a little bit of a shuffle in terms of some of the agents given the meta change. Love to see Rimuru on the Neon. Berserks will be on Vice, and the rest of the comp very standardized. I mean, this is just a change of what Duelist and what Sentinel you're running, but we've seen this kind of formula many times, and it does look similar to what Team Secret used to run on Lotus.
Yeah, no massive risks there from Team Secret. Global Esports taking things in a different direction. Double smokes with Astra Omen, and they're bringing back Crystal on this deadlock. He had a good performance on Bind last week on this role, so look for him to continually try and pop Rimuru. It's Rimuru who has to be the one running through those traps. They're trying to make it rough for the rookie.
Yeah, definitely so. You know, Kelly S had mentioned that he has his eyes on Crystal. I think now everybody is as well because, you know, Global Esports being one of the only teams to actually work out the deadlock. Hey, let's see what they have planned as we step into Lotus. We're going to toss it back to our casters, Paperthin and Achilles.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Map number 2, Lotus, to determine whether or not Global will be able to find themselves another 2-0 victory. Team Secret have something up their sleeve, a bit more fight left in them. We're seeing it there in that second half of Split. I want to see more of that as we go into map 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the desk is kind of reiterating things that I was seeing, that I was thinking about, that the control and the contact fights and all that stuff need to be a lot cleaner here on Lotus on this defender side to give Team Secret the right footing, the right start into that second half where they looked a lot more comfortable on their attacker side. You know, and it's going to be tough when you switch over because of the deadlock, things like that, but that's another problem for another half. As Team Secret going to have that Vice in there, something that could kind of slow things up, but the util clear on the other side of the map to give a little bit of a bailout for Kelly S potentially. If it ends up being in that direction, but no spike pickup. Again, contact fights early. That's what you're looking for.
Curious how this ends up going here for Global Esports. Going with the Lotus without the Viper. Very odd choice. Very frost-pilled. See how they run this.
That's what he was running in kickoff last year at the very beginning. Had that deadlock in the mix on Lotus, and it didn't go the best. Let's see, maybe against the Neon could be an answer that a lot of people have theorized. Very powerful. And we know he's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve, a lot of tactics and strategies. I'm talking about Talon, by the way, last year when Frost was coaching. Well, and this is kind of a re-exploration towards A, so I think overall here a pretty good read on this Pistol 4 Team Secret and how they want to approach this part of the map, because you've got those thorns to slow things down.
No orb collection for now for Yudotan. Could just be the pivot back into B. They'd still have Crystal position in front. So yeah, will just be the break of the door. Jesse Bash tucking in the side of uppers. The Nebula will bloom and the plant can come through.
30 seconds left.
Now Secret going to be scrambling to try to get into position. Get this retake going.
Got a haunt. Got the ability to kind of come from a bunch of different angles.
Not going to be seeing anything here, at least onto Yudotan, as there's the grab. The paint shell not quite connected with it, so damage on a Berserk's not going to be found, and Jesse Bash actually out of range as well. He's on the chase forward, dropping back, Haunt reveal, Paranoid connecting, Berserk's able to find the first kill, as Hobby's going to be taken down, Yudotan dead as well. Patman only going to be good for the one, as Autumn is trying to make a miracle happen, but he cannot. 2 players surviving. That's going to be Team Secret taking the lead not only in this map, but in the pistols across the set.
Yeah, really like the macro here from Team Secret and how they're thinking about this round. You know, we've got all of our bases covered. Make it a fight at B main. Don't give that up easily. Don't give up that space for free that the plant comes through that direction. If they want to pivot through door, that's fine. Jesse's going to wait up there, rally the troops. They're just going to flood together. Come from an extra angle with Sylvan. Right here. Nicely done.
One enemy remaining.
Good timing. Good thought. Good strategy. Like the way they're controlling the map. I think that was could be a good portent of things to come. So we'll see. Looking for that grab this time.
That avoided. Has pushed the Outlaw further back onto the site.
They're going to have to be fast to get over here. Just that Outlaw there. That's a pretty punishable position, potentially.
Kelly S nearby enough with the Bulldog.
It is dead.
Oh, Autumn on a timing. Able to push forward. Finds Berserks and even gets a ton of damage on the Kelly S. Doesn't have that regen armor, but now they're going to be held at bay. That barrier mesh locking off his waterfall position, having to be cleared out.
It's going to be screaming. Why weren't you? Who was watching the cross?
In that moment, nobody. Hobby down low. The 4-player post plant. Pretty decent here for Global Esports to slide onto the corner. Rimuru only going to be good for the one. Yudotan able to sit him down. Swing in the corner. That ghost in hand. Jesse Bash will end up falling. Sylvan now cut out for him a bit alongside Kelly S, who does manage to collect one. Oh! The rush forward. Crystal finding the shot. Lobbing in that grab net. Has the lock in and has the kill. So close on that defuse, but just cannot make it happen. It's a Red Bull clutch to tie it up 1-1.
The battlefield changes.
I gotta see this from the minimap again, because somehow, some way, Berserks gets killed. Out of TP passed. The smoke's there, the extra layer with the Astra. Something you gotta, kind of consider that normally you don't have to.
In the moment, is he just not registering that TP sound? You have to wonder.
Yeah.
Love to have the bar here because it feels like he was so very close, just a fraction away from being able to get that diffuse through. And Crystal, Johnny on the spot, gets there.
Should have gone for the
right
Forsaken, just started spinning.
Get that high sense. Well, now, kick back onto an eco of their own. Team Secret. Can they do the Pacific Special? Just start trading these round wins. Autumn wants to say no, but Jesse Bash says yes. 1-for-1 exchange. As weapons will just be juggled away. One chucked off the side of the map. Not looking to give any advantages over to Team Secret.
You should have a pretty good idea that C was relatively open, but Team Secret was quick to rotate over the early Nightfall. Just to clear, just to make sure, but Jesse dodges it. Set up for the flood. Sonic sensor right at the waterfall door.
Barrier mesh is there, though. 2 players on that exit, and I mean, Autumn's just going to be catching one. Clear through the smoke. Just find that kill. Patman now looking for the second, but Jesse Bash with the Sheriff doing well to get some more damage in. Try to slow down big economics, snowball, but Kelly S, last one standing. Didn't get anything else. Seems unlikely given that he is tagged to 77. It'll just be the drift away. I thought maybe Yodaton would go on the hunt, try to get another charge towards that showstopper, but it seems like it's going to be Autumn pushing forward, checking out around towards the defender's spawn, but won't linger. He'll just back away, and that opens up for Kelly. He has to go down to the spike, but Global Esports now going to be gaining the lead 2-1.
Okay. I think something already that I hope that Team Secret is talking about is being a little bit more thoughtful on these C defenses, creating a little bit more pressure at mound. I get this is an eco, so it's just, you're trying to go for that big rubble fight, see if you can get that to go. But the deadlock utility is going to be a real nightmare if Global gets in a post plant there on C. So something you got to be considering is just don't let that Sentinel kind of win rounds for you, or against you in this case, but sort of like you see on Bind, where you get into that post plant, it's so infuriating to play against a deadlock. Jesse gonna open up the door here, win the rubble fight, immediately start pivoting over. Now, Kelly has
a contact for Sylvan, so
yeah,
free to just rotate.
Yeah, absolutely. Just gotta be careful with the fight. Hasn't been much of a response, so Global just messing around.
Hello.
Oh no.
Sure about that one. Wasn't ready for that orb to be dropped at all. Just zero consideration. Crystal widely held at bay. The walls there as well as the thorns. He goes jumping across that one. Just about beat dead, but we'll still be able to bait it out. Well, Muru flushed out. A back rubble. Ends up getting caught. Patman with a nice headshot, and Sylvan abandoning ship. Leaving his Neon to the wayside now. That is, again, just Global able to open up a bit more map control. Granted, time is starting to dwindle. 25 seconds remaining. Tap at the door. Autumn just cutting across, but Jesse Bash is waiting around the corner. He's about to get the bad news, and there you have it. The backstab ends up coming through. Pressure applied to the players here on the C site. Kelly S, however, able to find the one, and now 14 seconds remaining. If he can come away with another kill, it could just be the round done and dusted in the hands of Team Secret. Nightfall to crash across, connecting, I believe, onto both, and yes, it has connected. Patman decayed down, sliding further forward. Break any potential lines of sight. Seeing Hobby gets set up. Trying to hold the line. And 2v3, but Patman cannot get the reset, nor can Hobby. Sylvan comes away with a 2, and Team Secret will tie it up 2-2.
Yeah, in general, I think Team Secret is already starting to fix some of the things that went wrong. You're getting a little bit of help over. Kelly S was there to bail out Berserks, who's having a bit of a rough go of it on the C site, but that's okay because you can maneuver some pieces around. They take that A control early. They're able to use that to establish their presence on the map. Jesse doesn't give anything up over on the B. You know, and again, Global Esports is trying to spread the map, sell a little bit of a fake like they would on Split. Nobody really bites this time for Team Secret.
Let's go!
So some good adjustments made in an early timeout. Frost is already not liking what he's seeing.
Wanting to shape things up a little bit here.
I just got lost in the intensity of his eyes there for a second.
He gets going. He is one of those guys who yaps away with passion.
After we recorded the timeout content where I was the judge and I shared a taxi back because the GE office isn't too far from where I live.
Right.
In Seoul. Yeah.
How many words did you get to speak?
Not a ton. To be fair, it's quite interesting because he has so many thoughts about so many things that I'm like, I hadn't thought about it that way. Like, he does make me think because he thinks in different ways than I do, which I really appreciate.
Right.
But at the same time, man's a yapper.
Can you net close, Sava?
Yeah, I do.
Gotta listen in. Global can get done. Better be getting the lead.
Recon from B.
I'm not gonna recon.
Pull up.
Is the blue door open? I think it's just Viper side. Let's open door and ready Prowler. Go. Ready?
Thinking it's just going to be that Viper here, Kelly S on the A site. It is, in fact, Berserks, but you get the correct read that it's just the one player anchoring for now. But with all this pressure being applied, this has allowed for 3 players to slot their way out of B main. Look for this wraparound on a fast flank.
Wall's here, though.
Moonbot going through 3, 2, 1, push over the wall. We'll leave a couple players on the opposite side, but that does include the spike. We'll just have to wait that one out. Meanwhile, the player's getting closer and closer as Rimuru sliding on the corner, and Hobby not registering this fast enough. Jesse Vash able to take him down, and Autumn with beyond the shots. Sends it whizzing right past Rimuru's head, but he comes away with a kill, and now it's a 3v5 post plan for Global Esports as Team Secret seems slated to gain the lead. They both send out. Patman getting his attention split, and he cannot narrow it down. Gives Todd and Crystal now to try to hold the line here somehow, but they will quickly get overwhelmed, and Team Secret, a sacrificial Neon, get themselves into the lead once again.
God, this time, this map, Team Secret is making really good reads, anticipating that there was going to be a heavier fight for rubble control, that was going to be the adjustment that Global Esports talked about during this timeout, and they're 100% right. So they've got the extra layer of Vice utility here, shifted it onto the other side of the map, gives them that little bit of extra ability to kind of figure things out. I'm curious what exactly happened, like you were talking about, Global Esports gets caught flat-footed because they put a sonic sensor right at the rocks outside of A main, and it got cleared by Team Secret, so I don't know what was going on. Maybe just figured it was one and they had enough time to clear sight first.
Where are you?
But Team Secret had 3 there.
Bring them down.
I'm not one to often make pleas, but Hobby, 0-5-0. Happy with my build diff, please. They should have do something, but it's going to be Autumn, the first to fall in the round. As once again, wall intercepting, thorns are popped, as Paint Shell rebounding off the box, doesn't quite make it over to water. They will be able to clear this out and see that the rest of the C site is open for the taking. Yudaton in this position, going to be very vulnerable with the bucket, but never mind. Berserks his attention tied elsewhere as Hobby will be able to swoop through and finds 2. That's what I'm talking about. Sylvan finding the shutdown, however, on a Patman. Hobby's having to back away. The Paranoia going to go crashing across, but now Annihilation going to be popped. Crystal is ready and waiting, trying to shotgun blast, and will be able to get the grab here onto Sylvan. Jesse Vash wanting to try to break out his teammate, but try to scale forward and clear it out. Just won't be able to do it in time. Crystal, very nice shot. As Global Esports will tie it up 3-3.
Yeah, you can see how dangerous this composition is on those C post plants. So much ability to delay, and you get into this ult, and Sylvan just has to challenge it. He knows that they don't have the time to wait this out. Huge. So much damage with that second shot. Tease Hobby up. Oh, the follow through on that transfer. Oh my word.
Nice
Is that a
one,
collapse actually through the Annihilation? I thought it was through the corner, but I'm pretty sure he actually just shot
him through the
that.
cocoon.
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
Well, Pit, as well as the Steel Garden online, slide forward, and Muru going to be losing his head. Very clean there from Mutaton. As a swing back rubble, Autumn able to find Sylvan, quickly makes his exit with the TP. Global Esports wiping their heads saying, well, our job on that A side of the map is done. Let's go back to C.
Yeah, that is probably exactly what Global Esports was looking for out of that timeout, so that's a really nice adjustment. Just being that much more patient, taking that extra little pause there, anticipating the Neon was going to be dashing in. And Yudotan so sharp with the shots.
I think you have to just save.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to. So,
Sound sensor out.
some time to relax and try to
Listening.
talk about what you're going to do here as Team Secret to regain control over this one. Still playing a very tight-knit game, but you don't want Global Esports to start running away with this.
For sure. You could throw one player out here as Global Esports to go hunting. You have the money.
I mean, Yudotan 2 charges away. I think he would be the one.
Exactly what I was just thinking. Doesn't. Let's see if they do. I mean, I don't know if there's enough time now that they could get there anyway, but.
Well, they clear out the C lobby, so we'll just be a full death ball push back over towards our own spawn, but I don't think they're really going to end up intercepting anyone here, so nothing more to be found for Global Esports in the round aside from the round itself. So 4-3, they will regain the lead. Can they break away, or will this back and forth continue? Still 3 weapons to try to utilize, but 2 dead players for Team Secret. That's just going to be a bit wonky.
Curious if Robotics was thinking about a timeout at all yet. It's like the clock is going to tick. So should just be going through. A wry smile on Sylvan's face. Probably still feeling pretty jazzed after that ace. Still though, having a solid map despite getting a little bullied a little bit by his opponent. His counterpart in Autumn. That one hit a nice paranoia to take him down. Combo, grab net, nade. Looking to see if they could catch the Neon. This time around, patience, Team Secret's answer to what they saw in the previous one. GE just gonna slowly scale forward, but there's a lot of players here.
Team Secret are doing very much the same. Tap of that door, the Paranoia gonna be flying through. Remove, setting up with that relay ball, trying to close the gap, trying to find some damage, but will get cut down to size. As it is looking like a Team A situation here for Global Esports, as Berserk's now last one alive. Just that Guardian. Might just have to be another save angle here. As we'll drift his way back through upper. Angel will find a target on the crystals. He goes pushing forward towards the defender spawn. They're going to be anticipating that he's going to be a bit further away than he is, so kill to be found, but Patman on the case will swoop in, gets the headshot. Global Esports will be able to break away from Team Secret for the moment.
They're so ready for these trap plays that Team Secret has tried to run. Saw it on split on A Heaven, and this round again, they're looking to explode at the drop of the toxic screen, and GE's just taking their time, waiting it out. They've got crossfires galore, and looks a little bit disjointed as well from Team Secret. Kind of one by one, they were trying to flood in there, and Global Esports just sitting them down. And here's the timeout. So Robotics probably trying to talk a little bit more about those A rubble fights, I would assume. I think maybe, again, just making sure that they know where that util needs to be, who needs to be where and when and how.
That is a quite good drawing of Frost.
That's pretty good. Not bad.
The only thing that would have made it more accurate would be putting a hat on him.
That's true.
Sign here for Zest, who is actually doing a guest spot on the Korean Analyst desk.
Yep.
Had Saya player yesterday, which was very nice to see him.
Zest's second time, actually. He was on last week.
He's done plenty as well just through the past several years since he had stepped away from playing. So, always good to see him around the studio. I'm sure that there's been plenty of English fans wondering what he's been up to since he has formally retired from playing. So he is still involved in the VCT scene.
Things you love to see, and things GE is loving to see, is the rounds they've been running and the ult cycle they've been able to find themselves in.
Face your fear!
It's the Nightfall, just to try to slow down this rubble fight, but by proxy.
I mean, clear on that TP now. Barreling forward, showstopper in hand, sees the door isn't broken, turns the sights towards upper, but Prowler will get the connection. Just going to be lobbing that one in, creating some space. At the same time, as that wall will expire, the plant can come through, so fairly fast hit forward here for Global Esports. As barrier mesh considered for a moment, but ends up going over towards upper. Sonic sensors placed as well over towards that connector, but yeah, it is just going to be the full rewrap in fact. Meanwhile, Crystal on the late linger. Heard that second player pushing forward, but doesn't actually get the bounce to get the connection onto Rimuru. We'll just stick around, try to see if that push ends up coming in, but it's going to be a full reroute for the Neon. Patman playing forward, a knife attempt here for Kelly S. Patman, fellow countryman's going to be wise to that one, so does manage to avoid the blade. Bobby scaling forward, able to find Rimuru, trying to take point, lead, create some space, guide the team forward for this retake, but action like that, that could get it going, but Hobby comes away with 3 massive kills, and Patman will have the finisher. Timeout not to be. Global Esports now very much running away with this half after a very contentious start. Up by 3.
Such a nice quick pivot here for Global Esports. Lose the Rebel fight and just immediately slam into B, set up your deadlock util there. So Crystal kind of tee himself up for some freebies. Ooh, Hobby. Ooh, Hobby.
Let's go! Nice mid-round, Pat. Nice mid-round, Pat.
Yep. Oh, Pat finding
the call
that
for the
one.
pivot.
That was a great pivot. The timing on that was so snappy, too.
Looking for this crunch play, and so far so good. Yudotan able to find one, but Hobby still yet some fight in him. Comes away with that kill. Another. Hobby looking for the transfer. Can't quite find the third. Still been finding him with that Sheriff. Autumn spraying and praying. Not being rewarded until he finally paces forward out of the smoke. So kill to be found. Oh, Kelly S and Autumn.
Spike's still there.
MB recovered. He's just not going to be able to get the line of sight. But Autumn, does he decide to play further into this? The barrier mesh is now gone. Bit of a fake on the TP. There's a swoop in, and Autumn hits a headshot down to 15 health. Needing that headshot with that Sheriff, but it's going to be a Red Bull clutch. Another into the hands of Global Esports as they lock up a lead at the half.
Yeah, love the idea here from Team Secret. This looked very Paper Rex to me. Just slam out a mound like that with the Neon leading the charge, but a great haunt in response from Patman. Catches a lot of them. They still frag their way out of it. Yeah, Autumn was down to 70 HP. Sylvan, oof. Oh, man. I mean, if he was just a little weaker, he'd just gotten tagged up a little bit more. Early grab net. No need to follow. Team Secret wants to put Berserks over here on the A side again. Trying to shore up this space, and they're going to try for that 3-man push. Let's see if GE falls for this again. There's no util behind this to get the read on it. But they're slowed up, and now they're kind of like, this looks a little familiar.
Eyes turn towards that lobby for a brief little moment, but they will just commit full 5 players forward. But before the door is shut, Rimuru catches a glimpse and finds the shot. Hobby going to be taken down. Baramish trying to hold him off the Annihilation, going to be popped as Crystal rides the rope. He rebounded it off the wall into stairs, would be able to find that kill. Will get the grab on the Kelly, yes, but the break is going to be possible as Berserks is right there. Standing by. Paranoia now connecting, Yudotan frantically trying to break the angles, but he is just going to be broken. As Rimuru, massive round for the rookie. Comes away with 3 to get Team Secret up to 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's just almost a carbon copy of a couple rounds ago. One of the last ones that Team Secret won. Throw the Vice onto A, push 3 through mid B. And Global Esports just isn't ready for it. I thought they considered it for a moment, but the timing just caught him a little bit off guard. Nice work here. Sylvan did a great paranoia, by the way. It hit 2 players, hit Yudotan as well. Even though Rimuru didn't get him initially, he was able to follow up and finish the job as Autumn was trying to bail out of heaven.
This ends up being a bit of an overheat from Global Esports. Confident enough that there's going to be a player at that stairs location. Why not just bank it off the wall instead of trying to, shotgun them with the ultimate? So, poor decision from Crystal. Well, to just keep eyes off that lobby position with no util behind them. Let's see though if Global can make this an 8-4. Team Secret rally back to these last 2.5. Yudotan wanting to try to go for that break on the wall, but Spams out, will force him back away. So for now, it will remain standing.
Feeling like a pivot, though. Saw some pings earlier, so GE kind of had this in mind from the get-go. They're going to throw an Omen smoke over towards C to keep that extra player in place. It's going to be on to Sylvan and Rimuru. This time, Rimuru last time had tried to take that fight on the other side of Rubble. This time he's sliding back to work with Sylvan. Like the adjustment there, that's really nice. Don't give anything up for free. So a little bit of a micro adjustment from the newbie. Looking pretty smart, pretty sharp. Now you're putting yourself into a pretty decent position to play out this Nightfall potentially.
Paranoia in, he's going to be overwhelmed so very quickly. Sylvan still a tree. Making the TP across, but Javi is there, swooping through the door. On that punish, Jesse Bash dead on arrival. Now a 2v4 to try to play out. Oh, you meant to break these angles. He's out onto the corner. Patman scaling forward through the nebula. Waiting here for this exit out of stairs. Berserk's on the other side. He's still able to get the jump, so Patman will fall, but damage is dealt. He's down to 30. He's trying to find something on the tap of that door. Meanwhile, the high-low, having managed to get one. Give Kelly a window back into this, but now he knows exactly what he's up against around the corner, and you still have Javi swooping around the back. It's being a wee bit whippy. So Kelly has to collect one, but nothing more. 8-4. Very close at the start. Global Esports found their stride and were able to break away from Team Secret.
Yeah, this one just a little bit of an off timing here. The Nightfall just a hair behind Rimuru, peaks before it gets ripped, or right as it gets ripped, and that's before you can really kind of take advantage of what's going on with that ultimate. So as much as I credited him for a minor adjustment in the beginning part of that round versus something I saw that was a problem earlier on in that half, there were still mistakes with the timing, and that cost them dearly. Because if they wait that Nightfall out and just hold crossfires, I think then it's a much different affair.
4-round deficit now. Patman having a very good game so far. That being said, I mean, it's tight-knit across the board here for Global Esports at the moment. No one really having the carrot pants on.
Well, it is Lotus. It is attacker's side now. You know, that is generally where you want to do your damage. It's just Team Secret fans praying.
Please, one match.
Just one more map. At the very least. Hard to say, but 4 doesn't feel like it might. I don't know.
And that was their side selection on Lotus.
Oh, God.
Or rather, it was Global, so that is... I'm sorry, or I'm happy for you. But I ain't reading that.
I saw a bunch of, like, Team Secret wins, and then I gave up.
Even if it was in English, yeah. I don't think that I would be able to read it in time.
No, I didn't.
No. But I can assume that it's just full of well wishes for Team Secret, who have the lead at the moment in pistols, 2-1 in this series. Let's see if they can expound upon that. Start the run back, much like they were able to do on Split. Autumn on the push out, able to spot 2. Takes a bit of damage, answers some back onto Rimuru in kind.
Didn't know we had Herman Melville in the audience today.
I feel like not many people, no one's gonna know.
That's fine. I get it. You get it. I had to read that book in high school, okay? That's all I'm saying. Wasn't that bad. All right, so throwing some smokes out, trying to set this up, leaving a late player. Our Team Secret. This looks like they're going to try to pivot into B, maybe. God, this is going to be tough, man.
Prowler on the spot. Javi holding close. Paranoia not going to be connecting, but Berserks with a headshot absolutely will. He goes down. Jesse Bash going to be traded on the paint shell as well. Able to find Berserks. Gravnet on the assist. On this late lurk, but it looks like Autumn has a read on it. It's a recycle on the paint shells that ends up coming through, but Rimuru with that bandit. Ooh! Finds 2 quick kills, but Crystal gets rid of Sylvan and gets rid of the Neon. 2-2 in pistols, now 9-4 on Lotus. Global Esports looking to bring this one to a close.
Yeah, just watching that from afar, you don't have much ability to clear B Heaven. And they do it with their guns initially, But the follow-up, oh, the spam through from Yudotan gets one on top of that paint shells that follows up. Nasty couple bandit shots. Crystal, so calm under pressure.
Nice!
He's looking all over the place. I love it, man. Just checking everything.
Looking for a pacey hit, but a pacey shutdown. Perhaps in reply is on him. Get fire, Hobby. Just getting a quick little transfer over. Flawless anti-eco. Double ditches established now for Global Esports.
Well, now has to be a very clean rest of the half for Team Secret. You know, we saw it on Split where they were able to string some together, make a run of it, but right now it's starting to look a little bit dire. Losing that anti-eco in the previous half was really devastating overall, and starting to see some of the ramifications of it. But
I mean, it's been a big rebound from 0-5 and 0 to 12-10 and 2. Hobby now at the top of the board.
They one way C, they one way C. Get the angle on C, boys.
Oh, they still there.
Yeah, they still there. Wait, get cross bang. Okay.
Quick break at the wall. Berserk's unable to find a counter spam. Get a punish through. Look at the firepower here for Global Esports.
God, he was sitting in a star. I'm worried about getting Nova pulsed or something there, but they just used the smoke. Clear the angle.
With the the paint shells out, Autumn at the same time. The paranoia will fly as he backs away through the baby door, and this is the A site completely open, so Global Esports quickly going to have to reposition. While Berserk still continuously being held at bay outside of B. Site open for the taking, Team Secret. Get the spike in play.
Still have a couple blast packs here. Create some chaos on this Flood retake. Got all 5 players. Patman has a couple pieces of util to throw at this. Grab net 2.
Oh, yes, the quick spot. Autumn dead. Double approach going to be heard. Noted. Sylvan able to find the one. Kellius with another. Patman now.
Toxin screen down.
Looking to try to put the cape on, but will be denied. 3K from Kellius. It's Team Secret, the anti-bonus. 5-round deficit to try to claw back into this game.
Yeah, just pretty stock standard stuff here from Team Secret in terms of not losing any of those early contact fights. Zerk's doing a nice job just controlling his space, not giving anything up for free. Make the pivot over to the wide open site, set up those post plants, knock him down.
Nice. Let's go, boys.
Big boss here.
Very sturdy. It gives you a little bit of hope here as we go into the rifle v rifle. Can do some damage. You get the win onto this, put Global Esports back onto an eco. Should start feeling pretty good. Patman considering a challenge. Oh, he was right above Berserk's head.
He is so lucky to not even take a lick of damage there.
Both of them. Both of them were just off. Look at how much space, though, you've taken here as Global Esports.
Well, a little bit of that space denied. Zubaton now also going to fall. Big kills found here. As even with the deficit, I'd be curious if Frost elects to call for a timeout. Again, Crystal trying to make sure that it's not necessary, but there is a gap, that barrier mesh. They can just walk right past the front of it. So Sylvan does so. Net going to be removed, and the kill is found. Now it's just Patman and Hobby trying to see if they can pull a rabbit out of the hat.
That barrier mesh just felt
it
like...
went deep.
It did, but it felt like it was more of like a bait. He was going to throw it, try to break their crosshairs while they're tracking it, and then go for the kill, and that's kind of what happened. I just don't know that it's an optimal play. You do have one player here, Patman.
30 seconds left.
Who, man, he's going to have to go absolutely bonkers. Needs at least 2. I mean, 3 would be amazing. 4 is not possible because Kelly S is chilling in spawn. Time, though, man. Time. Oh, okay.
Well, time indeed, but it will be Hobby just finding that last little kill here onto Kelly S. And now tucking away to try to go for the save. Still a bit of a smile on his face there at the end of that. He knew that he was lucky to survive the fight, but this is going to be Team Secret once again. Finding themselves a round win, closing the gap, just 4 separating after this.
Yeah, and you do a ton of economic damage to Global Esports here. Hobby just down to 30 HP, so he's going to have to rebuy shields. Everybody else down to basically broke. Yudotan at 500 credits sitting in the back pocket. Does have a rocket there too, but it is going to be uncomfortable for Global Esports to say the least. Just, again, solid sort of map reads, understanding your gaps, giving up that A space, and Global Esports, as we saw on Split, is very eager to gobble up any free space you give them. They're playing Monopoly out there, and Team Secret's just like, okay, we got to hold the line. They do exactly that. So, I think I'm seeing some of the kind of big picture map-to-map changes that Team Secret has been implementing, that they've seen, and I've liked some of it. Otherwise, some of these rounds, you just get bullied because you have so many fraggers on Global Esports that Team Secret has to play really, really near-perfect rounds to not give up anything. So Global Esports is hungry to press their advantages. Nice elbow.
Dead.
Yep.
Toxin screen down.
Solid opening kill. Cracks open that A side of the map. But Team Secret, they're still wary that there's going to be some shenaniganry here from Global Esports. So they just get them to kind of fan out across the map for the moment. Right around a minute remaining.
Autumn's got this
pushing.
Yeah, he's got this shotgun, so at least gives you a little bit of comfort to lean A, since he's pushed up. Again, that showstopper very much should be in the back of Team Secret's minds.
Full armors should make it difficult for the Frenzy to really find significant value, and it looks like they're not even going to go for him. Will be a bit of a circumnavigation. Cut around the back. Patman. Sheriff in hand to maybe try to take point and slide in. Does manage to find that headshot. He's able to peel back around the corner as well, and this is going to make Team Secret not feel comfortable to try to go for the plant. They have to flush them out. Flush them out they shall. Berserks and Sylvan want to pop the plant now to come through. Wall ends up getting popped as well. As Autumn, widely going to be wondering what the hell he can do. Try to close the gap and put this Bucky to use. All likelihood is going to need Yudotan to create a distraction, but he won't get it. Kelly S will be able to strike just a little bit faster. Doesn't have the read, however, on Yudotan's position, so the kill's still to be found. If Yudo finds one more, especially on the Jesse Bash, he's going to feel way more inclined to potentially invest that showstopper, but the time is starting to bleed away. Seems like it will just be a quick little exit, maybe a check down into drop. No, doesn't have the spot there. We'll just rotate out, try to hold on to the weapon, but Jesse's going to try to pursue in from behind, draws out the gun, but Yudotan will shut him down. So the punish cannot be found, but Team Secret still able to get another round victory. 3 in a row, and now just 3 more to go to tie it up.
Is this going to be
surrounded by
the pause of the clock?
Seems like no.
All right. Let's give him one more rifle, one more chance to get Javi to make the adjustment. Rimuru, some moments where he looks great on the Neon, others where I'm like, I think you need to kind of try a different approach there with the slides and the dashes. That one just kind of going face first into Patman's gun. Making it a little too easy, but at times he's been looked pretty solid on it. Still a little bit of shakiness here and there. Now you got to be extra cautious. I don't blame Team Secret at all with that showstopper there. One away from Crystal's ult too. They're not playing him into any of the orbs though. Just waiting on towards B. They're expecting a B hit. Team Secret is having to clear a prowler here. Kelly S doing that A rubble dance that sometimes you have to do as the Viper. You're all on your own. Trying to create some space, trying to create some chaos. Both prowlers, though.
Yeah, sending out both. Just getting further confirmation that there is still a player there.
Kind of wonders if that's something that they're going to want to punish then, knowing that that fade's going to be a little bit lower on Util.
Well, now they're down on both sides. Jesse Vash has invested his as well. So corner checks as they lean back into the stacked A site. Going to start being a little bit rougher. Shots out from Autumn stairs. Does get a connection there on the Berserks. I was
going to say, the crosshair is right on him.
Ooh. Avoid further damage suffered, but Nightfall going across. Going to hit on the Crystal. Berserks, however, finds Autumn. Patman across the way. Their side wants to try to pressure out Berserks and Chow, but now the numbers are dwindling for Global Esports. The pit now in play. Haunt going to be sent out, and Patman is contained by his own teammate's barrier mesh. They just have to break it if they want to actually try to make a go of it. Otherwise,
they just can't.
Yeah, save call. Javi's tagged up. Maybe just planted for some exits, perhaps.
But why? You want to get Patman one for the ult, that's it.
Good thing. Well, you don't just gonna be happy to get a kill and get away. Team Secret continuing to march their way back into this game. 4 rounds now in a row, just 2 separating, and you have to think that Frost is going to commit that second and final time out of the map, as this is very much starting to get away from them. Team Secret been finding comfort round over round.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just really patient.
But the timer continues to tick.
Oh boy. I mean, sometimes Frost will do this where he wants to give his IGLs a chance to figure it out on their own, to kind of have to experience that in the heat of the moment to try to get them to learn.
If only he could see, he's more like Termy than he thinks.
I was thinking it. I was thinking that. I'm glad you said it, because I wasn't going to.
Nearly a stack deck, so maybe Frost is just relying on that. That 5 ults, but there goes one of them, Yudaton.
There.
Scaling forward, taking that space at lobby, but no kill to be found. They will get Patman entrenched forward as the Nebula will dissipate, and now he's got to back away.
But this is the same thing that Team Secret is anticipating in the previous round, and here they have a very similar setup at the beginning of the round where they're looking for that showstopper play. Into the spawn?
Autumn just trying to get the hell out of dodge. TP's in behind them, in fact. Meanwhile, Patman trying to hold the line up close is good for the first kill, but then falls to the wayside as Berserks comes away with another. But do they read this at all? It seems like they have. The slow approach to try to re-clear it, but Berserks not quite ready, but Autumn is only going to be able to find the 1 kill. So still into a 3v3. Global Esports starting to get a misread, scattered to the winds across this map.
Well, you know it's probably not C, but the barrier mesh just dropped. So now, if you take a little bit of a pause here as Team Secret, you might get them to spread out. They're pinging out Crystal's position. He has the Annihilation. They know that this is another threat in this round. And if they could get through that, they've got a real chance to break GE and win this map.
Man, 20 seconds remaining. Use of the... Okay, never mind. Won't hold that thought, because that's just going to be them getting mowed down. There's the final dragon. I was going to say the Cosmic Divide could just lock them out pretty much of everything on the map, but they didn't need it. Annihilation will be able to claim 1. The net locking them in position, and the kills are found. So Global Esports, it took a while. 4 rounds in a row given over to the Secret, but they will be able to win one of their own. Still 2 away from closing out this series.
A big win there for Patman. And again, I think just a little bit of a positioning there from Berserks where he didn't realize that he could be seen around that corner. Thought him and tucked in. They knew he knew he was back there, but nothing you can do at that point. They knew it was there. Team Secret knew it was there, and there's just nothing they can do about it.
Crystal said, "How did I ult him?"
Ricocheted off the ground.
Yeah, he got it off the I think the ground into the wall and bounced up into him.
Yeah.
Either way, pacey hit attempt here from Team Secret. Not wanting to let Global Esports get up to match point. Sliding to the back of sight, and Crystal is there, greeting him with a headshot. Mamoru now dead. Jesse Bash joining him 6 feet under as Kelly S fights back for 1. Patman gone. That cleared out, but now the arrival. Yudaton here on the site, swoops in, finds Berserks.
There.
Yes, with a second. Can they fight this one out? No, they cannot. There's 1 more to be found, but Crystal rock steady here on A. Holds the line, gets a 3K, and Global Esports get up to match point.
Just the heroics of Crystal. It's going to be the difference maker in this round. They try to lead the way with the Prowler, but it doesn't. Check the corner. Goes deep. He just has the grab net ready for the follow-up, and Jesse's stuck in it. Has to try to go for the 1-tap.
Timeout.
Crystal's just too good for it. Robotic's going to dig in. See if he can bail out Team Secret in this final timeout, potentially, of the series here. Need to win 4 in a row just to send it to OT now. So I guess it's just these little things kind of killed Team Secret. Some of the macros not bad, but at the end of the day, the pound for pound, Global Esports just is deeper in a lot of different categories. I think this map definitely, in my eyes, looks a little bit rougher for Global Esports than their split does, but
yeah.
But still, there's a lot of good things that they do. The individual moments and their kind of big picture decision making gets the job done. They're constantly showing you different looks, trying to keep you guessing, make you think. That right there was a brand new one. It caught Team Secret completely off guard.
Well, now a weaker buy to try themselves back into this. Economy is a bit all over the place for Global Esports. Should be able to afford another one, so it's going to take a couple rounds in a row for Team Secret to break that economy, but if they can get a couple rounds in a row, then we're likely slated for overtime all the same. Once again, looking for a quick scale forward. Patman just going to be sending out the Nightfall. Action on the 3 players. They know that the stack is there, and look at these Sharks swooping in around the back. Chum in the waters. And they are looking to chomp, swing out. Finding the timing there on that reload is Rimuru. He's just able to zap too. I'll be dead as well, and suddenly, this crunch play, it's absolutely shattered by Team Secret.
Show that from Rumiru's perspective. He got double headshots.
Patman trying to intercept somebody, but they've already made their way back across into A lobby. They can be fast on this chase. Berserks is dead, so the early alert of the wall not going to be triggered behind them. They're just going to reroute anyway. Just go for a save.
Love the boldness. Honestly, I think it's a pretty good call from Global Esports. Just got outplayed a little. So a better reaction from Team Secret. I'm not too fussed over that round at all if I'm a Global fan. Sometimes it just be like that. Sometimes the Neon just gets those lightning fingers to connect to your head and it's lights out.
I want to see that one back because
oh yeah.
I'm not sure which player it was, but going for the reload wide out in the open. Ends up dying on that C side. I mean, I don't think they'd empty the mag. So I think they had plenty of bullets. They could have just maintained position on the angle with the gun out, but I'll have to try to see if we can spot it in the replay. Either way, that ends up being very costly. A window back in for Team Secret.
Gotta go.
We wait. The Obby?
Maybe.
Oh.
Probably.
Let's go.
3 more rounds, boy. 3 more rounds. Come on.
Yes.
I'm out of here.
That is correct math. 3 more to go. But you kind of put the fear into Team Secret, I'm sure, a little bit with a lot of these early, overly aggressive rounds from Global Esports. So now they're going to try to use that against Team Secret.
Ultimate ready.
Play a little bit safer.
Crystal might not have a rifle, but he does have that Annihilation. But Yuratan has himself spotted on the walkout. LES can't quite connect on the headshot. That would have been a massive opener for Team Secret.
Wall set.
It's going to be the wall set up. Be very wary about these aggressive flanks.
Gotta go.
Prowler, check around mound. It is just a
There.
Lone Star as well. That Sonic sensor ready to greet them, but now the barrier mesh going to be layered in as well.
It's just needs to be a quick clear of this and try to put what pressure you can. Are you going to rip the Steel Garden?
Yeah, sending it out. They're not sure where the rifles are going to be positioned, so Steel Garden not really going to net them too much as this barrier mesh finally will be broken. 3 players close by. Autumn still a world away. Making sure there's no late linger, no massive flank to come through as C-Stade going to be lobbed in. Rimuru going to be dead to rights. Yuratan able to find him. He gets ushered further forward. The plant now interrupted. As the net gets lobbed in, now the Annihilation. Ready to be banked, but it's going to be Yudo again, spamming, interrupting this spike plant. It's 20 seconds to go. Sylvan on high here. Top of the box, able to find it, but the Annihilation had connected. Berserk's now going to be taken down. Sylvan finds himself a third.
Player standing.
He's going to have to find anything, but he also needs to try to get the spike in play. Gets the plant, looks for the shot, but gets denied. Patman will find the kill, and Global Esports will find the series win 13-9 in both of these maps. Contact your city council. The traffic lights are broken. Global Esports able to find the back-to-back round wins.
Yeah. I mean, a really solid series from Global Esports. You got big smiles from Frost. Has to like the way that Crystal started to play that deadlock as the map went on. He was so oppressive. The way they were able to cycle that util 2 on that last round. So challenging. Just checking on Numeru, but he seems fine. I think he had a little bit of a rough one today, but still, again, new to VCT Pacific, new to Team Secret. And still some encouraging signs for Secret. There's slow progress forward. It's just, is it going to be enough this year?
Right. Clearly, that growth potential is there. Respect and hugs going to be exchanged here. Global Esports off to a roaring start. I mean, we had the stat card earlier. Already, more wins in a year than the organization has ever seen.
That's
with
true.
The strongest iteration that they have put on display. This is a team that is slated for very great things within VCT Pacific. And so far, you have to drop a map.
Yeah, this should be them in the playoffs for the first time ever. It feels like, barring something catastrophic.
Which, given the pace, given what we're seeing, seems unlikely, but we will knock on wood just in case. Not to be overly superstitious. Let's go ahead and send it down to Bella's going to be standing by with a winner's interview.
Well, it's a wholesome moment that we just saw, and I am going to talk to Yudotan today. 안녕하세요, Yudotan. 안녕하세요. Patman just mimicking me. 글로벌 e스포츠의 유도탄 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. Well, Frost curse. I don't think it's a curse anymore. It's just like Patman called it. After taking your first win here at Stage 1, there is no more curse. Now, today's match, I think it went a little bit longer than everyone expected. I wanted to hear your take on how your match against Team Secret with their newest addition, Rimuru, was like for you. 이제 오늘 경기로 프로스트 감독님의 저주가 없어졌다라고 봐도 무방할 것 같아요. 팬맨 선수가 얘기했듯이 첫 번째 승리를 스테이지 1에서 하고 나서 오늘 2연승까지 챙겨가면서 저주가 이제 없다고 봐도 되는데 오늘 경기가 조금은 더 길게 갔잖아요. 팀 시크릿의 새로운 팀원 리무루 선수 이제 합류하고 나서 좀 어떠셨는지 들어보고 싶습니다.
솔직히 말하면 팀 시크릿을 상대하기 전에 되게 까다로울 것 같았는데 생각한 대로 약간 상대하는데 되게 예상치 못한 플레이들이 좀 많은 것 같았어가지고 좀 그렇게 많이 힘들진 않았지만 생각했던 대로 좀 까다로웠다. 약간.
Coming into today, I thought today's matchup against Team Secret was going to be a little bit tricky, and as we all predicted, it was a little bit unexpected. We saw some unexpected plays on their end, and it wasn't too rough, but I would say that I was genuinely impressed at how different they were looking. Yeah, it seems like a lot of the teams here, they're adjusting to the meta change. They're trying something new, trying to find their own identity. And, Autumn shared his part on how GE was trying to find your own you guys' own color. And I wanted to ask you, we saw you back on the primary duelist role. Was that your idea? Is that a secured role? Tell me all about what that talk has been like for you. 이제 모든 팀들이 메타에 좀 적응을 하면서 새로운 시도를 도전해보고 있긴 한데 글로벌 e스포츠도 지난번에 어텀 선수가 좀 우리만의 색깔을 찾으려고 하고 있다, 다양한 시도를 주고 있다라고 얘기를 했었는데 또 유도탄 선수가 다시 일선 타격대를 독점을 하는 모습을 보여줬습니다. 이게 고정인 건가요? 본인은 좀 어떻게 느끼고 있는지 들어보고 싶습니다.
일단 우선 팀에서 네온을 담당할 선수가 필요했는데 일단 네온을 전에 해봤던 경험이 있는 제가 네온을 하면서 자연스럽게 엔트리 자리를 제가 맡고 어텀 선수가 원래 예전부터 되게 플렉스 롤을 담당했던 친구라서 그 친구가 이제 플렉스 롤 하고 그래서 제가 엔트리를 담당하게 된 것 같습니다.
만족하시나요?
네, 만족하고 있습니다.
Well, we needed a player on the team that's had Neon experience, and that was me. I was up for it, and as Autumn is a flex player, we thought that he should take on the flex role, and I naturally ended up taking the entry role. And I asked him, are you happy with that adjustment? And he said, yeah, so far it's been all good. And next up, you have 2 wins in the bag. Next up is KRX. We have a lot of excitement, anticipation for that matchup. Are you confident that you're going to have another dominant 2-0 win? Let me hear all about it. 다음 경기는 KRX를 만나게 됩니다. 정말 많은 분들이 기대를 하고 있는 매치이기도 한데 이전에 했던 경기들만큼 2대0으로 이렇게 좀 보시나요?
일단 이번 스테이지 1 시작하고 나서 제일 힘든 경기가 될 거라고 예상하고요. 준비 잘해서 상대해야 될 것 같습니다.
네, 좋습니다. I think so far it would be the trickiest match that we'll be having here at stage 1. So we are going to do our best and prep well, and hopefully wish that we take that win. All right, that was Global Esports' 유도탐 for the interview. 유도탐 선수 인터뷰 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
안녕히 계세요. Say bye with me.
This is VCT Pacific 2026.
That's another one for Global Esports. They take down Team Secret 2-0. And it just feels right with this roster for Global Esports. It just feels like this is the roster that could potentially make playoffs. They're looking like they're in such good form at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's comfortable, it's confident. GE did not look phased today. They came in, I think they were expecting a win, and they got it in a 2-0 fashion in the end, moving from strength to strength through this group stage, through this group of death, no less. So I think they're going to be feeling even more confident as the weeks start to stack up.
Yeah, I think some decent stuff on the attacking side of both maps for Team Secret, but neither one of these maps really felt like the KRX game on Fracture. It never really felt like it was winnable because they started on defense both maps, and I felt like their defense is really what let them down today.
That's an excellent point. It's something to look forward to as well for the rest of the Team Secret matches, right? Because, Robotics is saying as well, it's a very new roster, this Team Secret, but they are looking better. There is a lot of synergy that's there, but look at the synergy on the side of Global Esports. They're feeling the vibes over there. We had a little bit of a celebration from Javi, which we're going to ask him about a little later. But also, I love that this team is still unafraid to experiment because of all of the different compositions that Frost is coming up with. He has such talented players as well to be able to experiment in this way.
I mean, it's such a refreshing approach to the game for me, and it's always going to put your opponents in a very difficult position. How many scrims did Team Secret have against the Deadlock on this map in recent times? I'm going to guess not that many. So if you're able to go a little bit away from the meta, but it fits your players and you're able to pilot it effectively, you're always going to have a nice little advantage there in the server.
Absolutely, but I feel like, it wasn't exactly, smooth sailing as we would have liked on the side of Global Esports. There was a little bit of a comeback from Team Secret on both maps, right? There were rounds where it got a little bit dicey on the side of Global Esports. I think Rimuru actually did quite well. This is his second game on Pacific, and he's learning the ropes, right? You can see on stage he's actually still having, some technical problems. He's like, I don't know what goes where, and considering that's all that, that's still a factor, he's actually doing quite well. I'm eager to see how he develops actually as he continues his career.
Yeah, I think they've just kind of simplified his role. They've thrown him on the Neon in Neon meta and just kind of focused on doing one thing. So he hasn't really lit up the server just yet. I think first game or first series for him was just kind of okay. I think pretty much the same today, and I think pretty much the same for Secret, honestly. Nothing too awe-inspiring. They haven't kind of lit the world on fire just yet. Similar kind of circumstances. Kelly S was pretty decent today, and he's pretty decent in their first series. You can say the same for Sylvan, but there's more kind of ceiling from the rest of the team that you need to see. And like I said before, today their defense is really what lets them down. So they need to kind of go back to the drawing board and try to figure some of that out.
Yeah, improvements, but still a long road ahead. And Global Esports, they are quite the distance down that road already, actually. And as we can see, they closed out that series 2-0. And we have joining us on the desk, we have Javi with us. Congratulations. My mayor, hello. Welcome. I have to ask just right off the bat, we saw you with a little celebration saying Happy New Year and doing this. Was that a Manny Pacquiao reference?
Manny Pacquiao reference.
I knew it. There's I think social media will look it up, but I had a feeling it was that. I'm wondering, how did it feel like playing against, Vash, and especially Kelly, who you were teammates with before? Did it affect your prep at all for this match
Not really affect our prep, but we knew we were the better team, so We had a different plan, but it didn't happen because of the map vetoes. But it was pretty. They were pretty predictable, especially on their attack.
I see. And looking at the map vetoes, I mean, like you guys went to Split and went to Lotus. Lotus, was this like what you expected out of the map on the side of Global Esports? Was there something else that you guys were planning that like maybe there's a ceiling that hasn't been hit yet?
I think we just played like just naturally. Like we knew what they were gonna do, and maybe some rounds we overpushed when we shouldn't because we just wanted to kill them.
Okay.
But then against
Guilty
another
smile there.
against another team, we'll probably play way better.
Okay. Excellent.
Yeah, I mean, I want to know, you know, people are talking a lot about, you know, group of death. It is a tough group. There are some big names in there, but you guys currently at 2-0. Is there anyone you individually want to play in this group? Who are you most excited to try and get that win over?
I think the both would be Nongshim and Paper X.
Yeah.
I mean, Nongshim because they're the champions and I beat them in Ascension. So I want to see if it's still the same. And of course Paper X because 2 close series, 1-2 twice.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you how it feels to beat Team Secret because you're a player that I feel like a lot of people rated you in Tier 2 for a long time, but you just never quite got the move up. And Team Secret, a team where I think a lot of people were begging them to pick up some of these Filipino talents, and now you find your way onto a GE roster and you beat an organization like Team Secret. Is that a team in the past that you were kind of looking up to and thinking like, man, I wish I could play in Tier 1 for the organization that represents the Philippines? And how does it feel to get the dub over them today? And you can, you know, you can be PC with this or you can give a BM answer. Totally up to you, man.
I mean, they should have picked me and Pat up a long time ago. I think Pat and I were never offered for like the first 2 years. Like they only offered us now. And I'm pretty sure we should have joined a long time ago. And now they lose to us, you know. I don't know why they didn't pick us up, but you
is what it
Okay,
is. Yeah.
shrug. It is what it is, and we see the results of that on this stage today. You know, it's been a wonderful kickoff for you guys, wonderful debut. I know that you were frustrated that you didn't make it as far as you did, but do you feel a lot more different this time around because of the experience that you guys have? You mentioned also that the team is, you know, gelling together even better than you were in kickoff. So do you feel like that's even more of a possibility now?
yeah, because having more time together, I think we had like now like 3 months probably together, and our chemistry is pretty good. Like we gel with each other more, and like sometimes we don't even talk, and we know what each other wants to do.
Nice.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
It definitely shows. Lastly, you're up against KRX next. I think that's a match that a lot of fans are looking forward to. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, they did look in, you know, top form yesterday. Young was also popping off.
Yeah. DRX, I mean, it's gonna be a fun match, especially because of the beef, but it will be fun. I mean, that game we'll do our best for sure.
I'm glad that came from you and not from me. Thank you very much, Javi. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. And congratulations on that. And we have Autumn here as match MVP. What do you think of his picture? Yo. I'm just asking you, like right there.
Someone's let go of something that is foul smelling in that photo studio.
Bye.
Okay.
Is that what it is? Is that what it is?
I feel like it has to be.
Was that the motivation behind this? Lots of motivation behind those stats, though. Autumn was, we put him on our build diff because we know that this guy, other than being a very, very flexible player, he's just one of those guys that you can rely on to frag.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a lot to be able to adapt. You know, we've seen him play a lot of duelists. Now he's moving across to be a little bit more supportive in a lot of ways. He was amazing on that veto on Split, and I feel like he did his role very, very well on Lotus. On that Omen, a very well-deserving map MVP. Big up Australia!
Yeah, let's go. I mean, he was kind of farming them on Split. He was just walking around the map, like contacting and dry walking with an outlaw. As mentioned, playing that double controller, I think it kind of helps having some background in FPX in that regard because they used to play like triple controller. They would play as many smoke agents as possible. So he knows the systems, you know. He even had Frost before the match kind of talk about how he brings some of that FPX flair a little bit in there. So I think maybe playing something like Astra Omen, which is not very popular on Lotus, or not kind of the main composition that you would lean towards. Maybe he's brought some of those ideas, and you saw him TPing around the place on the Omen and making plays and things like that on attack. So I'm keen to see what else he can kind of put together there.
Yeah, he's been well drilled towards these unpredictable kind of moments. So, of course, that is why he is one of the top players here on the side of Global Esports. But that was our first match. We move on to our second match of the day. We have RRQ taking on VALORANT here.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by this matchup. This would be a matchup that at times I would say maybe even skip this one, because VALORANT has had a rough time so far in Tier 1. They haven't really looked comfortable in the move up, although they had a pretty decent game against T1 on Haven, where they showed some of their strengths and a lot of their weaknesses. You know, they put themselves in the pole position to win that game, which also means they gave themselves the chance to throw it away. On the side of RRQ, yes, they did beat Zeta, but it was not an easy task by any stretch of the imagination. And I think if they're looking in that shaky form today, and VALORANT just wakes up a little bit and shores up some of those weaknesses, we could be in for a pretty good series here.
Yeah, I mean, a win is a win, but they won't be feeling great about it. Zeta really did push them to their limits, so it does beg the question, how do RRQ look in week 2? Was it just a kind of stability problem? Did they need a little bit more time to get back used to being here, playing on this stage? Can they return to that former glory? And if they're gonna do it, we need to continue to see big performances from this man.
For sure. They, you know, people got a little bit sweaty after that matchup for sure. You know, everybody was a little bit worried on the side of RRQ. But of course, it could also be because of all the meta changes that we're seeing. Lots of teams are adapting, and we see here Jemkin, his agent pool, massively shifting because of it.
Yeah, I mean, he was a big Yoru chamber guy, and he did mix in the Neon from time to time. But actually, I mean, Waylay is not too far out of his wheelhouse. But Raze, it's an agent he has a lot of reps on, but not recently. That's more of a Monyet agent. So I feel like it's definitely starting to shift up a little bit for Jemkin. You're even seeing him pick up Killjoy, which I think in terms of them running the Gen G comp on Haven, roles-wise it makes sense, but in terms of the strengths of the RRQ players, it wasn't really making a whole lot of sense to me initially, although he did pick up his performance. He started off that game 0-5, but then he just started cooking them. Like, he just started getting put in these positions where he's multi-fragging with the Phantom, and he started going crazy.
Yeah, and looking at what happened, you know, last week, of course, it made me very uncomfortable seeing RRQ like this. I mean, not to take anything away from Zeta, of course, they played an excellent game, but this isn't usually the kind of gameplay we expect from RRQ.
Yeah, I think RRQ, they just had a terrible start to all 3 of these maps. Until they get the half-buy win on Split, they looked absolutely cooked. They then go on to go down 6-2 on Fracture, and then even in this third map, they go down 0-6 to start off Haven. So with how close this series was, if they just won a pistol, if they just started one of these games off decently, they would have had a lot of an easier time.
So, but to give it a positive, we asked a lot of questions about RRQ's composure and mental after the disappointing end to kickoff for them. Are they able to bounce back? Are they able to turn things around in the middle of the game? And to their credit, that is where they were good. The second half, they often came alive. They were climbing back out of these big deficits, which is good to see from these players after what went so badly wrong for them in kickoff.
I mean, you saw that at the end of the replay package, though. That eco round, they were 1 round away, Zeta, from winning that series and making an all-time play with eco on that Phantom. That was brutal to watch, but totally agree with you. I think RRQ, one of their strengths is definitely resilience, and that is what really they leveraged to win that series, because I thought that definitely could have gone the way of Zeta.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. Comeback Kings for a reason. But then we look at their opponent in a VALORANT, and this is a squad that had so much potential over in Tier 2. However, here in Pacific, they still haven't found that win.
Man, I'm getting tired of saying it. I feel like I'm being gaslit by their Ascension performance. I feel like I've been catfished in by the level of VALORANT they showed me at Ascension.
It's not me who's wrong, it's the fan. VALORANT is good, guys. They haven't won a series, but they're good, I swear. They were good.
This is why it hurts me so much. When are we going to see them at their peak? Because I can only keep defending them for so long. It was 0-2 against T1 in that week 1. Now we talk about that Haven map. They made it close, they showed potential, but they can't get it across the line again. VALORANT, give me something
just
today,
always
please.
Potential at the end of the day.
But what good is potential if you can never use it? You know, if it's just hanging there in the ether, you're never able to grab those wins. It's always will just be a story of what could have been.
Yeah, for Varel, I mean, the highs and lows, as I mentioned, showcased exactly what you see on Haven. They were cooking T1 at the start of the game. T1 did not even look like they were in the same league as Varel, and I thought we were about to see an upset put together. 9-4 there for Varel, and they end up losing this game 11-13. It's just completely rough. You see the individual performances from the duelists and the amount of free picks that were given away. LP playing with the judge every round and getting zero value out of his Cypher setup against Phoenix Neon with a Sky comp that doesn't even have any tools to break the trips. It made me want to punch my monitor.
Well, I'm glad you didn't, even though it did make you feel that way. But I can totally understand it. You look at Ascension, and there were so many players that had a lot of potential, and you're wondering when are they going to level up. On the bright side, whoa, okay, okay.
It's the rice
cake. That is a great photo. Who's taking that one?
maybe he sent it. Maybe he sent it to us, or maybe LP was the one who took it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this seems to be maybe it's a premonition for what is going to happen in this match. But Cinder, he has definitely been stepping up.
Yeah, I mean, we asked a big question of Cinder last week. He had a poor kickoff. I mean, poor is almost nice about it.
I mean,
but
I would have kicked him off the team.
Yeah, it wasn't good. He was not good in kickoff. We can't avoid that fact. But I do think last week he started to have those moments. If they want to get the wins on the board, we need to see him continue to look like that right-hand column on your screen, and he needs to stay way away from the left-hand side.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, he was their best player in that T1 series, so where are the rest of the boys? Like, you've got stars in Zexy and Klaus that just really didn't turn up to that game. Zuna was great, Cinder was great, like the individual inconsistency is not going to be good enough for Varel.
Exactly, and it's why, like, you know, looking at Ascension, there were so many players that popped up. Why aren't we seeing that same level here in Pacific? But now we're going over to our skirmish highlights. We have LP versus David on the side of RRQ, Xpharaoh.
Yeah, apparently he doesn't have an account. It's all good. He's only played a few seasons of Pacific. We're taking a while to get it organized.
He's very new here, right?
Who is this player? I haven't heard of him before. Has he played for
Extra
RRQ
001.
The camera cut is the admin sat there. He's having the time of his life.
LP, see how he does go against Xpharaoh. He hasn't started particularly well, but that's a nice pick back for him. Very close to his monitor, very locked in, and he's got the operator out now.
Oh, he's operator on the chamber in the skirmish. It's a little bit ratty. You can't be missing your shots, though. If you're going to bring that out in the skirmish, Xpharaoh will take those heads every single day.
Yeah, I feel like on the side of LP, you kind of feel like this is probably a chance to be able to get into RQ's head, and they are that team that, you know, they can get into their own heads, right? But maybe not in the skirmish.
I think for Varel, you are itching to win the skirmish here. You'd love every little advantage that you can get over a team like RRQ because you showed potential at least on one map to beat T1. You're kind of going up against front-loading a lot of the hardest teams in your group right at the start. So look, with RRQ looking a little bit mortal against Zeta, you want to just grab that veto advantage and start off this series really hot like you did against T1 if possible.
Yeah, it's really important. I mean, we'll get to it in a minute, but I really want to see which way the veto is going to go after Haven, where, you know, that was a map where RRQ showed some weaknesses, and it was a map where Varel showed some strengths. So I want to see if that's the way they're going to take it. I'm really not sure. I think this coaching staff might have some stuff cooked up, but we'll have to wait and see.
Maybe. But congratulations to that young rookie, Xpharaoh, for winning the
Wow, he's pretty sharp. I can't wait to see what he's going to be able to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait to see if he lifts a trophy here on the Pacific stage. Of course, because RRQ have been the Stage 1 defending champions, and Varel, again, still that elusive win. And are they going to get it today? Those are big questions that are waiting to be answered here on this stage, of course. Can Varel actually step up? Everybody is waiting for this. It's about time. It is about time. And it's about time that we send it to the stage for our second match of the day, RRQ versus Varel. second match for us here today, and it's RRQ taking on VALORANT. The first time we are getting this match up on the Pacific stage. RRQ might have had a shaky start against Zeta last week, but RRQ, they're always a team that you can never ever count out. This team ran 3 best of 5s in a row. That's still gotta be worth something for just the endurance alone, right?
Yeah, I think they'd probably rather forget about that. But look, the season has started in just as much of a rocky fashion. They would have thought that they could put Zeta Division away easily 2-0 given their record in Pacific. But the mission is very simple here for RRQ. Get Crazy Guy, a veteran of the tactical FPS scene, in front of a home crowd in Ho Chi Minh for the finals. But if they keep playing like they did in the first series, I'm a little worried they might not make it there.
Yeah, they got the win, but it was not clean. It's not the RRQ that we've come to expect on this stage, so they're looking to come out and look much more dominant here today.
Absolutely. I feel like that kind of game doesn't exactly happen twice in a row for RRQ. Does it happen versus VALORANT? Can VALORANT actually step up? Because they're looking for their first win on the Pacific stage. They're hoping that when they face off against this RRQ roster, they repeat the results of the off-season. Is this the day that VALORANT finally levels up?
I swear, I'm losing my mind. I can't take it anymore. I really want this squad to do well. They're so young, they have so much energy, and I think they can go far if they're just able to capture that magic. But it's not been shown on this stage yet. There's no two ways around it because kickoff was poor. Last week was 0-2, and they have a tough opponent today in RRQ. I need to see a step up in level, or they'll be falling to 0-2 in the groups, and that is a position no one wants to be in.
Yeah, definitely not, especially given that they've kind of struggled with the stage presence, at least initially here in Pacific. I think being put in a pressure position in the group would be hard for them to deal with, but they did show glimpses of potential against T1, so I'm hoping that they can feel a little bit warmed up on the stage and we can see some more of that patented aggression against RRQ here.
Yeah, even on stage actually, their aggression itself has almost been tampered down. This is a team that was standing up.
Yeah.
The entire team was standing up in Ascension. Now we're looking at our map veto. We're going into Bind, Split, and then Fracture.
Very interesting approach from VALORANT. Last week we saw them first ban Bind and pick Pearl. They ended up losing that map in a pretty whitewashed fashion, so they flipped it on its head. Now they're first banning Pearl and picking Bind. This is not something you see every day.
This is a weird map pool, all things considered. You've seen a little bit of Bind before from RRQ when they were playing the Chamber comp back in the Yoru meta, where they had a pretty good game against PRX. Split is a map that they haven't played too much either, and the same can be said for VALORANT. And Fracture coming back into the pool is not something that VALORANT have ever played before. So I'm looking at this whole map veto and the maps that are actually on offer, and I'm thinking there's a lot of question marks actually for both teams in this veto.
I like that for VALORANT. I think if you're the underdog, take it in a weird direction. Don't let RRQ get on home ground a little bit too much. Come in with some surprises today. I think that's what they need to take down a big dog of Pacific.
I will say, Fracture is the third map though. It was a pretty clean win for RRQ against Zeta Division. They looked well drilled, and Jovi said very confidently in the coach interview between maps, we are confident on Fracture and we're quite happy to take it there.
Yeah, I mean, if the coach can say that confidently, and then the team can show it, I mean, you wouldn't want RRQ to take on RRQ on that. We have our agent select up now, and this is going to be very interesting on Bind.
This is quintessential VALORANT. This is Jet, Waylay, Chamber. This is what they were doing in Ascension, and this is what we've been waiting for. On defense, I need to see them run it down against RRQ.
I will say the roles are a little strange though. Klaus is normally the Chamber guy for them, but now it's LP. This is LP's first ever game on Chamber, so I think that's a little bit of a risk when you have a guy who's so experienced in it like Klaus. But overall, I will say I love the style of VALORANT here because this is what they kind of made their name doing.
Well, it looks like predictions across the board are for RRQ on the broadcast talent side. For the viewer side, there is a little bit for VALORANT, and I feel like there is some hope there. There's always hope. There's always hope, my friend.
I think the landslide predictions, like this could be the perfect example of the curse. Like I could see VALORANT just lock in today and against a shaky RRQ and do something pretty heroic, but look, we're going to have to see it in the server first.
Always a possibility. Always a possibility here in Pacific. We're going to be stepping into Bind, and we're tossing it over to Paper Thin and Achilles.
Doesn't matter the region, doesn't matter the teams, Bala's Law is and will be eternal. So there is always an opportunity here for Beryl to find the surprise upset, find their footing, and find their form that has been lacking since they joined Tier 1, since they earned their spot here at VCT Pacific.
Yeah, and they're bringing us the most Beryl comp they could come up with here on Bind. I mean, digging a little bit deep, going back into some of what they used to do, even back to like the SVL, so it's going to have some shades of what they brought out on Bind there with the Jet. There is going to be a difference. Obviously, no Reyna here. That's instead going to be a Chamber, and instead of a Brimstone, they're going for an Astra. So a few minor changes to what you might have seen in the past at some off-season stuff, but this is more in their comfort zone, I think. Just send it in, let chaos reign, and try to make the most of it. Try to harness that energy.
Yeah, I mean, I like that they're just kind of steering back to that, but curious to see how this does turn out. I mean, Sexy, he's had his ups and downs so far. Clearly, Beryl not listening to these so-called analysts, because Yoru is better than Jet. Let's see if this ends up biting them in the rear. I jest. But let's go ahead and get to the action. Bind on display from both of these squads. A rare sighting. Who can come up with the win? Beryl is looking quite rock steady in that skirmish. So LP bringing out that Chamber is going to have a very strong performance.
Yeah, I mean, this just needs to frag. That's really what you're asking here of Beryl, is win some contact fights, win some duels. When it gets messy, you know, rely on the Jet and the Chamber to do some damage for you. Create a little bit of space here and there, but with the kind of the extra layer with the Waylay, but I think overall you're going to play contact and you're going to try to win those fights. And that's maybe something that RRQ is kind of fine with. I think, you know, with Jemkin there, with Xpharaoh there, very good contact fighters in their own right. And they're looking to set up some smokes. There's the Chamber trip just outside of B here, but this could be a pivot, a TP available, as Jemkin is controlling that space, but nobody moving a muscle for Beryl.
Rendezvous does get used. Just a quick little jump back out, and it's going to be a fast rotate here. LP looking to join in on the A side of the map, where the pressure now sliding out of showers. Cinder taking that first fight. He's able to find one as one, yet will fall, but he does get traded out by Cushy. Satcheric going to be dodged. Doesn't go deep enough into the corner. Now LP on that arrival is able to find one. Traded back by Jemkin. Now Xpharaoh dead. Weird Van teleporter looking to be taken, but the spike gets left behind. Unable to backpedal fast enough, and Zuna will have to jump. That is going to be the pistol going the way of Beryl.
Yeah, really nice setup for them. You know, if they go through B, you have the trip to slow things up. And then Zuna can play a little bit of contact off that if need be. Otherwise, they've got their strong side on A. So that TP over just well within their wheelhouse. I like kind of the setup here from RRQ. Dash in with the Neon, send the Waylay over. Try to do a little bait and switch, but Beryl handles it perfectly. Uses the refract out themselves. Klaus gets out of dodge, tees up the player behind him to get a kill. So they're very well prepped for that situation. And again, those contact fights going their way, but it helps that they're in position to deal with it. Looks like we might be challenging LP's Marshall. Let's see what he's got to say about this.
Gonna have to try to break his wrists a bit. Offsets from the aim, but there's the spot. Jemkin just bouncing forward to his demise. Quick little rendezvous back out to safety. Space going to be given over, however, to RRQ, so Plant at least able to come into play. It's the shot not going to be fast enough, and he hit that one. And just give the series to Beryl.
Spike planted.
Well, this is still tough. Wrapping player, some crossfires.
A rock in a hard place. The tuck in here from Crazy Guy. On the turn from the flash, does get concussed into the corner. Zuna is able to find one. Yet Crazy Guy eventually will end up falling. Xpharaoh trying to work his way forward, find a timing through this poison orb. Seems like Klaus, however, very suspicious. He will be able to still find the time to come away with two. Very good damage dealt by Xpharaoh. So the defuse started. Cushy not quite dead on that swing out. It's a bit longer to find him, and that is a very solid effort here from RRQ, but the round will go to Beryl all the same.
Yeah, it's pretty funny that this kind of does damage in the way you don't anticipate. I was so ready to just sing Beryl's praises on this retake after the way that they cleared the wrapping Monyet. They Nova Pulse the player out of the corner. I'm like, yep, this is exactly what you need to be doing. Like, everybody's doing their job. Deal with Crazy Guy, but Xpharaoh, ever so sneaky, God, that is so fast to find that second. Amazing that Cushy gets another. Decent damage done for RRQ. Goes into the bonus. Just a couple Bulldogs. Sheriff Ghost. Not a ton that you're going to be bringing to fight, but of course it's Varel, so they're going to try to bring the fight to you.
A quick double dash forward. Meanwhile, Cinder dead. As a weapon will be collected. Will be spotted and noted here. Know that there's a second layer there at Hookah.
And RRQ going to have to be patient. Seeing that early presence, seeing a little bit of aggression in 2 different spots of the map. Makes them consider, is there even another layer to this, potentially? With the chamber there, you never know when they're going to pop up and dome you with a headhunter. Now, Bulldog scooped up. Scoop up the rendezvous as well. Just slither on back.
LP is about to be under a world of pressure. Goes to the reposition, re-wrapping through lab to elbow.
Yeah, it seems like LP's pretty well engaged to play this very cautiously as the chamber.
Dash forward, gets the readjust. Fantastic headshot. Saturate, teammate. Not yet, ends up getting caught up as well. That is fantastic from LP. Sparrow watching for the late lurk, but
30
is he going to be ready
seconds
for Zexy to potentially swing on that angle? Looks like he's going to start scaling forward, join in with the rest of the team. This does get brought to a 3v3, but obviously weaponry in favor of RRQ. That being said, there is some decent damage dealt.
The timing here for Xvero.
It is just that ghost. A little bit of taps here. Saturate, lobbed in, dodged. Xvero holding this player at bay. Zexy not to come to the rescue. He's trying to entry his way forward through garage. Gets the spot out. The kill is going to be found on a crazy guy. So already a decent bonus, even if they can't find the win, but Zexy's going to try to make a go of this. He's not on the plant though, and Xvero wraps around through long. RRQ will get themselves on the board.
Yeah, just kind of an odd situation here for RRQ where some disjointedness with the duelists. Oh, he's bounced the Saturate off the wall, and
yep, Monyet gets caught by it.
Yeah, Monyet was already committing to try to go in there with him. It's a little bit of a whoopsies there from Jemkin. RRQ special where they're a little slow to start at times, but generally they tend to ramp up as matches go on. It's going to be the op here for LP. Guiding Light to try to guide him in. Poison Cloud's going to be there to obscure his vision. Does have the ability to rendezvous out. Some awareness. Is he going to get one and done?
Oh, no, because he's not dialed in on the angle, and Chemkin's just a bit too fast for it. Flash around the corner, confirms that Garden's going to be open. Orb going to be grabbed up, Seeker's let loose. Sight, however, quick wraps are coming through, but Snakebite will stop scale forward from Barrel, but RRQ still able to get that spike in play with a player advantage. They look to tie it up 2-2.
Time to hunt.
Trailblazer now on the check, about to get a one-player confirmation around the corner, but there's going to be 3 there, ready to greet. And Monyet, he's trying to barrel in, but he hasn't even checked the right side, but it's okay, because Jemkin does manage to do so. As soon as position obviously known, Barrel now are far too committed into a position that they would love to disconnect from. Nothing more for Zexy to do, but they're trying to just back away. Covers his retreat with that Cloudburst, but RRQ will find the back-to-back to tie it up.
And that's going to be brutal for Varel's economy. On top of that, you're handing over an operator.
You have a tour de force, but...
Yeah, that's true too. So it won't be the end of the world. You have a rifle, a tour de force, some ults. So you get a kill. Could definitely do something with that. But again, just pretty good awareness and tough to play behind your opponent's Viper util like that. You're not going to have a Viper on this map. Something that, as Coach Frost would say, is cap in some people's minds to not have a Viper on bind.
Even I'm too old to be saying that.
So is he.
I know. Well, the one hero carried over, tour de force. Be layered in. It's going to be the lone defender on A for LP. So Varel gambling on the correct side of the map for now.
Gotta trust that tour de force, and LP's shown that he's pretty capable of being safe.
Saturate. Gonna get the connection there. Tailwind it further into the corner. Zuna able to find one. Klaus with another. Xpero gonna be taken down, but yeah, Flash fully connecting there, and Klaus holding his own for another kill. Double dash over the side is trying to retreat through the teleporter, but to no real avail. His corpse will go through, lifeless. As LP now, he's got a chance to pull it off.
Saw some nasty chamber play in EMEA.
Oh, just over the head though. Can't quite line it up. He peeked the angle, still footwork bullets. Would have seen the ankle. But Crazy Guy has him outdone within the tube. 3K for the IGL. RRQ now 3-2.
Now we're not going to get a repeat of some of the just bonkers stuff. Filu had one that was absolutely insane on Fracture the other day, but this is a really nice flash, but then they go to check long. Nobody's home there. Poor Klaus is like, please get me out. I don't want any more of Crazy Guy's wild ride.
Timeout.
Early timeout, yeah.
Understandable. Varel having that successful start, some decent damage dealt into the bonus. Felt like, okay, solid fighting chance. But early loss of the operator, the tour de force not finding the value. Now getting ready to go back into a buy. I think it's a very good idea for Varel to call this. Try to course correct, get that tie up, and try to get a snowball of your own going.
Yeah, I mean, in general, it always felt like when you looked at these comps, oh, that's awesome. Came all the way from Indonesia to watch. Thank you. But in general, when you looked at these Varel comps, you're worried about this defender side. And again, so much of this was going to come down to contact fights. And your ability to just rely on that chamber, rely on that jet to win you some duels. So far, RRQ just hasn't really teed up many opportunities for that outside of a couple early opportunities. One on the eco round. Outside of that, they pretty well dodged LP.
I will play deep.
Ready, inner, Maxim, stop, Maxim. How much belong? No, Sky Flash.
Sky Flash shower, Sky Flash shower. Maybe OP shower again. No,
Just the chest shot. Any damage dealt is quickly corrected there.
And Jemkin just down to half armor, basically, so not the end of the world at all for RRQ. Take too much damage in that exchange, and you keep Varel springing any nasty surprises on you. Close to Jemkin's ult, close to Monyet's ult. To kind of consider here. Could get that wombo combo. Convergent paths into the orbital strike. Potentially. But right now, I'm not seeing any consideration.
They're watching for it, and they get the aim punch as well as the kill. Good awareness. Pick up there from Zexy. Meanwhile, A site a little bit weaker. Does have two players nearby. And here back at truck. As Plant in the corner, comes through from Crazy Guy, but Grabwell's there, but he just goes ahead and sticks it. Pulled slightly out of position, but still going to be defendable. Meanwhile, LP. Big scale forward all the way through market, but eyes are trained on that position by Crazy Guy, watching for it. Seemingly doing their homework. Now he tucks into the cubby, ready for the lineup. Trying to get that molly in play. Flash connecting on the Jemkin, stays tucked back. Here at
Seeker.
As there goes the orbital strike, buying some time. Monyet at the same time able to find the kill. The molly not going to be let loose. LP able to strike. Finding a window of opportunities to defuse. Starting now here, but Jemkin on the push out. Able to find one. LP sits him down, finds himself a third, and the defuse will just be stuck to completion. As LP, a massive 4K round for him. Get Varel the tied up scoreline.
A nice patience being shown by Varel, waiting for their timing. Start pushing out a hookah. Catches Cushy pretty off guard. He was somewhat aware, but just better play. And then there was a Seeker, by the way, that teed up LP here. It came in as Crazy Guy was trying to get the orbital strike to go. It bypassed all the rest of the team to come find him. A little unlucky, but made that a lot easier.
Blinded.
Retake. Very patient from Varel in general. Everybody waiting for their moments. Ult there.
But not going to be connecting on anyone. Oh, Zuna, what a timing. Catching the Neon Hall characters. Dead on the way out of the showers. Crazy guy.
Spike
Again,
planted.
able to get that spike planted. Wanting to cycle up that next orbital strike, but giving the player down. RRQ wanting to reestablish the lead. They invest the pit as well, and Jemkin does manage to find Zexy, and Cushy watching the extremities this time. Denies LP the opportunity to pull off some more heroics. Cinder from Heaven will be able to find the enemy Brimstone, so Crazy guy out of the round. Brings it back into a 3v3. Fighting chance and opportunity here for Varel, but the push forward, and Xfero lingering within the smokes, able to find the one, but does get tagged up, but Cushy is there, playing alongside him. Kills found, and Klaus, nothing more to be done but to try to back away. Even the lure of getting himself that ultimate online, just not quite enough to try to play into this one, so we'll just have to sit back as the spike erupts, and RRQ take the lead once again.
Yeah, they come back. Just want to get into that Viper's pit as quickly as they can. See a couple players here and there, but see again. I mean, this one's just unlucko.
Yeah, had the initial spot, and then Manya just ends up swinging into the spray.
Sorry, Chemkin had Karma on his side for that kill, so it's not bad. Yeah, trying to swing into the Viper's pit. Flash, unfortunately, didn't connect in there either. Just kind of feel like the front of that pit's going to be a little more free than it actually was. Zexy gonna go for the blades this round. Just the armor. Dog trying to suss it out. RQ realizes that's likely a trap. Having that dog cleared that early. Might be trying to tee up and hide the blade storm, so gonna explore the other side of the map. Just a shotgun and a headhunter for LP. It's TP into elbow. Taking a cheeky off angle here.
Oh, Flash still going to be connecting. He's back around the corner with the rendezvous. Not much better for him. Doesn't put him in the elbow. Still would have him potentially in the open, but no one's going to be pushing him for the moment.
Spike planted.
Down here silent, maybe even considering trying to go for a timing, but now they know that the Bucky's in play. They're trying to run him down. Mon yet again. Going to be caught by this, but this time the punish is not to be found.
There.
Cinder eliminated on the exit from the teleporter. And RRQ pretty firmly in control. Updraft through the window. That is cheeky as all hell from Zexy. Finds Cushy, and Jemkin's down to 4. 2 players on RRQ going to be dead to a stiff breeze, but Jemkin still fighting. Is able to find the one. Xfero still here at Hookah. Maintains control, and Zuna cannot flush out the enemy waylay. I love the play from Zexy, but unfortunately, just unable to come away with that second kill that might have tipped them over the edge into the round win.
Yeah, but really good alt cycling here. Having that Seekers bails RRQ out of what potentially could have been a very different round. Look at this.
Gets the fadeaway shot on Jemkin.
Did he dink him through the... He hit his head.
Might have been a shoulder shot, I'm not sure.
Yeah. He was at 4 HP. Crazy. Love the angle. And now, good read from Varel. Starting to get a tendency here. It's been a bit of a ping-pong round-around for RRQ, AB.
Already setting up 5 on the attacker side. It's going to be feeling pretty damn good for them. And LP, the shot ends up going wide. The Monyet, just a free punish, and Klaus alone in the smoke. Trying to get the quick one tap and out. Just make his exit as Jemkin stuck, but Klaus is unable to find the punish.
He was saturated too.
Jemkin is just seemingly immortal across these last 2 rounds. And now, he's not even tagged up. You have the heals there from Cushy. He's right as rain.
Planted.
Shots to fly through. Push forward. Jemkin the opposite side of the box. LP looking for that kill, but Jemkin will collect him instead. Zuna in this position. I mean, he's such a clutch player, but Xfero will find the timing from showers. And that's RRQ now, securing 6 at least.
Okay. Very pivotal round here for Varel. Going to be investing in the operator. This time looks like they're going to throw it in Zexy's hands. Ooh. Snappy for Monyet. Saturate hits both players. As always, Xfero seemingly just in the right place at the right time at the end of rounds to make sure that there's no further complications.
A significantly stronger start from him compared to what we were seeing versus Zeta Division.
Yes.
Had a very rough go. I mean, Cushy as well. Had a bit of a soft start, but managed by the end of it to find their usual impact. But this time around, a lot more warmed up, a lot more aware. Honed in on Veryl's game plan. Operator forward, though, this is end up pushing them off guard. That the wall's going to be raised. Dog to check the corner, the dash across. Monyet, he wants this kill. Double dive in as well. Zexy frantically trying to escape and narrowly manages to do so. Monyet, I think he just got legged to the corner. Or maybe just legged completely, but either way, the kill is still going to be found. And now, again, the heals from Cushy. Push him right back up to 100 HP. Sparrow's going to be the one getting contained this time, but falling. Cinder finds that kill. Monyet, however, zaps him down to death. Now a 2v4, and with this economy continuously in the dumps for Veryl. Can they actually try to play this out? Zuna wants to think so, but Crazy Guy is not going to allow for his usual heroics. Zuna took us by storm at the SVL, showing just how reliable he can be in a 1v3, but Crazy Guy not to allow it, and RRQ now have a lead guaranteed.
Yeah, I love Monyet here. Just wants that op out of the round no matter what. And has the overdrive. Easy money onto Cinder. Cinder has to hit a crazy one tap there. Swinging that corner to do anything about it.
Good thumbs, wow.
He's having fun. And also there's 2 ops.
Yeah, the team is having fun now.
Yeah.
Just the tour de force on the other side. Doesn't look like we're going to be having any immediate clash. Then again, Sparrow has collected the operator. He's going to peek into the angle. He's aiming down, however, so who's a little bit faster? Well, it's Sparrow. 11-5-1. Watching for any of that counter aggression out of showers, but Veryl at the moment, statuesque. Effectively frozen in fear.
This is just so nice for RRQ. They can just take their time. Check, get a little bit of info, confirm one at hookah. Just keep waiting for Veryl. Ooh, nice dash. Zexy able to confirm presence, so they're going to keep this strong side on A. RRQ's just like, we're waiting till the last possible second, probably like 30 on that clock, and then we'll start thinking about moving.
When did Fnatic join Pacific?
Don't tell me Crazy Guy's been kind of looking up to Boaster. Not in my Pacific.
30 seconds left.
Smoke's down. Dim beacon here.
Well, here comes the exact. 3 players here. Try to slow it down. Saturate not going to be connecting. And Zexy does mention by the headshot on the slide to the Monyet. Grab well, holding him in place. And they're able to find one as well. But Jemkin, on his appearance, runs down the others. And now Jasuna once again.
Spike planted.
Asked to do it all. He can scale forward. Even then, the weapon's still very much out of reach. Perhaps the Stinger could be grabbed, but makes his way over to back sight. He's broken the line of sight for the operator for now, but needs to find the isolation kill on the Jemkin. Even have a hope of getting this going. Phantom found, but elbow, everything needing to be checked. And now the time starting to wear thin. Really? Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, might be a little too much. It looks like he's just going to try to take a weapon and save it, but Xfero will not allow it. Posted up, dialed in. The shot rings out, and RRQ are looking to make this a 9-3 affair in the first half.
Yeah, got a little scrappy. I mean, Veryl gets a decent read, but quality of RRQ. Ooh. A little bit too strong. Phenomenal grab well, I will say that. Jemkin just disrespects, he's just walking into it. It's like, nah, bro. Well, you slid right at him, bro.
Yeah, you kind of give him a straight line.
Right? Convergent pass. Crazy Guy one away from his ult.
Okay, so the solo hold on short didn't work so well, so let's try the 2-player. Dash up and over the top. Zexy still sat here, but we'll be able to find the one. Hell wins forward, right in the Jemkin's open arms, who then just takes a quick little refract back out to safety. Player advantage quickly going to be established. The Seeker's going to be let loose. Zuna trying to find them, but the Seekers gonna have to just go chasing through that teleporter. I say that, they can't do that.
They want to.
They're very confused.
They check the cubby.
Spike planted.
That was nice of them.
Cosman, if I'd call it in, but this doesn't cover the spike
Knife
at all.
him.
There.
Could just, if he goes for the quick check, but okay.
That works too.
Pushes forward, barrel stuff instead. Kemkin dead, but Cushy still alive and well. Still now gone, player advantage maintained until Cinder's able to find a nice headshot, but the trade is in, and LP, his position now known, the time very much away from him. They're just not going to give him the opportunity to isolate. Gets the tap. Okay, solid read. But he's basically got to hold it from here. And there's the swing out. Solid shots to be found, but the round win, it cannot be claimed. RRQ, 9-3. 3-round streak broken once and then 6 in a row.
Switching sides.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some little things to tweak here for RRQ. I think a few Yeah, that sucks to be Klaus. But like in terms of some of the util combos and him and Jemkin and Monyet, a little bit off at times, you know, with a couple of them getting caught by their own saturates. But outside of that, gotta like what you see. Xfero's right back to where he should be. He's just a menace on the map, so reliable in those post plants to be in the right place at the right time, making sure that he doesn't overplay anything, doesn't give up a clutch. The man's got ice in his veins.
Well, mild shock. Jemkin's the first half MVP, though Xfero, you have to imagine, is not too far behind him. Impact from him has been quite good on the Viper so far.
Stupid first kills. Can't believe they do that to my goat, Xfero. Oh, yo! Look at that!
Little 3D on it as well.
That is sick.
Very nicely cropped. Who knows? Maybe we'll see it on Split. Kinda doubt it.
Yeah,
but
I'd like to.
Could happen.
I put him on my Sentinel as build diff, so it'd be nice. I'd appreciate it.
Getting those minus points.
I am.
But I think you have Xfero though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're gonna do fine.
I think I'm okay.
I think Xfero is kind of cooking me at the moment. I decided to not go for him because last week he ruined
flex?
me.
Who's your flex?
Patman.
Oh, Patman. He had a pretty good day.
He did all right in the second map. The
Yeah.
first one was pretty rough. Second was a lot more steady from him. But if Xfero's going to play like this the entire series, then I don't foresee myself doing particularly well overall.
I had Yudo. You know what? I'm feeling okay.
Yeah. He also had one hell of a day. Let's see, though. Into the pistol, the barrel. Desperately need to find. They're back onto the attack. They have this aggressive comp. This is where they need to excel. Fashion going to be noted, but so who should Xfero have been? Is LP. Quick rendezvous back at the safety. So they know that they have one of the players isolated back towards market.
Spike planted.
RRQ just getting situated. Final teleporter going to be taken. Trailblazer out. Checking around.
Should know he's long.
Gives them a good deal of information, but now they're just trying to play forward. Zexy, full flash, has to drop back. And right now, it is 4 players contained into elbow. The site has been given up, but LP on the peak, immediately finding a shot. It's Cushy will fall. Jemkin's going to be dead as well as Monyet. Wait a second, but LP doing very much the same. And Barrel will be able to find themselves another pistol win. So 2-0 in that regard. Now a deficit of 5 rounds.
Well, let's see if you can avoid pulling a DFM here and win both pistols and don't have the best result on the map. As this is sick shooting from LP. Get into his groove. Come on, you had a couple good ones with the Bandit. That's all there was. And just run him down with the shorty.
Nice.
And into success. It just felt weird, an awkward setup for RRQ from the get-go. And the call here from Varel to just evacuate into elbow, set up that extra angle. Just not a lot of RRQ really could do about it. Great escape from Zexy up the top of the box after getting flashed, and they're basically able to play a counter retake. So it's going to be Varel's turn. Take a pause, look for any of that aggression. No buy up to speak of for RRQ at all. All classics. Oh wait, no. One Bandit.
One Bandit.
The Bandit was way too much like the classic.
Yeah, it's just like a little bit more narrow.
Yeah. But like I always quick scan because I'm so used to. Oh, hold on. Okay.
He's able to find it in the end.
Yeah.
Zuna does have heals as well available. He reconnects with his Sky, who's currently trying to pressure his way forward in the showers. Get top back up to 100.
Zuna, wait. Hold on.
Robin on that saturate. The chase is coming in, and Jemkin is going to be saying thank you very much for the Bucky. Suddenly, this side starts looking a bit more unassailable. That being said, though, LP continuing to excel. Comes away with 2. Crazy Guy, however, finding a kill on a Zexy, and now it is just Jemkin with said Bucky to try to fight his way back out of this one, but okay, let's get to the range. Not being kind to him as he finds a dink. He gets the headshot! Suddenly, it's just him versus LP. How in the hell have we gotten here? And now, if he plays around the back of Dice, he's going to be able to close the gap. LP, however, will find the swing timing and shuts him down, but that is, again, great damage dealt.
I mean, yeah, a very costly anti-eco for Varel. And they're going to be coming in with next to nothing. Just the Guardian was scooped up at the very end of the round. LP, though, sharp swing there. Jemkin is incredible. I mean, how clean he is. Just how confident he is. He just knows he's going to hit heads, and then he can refract and double down. That's just a classic, man.
That's why pretty much all of us took Jemkin in our build diff.
Yep.
For a duelist.
Nope, it's unfair. In Pacific, arguably our best player.
When he hits his peaks.
Oh, yes. That was peak Jemkin, to say the least. Well, now you're looking at leaving Monyet for Showers control.
This could be a bit at risk, and he has that half armor, so kill is going to be collected, but trade back 1-for-1 initiator for Duelist. Obviously still Klaus available though for Varel. There's the peek, and what a one-tap. Crazy Guy dead. Varel, they get this bonus conversion, they are off to the races and trying to run this map back.
Jeez, man.
That being said, Jemkin going to still be a hurdle for them to try to leap. Tucked away next to the teleporter. Do they get a read on it? Onto the peak. Eventually does manage to connect. Saturate going to be lobbed in. He's looking for a little bit more, but Klaus is going to be able to counter spam him. Finding yet another headshot with that Guardian. Now can get the weapon upgrade.
30 seconds left.
Grabbing the orb. Seeker's online. Zuna, knowing how desperately they need these round wins, just goes ahead and lets her rip. Spawny head. Oh! Dead to the headshot, and Xfero. Not much more to be done here.
Spike planted.
Just clear out those Seekers and try to stay tucked away.
Back in a flash.
Well, you know they're coming. You know that Varel wants that gun. This is catastrophic.
Monsters round win.
Just these contact fights. And obviously having an outlaw there and only a half armor. Cushy pays the price. A great read on the economy. For a little bit of an extra investment. And oh boy. All of a sudden that 9-3 not looking safe. Thought
Not
okay.
at all.
No.
Okay. Round over to Varel, 3-round deficit. And Ult Cycle overall is kind of even between the two squads. Convergent paths nearly there for Jemkin. One more to go, and LP is going to be having that tour de force as well online. But this was the Klaus show.
One enemy remaining.
Timeout.
There you have it. Timeout call from the RRQ camp. So one expended per squad. Do not want to let this team heat up now that they're on this attacker side.
No. Probably just talking about some map awareness things, some better ideas on how to take some of the contact fights. Because that's something you, outside of Jemkin, are seemingly having a bit of a tough time with. So try to get them situated maybe on how you can play some of those angles a little bit better. Some Varel fans out there for sure want to see them win. Please win.
Yeah.
Please win.
Please win.
Please. Well, they're looking okay now. I'm starting to believe.
Oh, certainly are. What an impact here from LP.
Yeah. Well, I am a big fan of Chamber in this meta. I mean, I think so much of this comes down to contact fights, and what better agent for that?
He's great at containing the double duelists as well. He's looking for that opening shot, but dash across. Xpero not going to get caught. It's good timing on the flash. Be staved off for now. Zexy, however, also with that outlaw. Going to try to find some value of his own, and I think that Cushy caught a glimpse.
You got to be so careful. As Xpero, only half armor, you don't want to give up
Crazy
that.
guy needs to clear this, surely. No. Okay. Because he's dialed in, ready to drop that sky smoke, Monyet has to just back away, so it gives away that space for the Bucky to really find its value. Meanwhile, RRQ trying to pull Zexy into a trap at Garden. Bit of a high-low. Jemkin willing to tank the shot so that Xpero can try to get the kill with that Vandal. Zexy able to find the one, saturated. Eventually will get collected, but Crazy Guy dead. Back over on the A side of the map at the same time. That causes the rotation to come through from Monyet. You can tell that the rest of RRQ are considering it, given that there was nothing else behind the Jet on B.
I love the way Varel's working the map.
30 seconds left.
Jemkin now one put in the position to try to hold the line. He's the only one with that rifle still in hand.
Oh.
Klaus goes up and over the top, finds the headshot, sits him down. Looks like Thrifty not to be barring something crazy happening here, but both players will die simultaneously as Varel continue to claw their way back into this. Just 2 rounds separating.
I mean, they're so sharp right now. It's got to be just a ton of confidence flowing here for them. Gets out of it,
And
too.
lucky doesn't just, get both of them, one shot each.
Right. Oh, what a shot.
One enemy remaining.
They're so map aware, too. Like, they know where they're causing problems because they're taking contact fights on both sides of the map round after round. And that leaves RRQ just flipping a coin, and they've flipped wrong to try to figure out which side it's going to be. This time they're going, yeah.
No one play, but Jemkin, he's got an operator at the other side. Immediate kill found. Pia overscaling his way through Hookah. The space has been given up. Fraction to the corner, at the ready, quickly has to be taken. Double dash over to backside, and Jemkin may be catching a glimpse there on the minimap. Wall will be raised. Some clears out, but it just end up being a TP angle for them. It's Jemkin considering the investment, just waiting for any more noise, any more contact. Now the conversion pass, but it's going to be a bit of a silent drift away for Varel. Flash out over towards Long as well. This should give RRQ a bit of information that they've tucked back.
I think they're going to be a rotate, especially off that flash. Varel's trying to sell a fake, but this time maybe RRQ. Oh, Cushy. Just going to leave.
Starting to go for it. Jemkin, he's going to try to scale, get himself on a line. Goes for it now with fine timing, but let's get the spot, and that conversion pass is going to be massive as he finds the no-scope. Klaus landing right in front of him. And this time that up, connecting center mass, not going to be the leg shot like we saw in the first half.
There.
Time it's just gone away
10
from them.
seconds
This
left.
round is over. Varel, unfortunately, playing a bit too cautious, a bit too patient, playing around with map information a bit too much. They don't really garner anything for themselves. They end up losing the round. Their win streak of 4 rounds now broken, and RRQ get up to double digits.
Yeah, and, for RRQ, Jemkin's so rock steady, so crucial right now to them maintaining this lead, 23-9, but this is all him. 2 kills, patience with the operator, doesn't bite on the dog, uses his ult to make sure that no one can follow up. And
Guys, we need to use TP, guys. Don't rotate CT, okay? Don't rotate.
Timeout.
So they dialed in. Stay focused on the win conditions. But final timeout call now sent out here by Varel. See what the discussion looks like. I mean, they still do have plenty of cash.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, outside of that round, you got to love the way that they're working the map. They're being in the right places at the right time. They're throwing their util correctly. Like, everybody's really doing a nice job overall. It seems like they're much more well-drilled here on this attack side with this comp, which it's VALORANT. I'm not super surprised. They're very good on their attacker side compared to defenders, typically. And so as it's RRQ, it feels like the impetus is on you to just be a little more steady and solid. You could see, you know, Jemkin really wants him to start considering the TPs. Doesn't want to be rotating through CT spawn if they can avoid it. Wants to get aggressive on the map. Wants to
I mean, I can listen
push
to
the
stuff,
flanks
but
of
the
VALORANT.
West is really hard, bro.
Okay, it's okay.
So, sometimes like, it's hard.
They're
I cannot
gonna-
get to sip.
They're playing like that pivot.
They stop me long.
Well, I have ulti, guys.
Shower, shower. First time, man. I never. They don't
Don't stop me,
look. Good. He saw me. I'm going.
Come on, spotted.
I
Will just be the drop back there from Jemkin, unable to find the timing shot as Convergent Paths goes across. Connect some of the players though, but Sexy up on top of the truck, able to find two. Xferal eventually will displace him, but you can tell exactly what the coach said to the players. Up the pace, stop slowing things down. We're allowing for RRQ to drain the clock, to get in positions to counteract, for Jemkin to get set up. Classic setup perhaps. Like Alex before him saying, just turn the brains off. Run at them, shoot them, and they do just that.
Exactly what the doctor ordered there. It's so ready for that quick reaction from RRQ. Just throw the util at the door and make a meal of it. Boy, did it taste good for VALORANT. They're going to have an op. There's still money here for RRQ at least, but that was really nice call there off of that timeout. You had an ult there as well as the coach that you knew to clear some space that you could use to set up for this play. The timing just perfect for Zexy. Gets right on the truck as RRQ players are trying to swing. Great awareness. I wanted to see some TP played at RRQ's Jemkin. Well, it wouldn't have mattered, but round was kind of done anyway. Cinder was on top of it.
He was. I mean, you know, not an explosive performance by any means, but certainly exactly what you want to be seeing from Cinder in particular. He's had his ups and downs throughout kickoff.
Last week was so good.
Yeah. Jemkin once again, this time able to find the peak and get the timing shot. That's going to give some pause here to VALORANT as LP is trying to get the entry, but he's already been tagged up, and Crazy Guy just swings out a lot wider than he is ready for. Can't react fast enough, nor can Sexy. Crazy Guy holds the line. It seems like RRQ not willing to allow VALORANT to get themselves back into this game fully. They slam the door shut as Zuna now is on an island, and Cinder is absolutely stranded behind enemy lines. To win this fight, he does. Cushy gone, Jemkin pressured out. Moniette's gonna go sprinting forward. They come out found, and Cinder gets the right click. Around the world goes Crazy Guy, but Cinder absolutely decimates him. And I can hear some frustration downstairs in the coaching booth. Xferal now has to clutch it out. Noise made. He's gonna want to try to get himself on this angle, but won't be able to get there fast enough to actually interrupt and deny that plant. Players a world apart around the corner. He's got to re-clear into lamps. This is buying critical time for VALORANT. Now the defensive stars set up, and Xferal likely resigning himself to try to go for the save, but Cinder in the exact position he needs to be to try to find the punish as he makes his way around the corner. Just slippery as all hell. Unbelievable from VALORANT, from Cinder, as they are one away from tying this up.
This is, I was so ready to sing RRQ's round-around adjustments, moving the op a little bit further forward, anticipating that it was going to be another attempt at a fast hit. You clear out showers, this should be round over.
This is what, this is a 2v5, I believe.
Yep, it is.
Absolutely insane from Cinder.
And it's, they do all the right things at the beginning of the round, and they just let one player slip. And he makes the most of it. So now you're on to mostly Sheriffs. Monyet with his ult, so sticking with the classic. Sparrow carries a gun over again.
That outlaw as well, but the thing that concerns me about this VALORANT is that the pacey hits have been working for them overall. And now that you have this double sniper in hand, this is where they are kind of forced to slow down a little bit more. And that does drain the clock. It gives RRQ the time to get a read, to find some picks. See if it ends up biting them in the rear, but for now, panning across, up long. This is going to be Trailblazers exchange. Saturate's going to be lobbed in, and Monyet will fall. Sparrow, however, comes away with two. Zuna and Cinder both going to be taken down. Spike on the floor, needing to be recovered. Klaus will be able to bound forward, grab that one up, but do they know just how many more forces of RRQ are here? They're lined up for him. The operator, however, not going to sing out. Xpharaoh is out for blood, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. As RRQ pull off the Thrifty. A massive round from Xpharaoh. They're all going to be kicking themselves.
Yep. But and again, it's just little things that you're doing different versus what had happened previously. You know, Monyet gives his life for the cause here. Xpharaoh wants to step right ahead of that Saturate, knows he can get back behind the wall, and then they take a different off angle than they did last time with that high-low.
Wow, nice spin.
Catches him off guard. So okay, a breath of life. RRQ just needs two more. Couple ults. Orbital strike and the Seekers.
Flash connecting, so quick refract, but it's just around the corner. Saturate will connect and force the refract out from Klaus as well. Bit of a stalemate here between the waylays.
Thank God you kept that shotgun out of your face.
While operator working its way forward at B as they look to just circumnavigate this pit, but Cushy on standby, watching the exit of window. And it's going to be Zexy, the first one to fall, but LP on the repeat, able to find one. Xpharaoh pushing forward though, he's able to find Klaus. Zoo orbital strike, looks to try to disrupt. Brings the sights back over towards Long, but Cinder wins out the fight. Pit now gone, a 3v3 with health advantages briefly in the hands of RRQ, but now the heals come through. Jemkin, not fully convinced, but now we'll start hearing the plant, but he's got to get a move on. Rotate back, take the teleporter, but given that he has the operator, has to play this approach cautiously. As LP, forced out of the cubby, will still be able to find Crazy Guy before getting taken out. Monyet now under pressure, turns back, finds Cinder over at Lab, and now it is Zuna, a 1v2 clutch. The up and over, Jemkin plants his feet, the weapon's gonna be drawn out, and Monyet narrowly manages to win it, 11 health in a dream. Takes RRQ up to map point.
Oh my God, I thought he was gonna get it there for a second. Zuna got the quick headshot. It was one bullet, was all it would have taken. Oh my God. Just by the narrowest of margins. Xpharaoh's just like, whatever, flash me damned, I'm coming out there. Then Cinder, man, just knows exactly where he's gonna have to be. Ready for it. Huge win right there. Saved the round. Ooh.
Very close.
Oh my God.
Very close to having Veril close that one out. Gonna be a knives pop alongside the judge for Zexy. Seekers online for Zuna. He said for Cushy. For the moment, this B site very much empty. It is just Xpharaoh, who has been incredible in this series so far. Zexy looks for the very same setup, and LP able to find Monyet. He's gonna be saturated, but he actually holds his own! Cushy dead! LP finds Jemkin as well! This map is not over yet! Unbelievable! As Veril once again decide to just run it down and win it out.
Oh boy.
Show me LP's POV.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Sure.
Now this one.
Oh.
Right before the saturate connects.
Oh.
That is gorgeous.
That is absolutely disgusting. Just amazing. Debut on Chamber. He's top fragging for his team. He's gonna duel Jemkin.
He's gonna have the advantage. The shot from Jemkin goes right past his right leg. Zexy up and over, the truck dropping down, finds Crazy Guy, and Klaus turning back over the showers. But LP, he's still there. He's still pressuring, and now Monyet is completely boxed in. The up in hand, not gonna ring true. Klaus finds the shot, and Xpero has to just stay the hell away. Varel are gonna be one round away from taking this into overtime.
And the economy's in the dumps for RRQ. You're not gonna have that max loss bonus either. They went for it in this round with the economy. So that's gonna be Varel favored to send this to overtime. And can you even save this gun? He's in a tricky position. They're gonna maybe get to him just in time. They know.
Have a very solid idea. He's actually gonna get the bad news, but LP, ooh. Still gonna challenge in for it, goes to the wider swing, and Xpero able to hold his own. Will retain that weapon critically, but is it going to be enough? Can RRQ find themselves, I believe it will have to be another Thrifty to close this, or do we go to OT?
I don't know what Cushy's doing there.
Timeout.
Later. I don't know what's going on, but Jovi and Warbirds seeing if they can sing some tunes, get the morale going, get the players going, get that one more round. Neither team really putting up much resistance on their defender side, so just looking to see if there's anything. Now LP's on top of the server. He's past Jemkin.
Been a massive surge from him. You say sing some tunes. I would actually like to, when we have, you know, more and more teams have started getting like mental coaches and whatnot. When do we get team bards?
Oh, that'd be sick.
Just
Yo.
have like a little lute and then
Yeah,
start playing songs.
like some guy dancing around with a flute. Great.
That is the next step, the next evolution of
Let's
esports.
do it. We've got Arnold's number. Get Gen G on that bandwagon.
Cheer up your players after a tight loss.
Yeah, man.
Well, let's see. Can Varel take that final step? 3 players ready to take contact at B long.
You want to play? Let's play.
Flash going out. Tour de force popped. Presence confirmed. The Trailblazer to the spot in the saturate. Gonna fall short.
Have to use it so early. Jemkin kind of stuck in the corner. Well, he is waylay, so just dash out, but he's instead.
Oh,
whoops.
For the updraft check, and Cushy will just bail out of that position. From Garden, the up and over going to be taken. Saturate, open corner, not going to find the connection, but Xpero tagged down to 3 within the 2. Monyet nearby, but it's just going to be an evacuation order here for Varel. Is okay. LP somehow not getting punished in hookah. But look at this convergent paths. And it seems like they're reading it.
I think they realized it.
They're going to pump the brakes. LP maybe seeing more than enough, calling that the counter rotation had already been made, so they're just going to cut noise and work their way back across B.
Yeah, this is very reminiscent of what we saw early on in this half.
But now the flash of showers, it tells RRQ exactly what they want to know. Cinder tries to go walking forward, but Crazy Guy, one timing to be found. LP now needing to be the one to try to hold the line. The rendezvous set up into the corner. Viper wall being raised. Klaus spotting one. Convergent path's going to be invested. 12 seconds remaining, and Monyet loses his head. The dash in. Cushy able to find one. Xpero! This man was so low! Still gets the kills! And now it's just LP! The round, however, this map, it is over! Jemkin need do nothing more but backpedal and deny an ace! RRQ, they will win this map, but they're going to be thinking twice about their game plan on split because Varel showed the hell up on Bind.
And I mean, LP in particular, the debut chamber performance, very, very good. And it was by a sliver that they don't get this done, and it's that call to re-rotate, but like you said, that extra piece of util that gives it away costs them maybe an extra few seconds there to get that plant down, gets that convergent pass into position to really slow everything up. I forgot about that Xpero double kill with the classic, and then the follow-up by Jemkin very early on to start this. You know, RRQ looks sharp. Both teams look sharp on their attack side.
But now for Beryl, this is going to be a test of tenacity. This is such a tough, heartbreaking loss. It's your map pick-up bind. You're one away. You should have it in hand to push this to overtime. And you fall shy because of time itself, because the player just simply backs away. Can they recover from this? Come into split with a solid game plan with that same fieriness that we saw from them coming into this second half. Because that's what they need if they want to extend this to a third and final map.
Yeah, you don't want a repeat of last week. It was almost the exact same thing that happened on Haven.
Yeah.
So let's see if they can have a better mental recovery, a better prep for split.
Well, for now, we'll send things back over to the Analyst test to break down all of the wild action from Bind.
Ooh, wild action indeed on Bind, because Varel, they came out swinging. I actually thought that they were going to close this one out towards the end because it was so close, but RRQ, they managed to close out just barely though.
Yeah, this second half got a little crazy. Varel really started to turn on the aim, and you felt it. You felt it in the air. We felt it in the crowd. Varel have some crazy loud support here, getting them G'd up for that comeback, but they can't make it happen. RRQ once again show their experience and close out a win on their opponent's map pick.
I mean, it's the second series in a row where Varel falls short in all 24 rounds. It's rough. I mean, huge game from LP. You've seen him be a fragging IGL in that tier 2 scene in the past. Varel has so many players that can turn it on. Honestly, or you could look at anybody on this team in the past, bar Cinder, to be able to have a massive game where they'd be able to put a carry performance, 300 ACS together. He could have pointed at any of them. And at the moment, I feel like Cinder is their most consistent player. So everybody else, it's about the peaks and the valleys. And today it looks like it was LP's day. Really, really good performance debut on the Chamber, but still not good enough for Varel to get the win across the board because their defense was just not it.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was too slow of a start for Varel, and RRQ had that massive lead, but RRQ being RRQ, kind of, it slipped away from them towards the end, but they managed to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think RRQ have now sort of got a habit together. They're able to close out these games, and I do think it's becoming more and more important. Varel, on the other hand, seemed to have exactly the opposite problem. We saw this against T1 on Haven. It doesn't matter how good they look, they just can't get a win on the board. They can't buy a win. LP is dropping nearly 30, lighting up the server, and it's just never enough.
Yeah, it's just so frustrating because, like, you know, the comparisons to Nongshim are inevitable, right? Because they also came out from Ascension and everything. But I feel like it's so frustrating for Varel because the kickoff was just, you know, it was pretty dismal on their side. And now that we're getting into stage 1, they seem to be gathering some momentum. But I feel like it might be a bit too late. All of the other teams have gotten ahead of them.
I mean, there's clear criticisms here. I mean, 3 rounds on your defense when you win the pistol is not enough. That's not okay.
Yeah, I think looking at their comp, you want to see them win opening duels on their defense. That's what the comp is designed to do.
Yeah.
RRQ opted to start on the attacking side, and despite that, they just kept winning all of these opening duels. Push up B long into elbow, they flatten Zexy inside of U-Haul. They're able to pick that LP deep on short A there. Klaus is just looking lost in this round. There was just so many examples of RRQ being able to find opening kills in that first half.
Yeah.
And now this was like on the flip side of it now. I think when we moved into that second half, they did manage to make some adjustments. So we just saw that Zexy die to that up on long with no cloud burst. They call a timeout, and now we see a clear adjustment. They're trying to force Jimkin away from those angles a little bit more. They take him out the game in that second half, and it's also looked much better.
Yeah, I think that this is a comp where you look at it in comparison to some of the other comps in the meta, even the one that RRQ is playing, where the Neon does a lot in terms of creating a lot of space, or you're playing things like a double initiator. But when you look at Varel's comp for what it is, you need to actually get a lot of value out of the small things. You need to be able to get value out of the cloud burst, consumes for the Astra to be able to break some of these lines in terms of the ult, because at the end of the day, when you're playing solo Eni Sky, you've got a Chamber who's just a guy with a gun, you've got Waylay as well as Jet. There's actually just not a lot of cover and utility to be able to break lines and actually try to take map control. So either you have to be phenomenal at taking dry opening duels and winning your aim duels,
pistols, which they weren't in the first half, or you need to be very creative about how you're using these tiny pieces of utility to be able to get just a little bit more space.
And that's where some of the inexperience of Varel is starting to show, right? When you're up against a team like RRQ, when you're up against a player like Jemkin, by the way, who, if LP had the crowd screaming on the side of Varel, you have Jemkin here on the side of RRQ.
I mean, he's been a hero for them. Once again, with how close this game was, there's a few... If Jemkin is 10% worse in this map, I think RRQ don't manage to take it. Once again, he's getting them out of some very difficult situations.
He is, yeah. He was very good on the Waylay here, something that won't be able to be played as effectively as we head later into this series. So RRQ, they're trusting playing this Waylay Neon at the moment. I don't know if that's necessarily future-proofed, but in this case, it has got them a lot of success. You saw Jemkin have some decent success with the Operator, but another man, I mean, this is his first game of Chamber ever. On this team, you used to see Klaus playing the Chamber, but unfortunately, in a comp on Bind here, where Klaus, who is also their Waylay guy, is not able to fulfill both roles, somebody has to play the Chamber if you want to play both, and in this case, LP's done a phenomenal job, and I think you can point at him and look at how he used to play Yoru, how he used to play Viper, and he used to be one of their better fraggers in certain maps, and you can see that he has the aim, he has the mechanics, he has the skill set, he just needs to be unleashed, and when he has to burden those IGL duties, he's not always able to be the kind of centerpiece of Varel, despite the fact that he's got an incredibly high ceiling.
He was just going crazy on that map of Bite. If you're asking me now, when I watch this Varel team, I want to see a Chamber on every single map in this meta. I feel like there's ways you can make it work. I feel like they have the players for it.
There's so many teams that I want to say that to, but we're seeing so little Chamber. Even RRQ, I'm like, oh, Jemka was great on the Chamber. They haven't played it. Like, what is going on right now? No one likes Chamber all of a sudden.
You do kind of wonder, like, you know, where are teams? Are they prepping for something? Are they just, like, you know, keeping it close, you know, to their hands at the moment and maybe bringing it out a little later?
It's because Chamber is an anti-Valo plant man's Asian, you know? All you do when you put someone on the Chamber is like, here's a line I draw on the map. You aim, you take this space, you hold this line. You know, there's nothing fancy about that from a coaching perspective. It's just like, go and shoot them with your big gun, man. And look, honestly, LP's done a great job of that. But at times, it's not particularly exciting. And I think a lot of, especially in a meta that's very flexible, a little bit, how would I say, undiscovered at the moment. I think a lot of people are trying to figure it out when I don't mind the simple approach, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I want to see Varel take it in a simple direction. We will be moving to Split next. If you're asking me about Varel, give me double duelist Chamber once again because it had potential in that map one. It's small things that stopped them from getting that win. But you can see Varel played this 2 times so far here in Pacific. 0 wins.
Well, let's not forget their debut where they played that Yoru comp, I think it was, and they played incredibly slowly. And we were criticizing them and saying, where is the Varel from Ascension? And then I think they swapped onto the Chamber. So I want to see if they're going to back themselves again or we're going to see a third comp swap from Varel here on Split.
Maybe. We'll see what form they're in, but it looks as though their players seem to be back to their former selves, to their Ascension selves. You saw it in their smiles and everything. Is it going to be enough, though? We're heading into Split, and RQ also have some unfinished business on this map. Heading into our Agent Select right now. Okay.
What are we doing, guys? This is the exact opposite of what I wanted to see. It's solo duelist on the Jet. We're running a deadlock. It's Teo, Sky. Now, it's, you know, points for trying to be different, but this is not what I expected from Varel.
I mean, we've got a team full of very heavy aimers playing a very intricate comp where you have to execute the utility well. Let's see how it goes for them. What I will say is they're going to start out on the defense, and this comp can be pretty annoying to defend, to attack into on the side of RRQ, who are going to be playing that double duelist, a little bit more of a simple approach from them, but it can be annoying to figure out something like Teo deadlock on the fly with the Astra. So I want to see Varel come in with a really good game plan. This is where the coaching staff has to be worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, I wonder if that is their objective indeed. With this comp, I don't know, it's left our analysts scratching their heads. I wonder if it has our casters doing the same thing. Let's toss it over to Achilles and Paperthin to find out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, it's only the 3rd time that LP has played Deadlock. Taking a glance at the average statistics for the 2 times that he played it prior. Good impact, 230 average ACS. But this is certainly not at all what I had anticipated. I was hoping to see the Chamber in the mix here for them.
Yep.
You know, utilizing him with that trademark to try to slow down the double duelist approach from RRQ. But instead, it's going to be the deadlock. It's going to be that Tejo.
Or just
it's going to be solo controller again.
We'll see. Maybe there's some legs to this. There's, in theory, some combos there, right? You could grab Ned into the salvos and some of that kind of thing.
I mean, I'm surprised that they managed to make such a go of it on the first map, not playing the Viper.
Yeah, that's true.
Bind,
that's true.
I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of teams across the years that have, gone for a Viperless solo controller bind, but the last one that I can think of is Monyet taking initial contact, would be Global Esports back in 2023, and it didn't look good. But Zuna able to find the first kill. Monyet going to be dead. They're within the garage, so a solid start as VALORANT so far do have both pistols under their belt.
Just gonna throw it out there. It's been a tough map in general for VALORANT or SLT is split, so RRQ attacking weaknesses a little bit as well, seemingly. But they have so much map control. Yeah, they can play this counter B split, with that deadlock wall over there.
I mean, this is a 1-4, and they're going to hear the footsteps, that rotation from Xfero as they look to intercept him. All these players now pushing their way up through Ramen. Xfero pumps the brakes, though.
Spike play.
Is wary about this, but cannot find the execution. Just the one shot there onto LP, taking him down to 45. Jimkin at 22. Crazy guy at 75. Cushy does not have the healing to try to get these players back healthy in the mix. Gonna look at the one, but Klaus on high. We'll be able to find it. Cushy the push in the alley. Intercepts Zuna, but now he's the last one standing with just 10 HP. And I mean, it would have to be an ace clutch, but what a clutch at that it would be. But LP picking up where he left off, gets the 3K of his own, and gets VALORANT the third pistol of the series.
Let's see if they can capitalize on it this time. Maybe have a little bit of a cleaner anti-eco. Even though they did get one of the bonuses, they still didn't win the map after winning both pistols. Just need to get some rifle round magic. Overall, just so much damage done initially here, and so much map control established. Compared to kind of talking about the way that we saw this map piloted by Team Secret, where they were really afraid to take some control of the extremities early on, at least. VALORANT has that in their repertoire. Oh boy, hello.
Spotting out plenty. Some damage dealt there on him on yet, but the site entry, all the same, goes over to RRQ for that fast hit of their own.
Crazy guy's a stinger.
He does. This is VALORANT-esque. Doesn't want to suffer the same fate that G2 did earlier on Split. As LP going to be caught on a timing. Net, however, will grab him, but there's no fast scaling to come through. Flash ends up going in behind him, but it looks like it does enough to deny him the vision. As Jemkin caught by the salvo, and Crazy Guy eventually fallen. Weapon can be collected. Cinder blinded up on yet. Grabs himself a judge. Xfero gets rid of Zuna. Suddenly, Zexy swinging around the back with that Spectre. Needs to find the value. Cleans up the first, cannot get the second. Klaus has the shot, but the time is just bleeding away from them. And Xfero, he will be the finisher 1-1. That is brutal for VALORANT to suffer for playing such a close map 1. To find another pistol, maintain perfection in that regard, and then drop the anti-eco.
I just love the comment. I love Crazy Guy gets flashed. He's just spraying, and it's enough to keep VALORANT guessing. Great flash again from Cushy to set up Monyet there to give him the judge. Be a difference maker in that corner. So scary.
Insane flash, bro.
Agreed. Absolutely insane flash. Connected full onto Cinder. Trying to create a little bit of attention is Monyet. And he's pulled the extra player, that's for sure. So is the scaling going to be there quick enough? You're not getting much info off that flash. You would expect that at least Xfero's chilling out over here. Just are they ever going to get the read that there's more than that, as RRQ is taking their sweet time. But look at VALORANT, man. I mean, yes, it's mostly just classics. A couple sheriffs in there. This is still a little scary.
Both sheriffs are playing together. And given the setup, obviously you don't have any trips, you don't have any alert system in place for RRQ. With the exact forward onto the site. Cinder looking for a timing, and he will be able to find some revenge on Demon yet for the previous round, but Jemkin quickly trades it back. Paranoia at the ready.
Sparrow.
Peeking in towards that sewer angle. Will just opt to back away from the fight. Give them a bit of space. Just rotates the weapons further into the site. Picks up the Marshal once again. Double stack attempt there on elbows. Jemkin plays forward. Already some early damage, and now the kill to LP. Klaus will fall, and RRQ just looking to try to close this out here.
Remaining.
Keep it clean for the remainder, and they shall. 3 players surviving, as they will gain the lead 2-1.
Yeah, that's pretty well handled by RRQ. Everything considered, like, there was so much going on there that I thought could have gone real wrong. I mean, xFaro just barely getting out of dodge before he got overwhelmed. Just really heady play stuff from him, just showing his veteran presence.
One enemy remaining.
Juggling those guns back on top of getting out of there. That is like stuff that doesn't show up on a stat sheet. That's super valuable. Cushy 5-2 to start, so coming alive on the sky, at least for now. Similar start from Monyet, but he had a little bit of backup in case there was a counter move from Varel. So he was making that same noise earlier. So you could see some of the conditioning that RRQ is trying to create and play around that so far they haven't gotten Varel to bite on.
Trailblazer just going to let that one go. One backing away. Trying to give Varel a false sense of security around mid. Do, of course, have that sonic sensor set up on the vent side. As Nexi just going to be caught. Crazy guy.
Ultimate is ready.
Finds him on the peak, and he just can't exit fast enough.
Not ready yet.
Have the tail when primed.
Yeah, trying to re-clear that Cinder, but he has to back up. Doesn't feel safe, so now you're getting the extra player and Klaus over. Doesn't mean RRQ's committed to this just yet. Still a little bit of time, but with the Seekers to go to lead the duelists in.
Quick dash back to sight. Cinder trying to clear these out. Will get caught by one of the cabbages. Quickly setting up a star to try to keep himself safe. Tucked into the corner. Meanwhile, Zuna out onto the Raptors. Going to be able to find Monyet, but Crazy Guy trades it back, and Klaus on the peak from Ali. Just managed to find Jemkin. Spike in hand, and Cushy with that kill.
30 seconds left.
It's a step closer to being able to get the plant in play.
Okay.
There, okay, pass over into the TP. Crazy Guy. Able to get that spike into action.
Spike planted.
And xFaro very quickly rotates over. Might get stunned up by the sonic sensor on the entry if he just full sprints in, but there's going to be no one available at screens for the punish. Here's it, and he's just going to go ahead and let it sit.
Toxin screen down.
I wants to make him think they went heaven.
Cinder in positions, watching it, so gives him a decent idea, but Cuss is not going to connect. Crazy Guy plays out in front of it. LP gone, and Cinder now having to back away. Retain the weapon as the economy again is going to be broken here for Varel, and RRQ stretch the lead, now 3-1.
It's just so brutal on split as the defenders when you lose that first player in this meta because of how contact heavy things are. It makes it so much harder to maintain any kind of map control, especially when you have an Omen ult in play. You know, there's some trades on site, but yeah, there's some frustration starting to be shown from Varel, who's usually, even when they're losing, kind of having a good time, but I think they felt they should have had that bind. That slipped through their fingers. And that young team, that inexperience, might be getting him to a little bit. So now it's time for the coach to get in there, talk him through it, see if he can get those nerves out a little bit, calm his players down. You know, it's one of the hardest things to do as a coach, especially with a young team, that when their emotions start overwhelming them, being able to reel that back in, being able to collect, you know, what's going on with them. So depends on your coaching style, but it's not easy no matter what.
I mean, it can be a tough, you know, reality to come to terms with when you have such a run, when you are so dominant, making your way through, getting that Ascension slot, and then arriving here and then just being checked at the door.
Right.
You're feeling undefeatable. You're feeling like you have the read, you have the understanding, you have the talent to be able to take down just about anybody in the world. And then suddenly show up, you're here in the big leagues, and you start realizing that the other teams, they got hands.
It's a different ball game.
It's like winning some locals and then trying to go to Evo.
Yeah.
and just getting absolutely rinsed.
Yeah, and you realize that, you know, men are RDs at the end of this thing.
Yeah.
You're like, oh god. Well, only a stinger from Monyet. Wants to. I don't understand that. What am I missing here, Achilleos?
But Monyet with a stinger?
Yeah. Look at their money.
He wants to run and slide.
I get that, but I feel like there's better guns.
I would say probably a judge would give you more value on split, but who knows? We'll see what Monyet's trying to do or what he opts to go for. As we'll just pull back. And he gets a good amount of util out. That's a salvo the net as well. Going to be invested. The up and over coming through. Jumping over top, but there's a stun. Delaying a little bit, so Varel in position to try to potentially get a flood retake. Crazy guy going to be heard with that reload. Trailblazer going to be sent through. Opts to just clear that one out. Stunned into the corner of the paranoia. Heals back some of that pressure. Keeps himself safe at the moment. With no real damage found, no kills coming through. It's hard to, okay, I was going to say to try to go for the Annihilation, which will now be invested. LP looking to just barrel stuff it and will. Monyet does get grabbed up, swing in the corner. Jemkin unable to find the eliminations there. Cushy, however, trying to do his damnedest, but he can do nothing. Clean in the retake for Barrel, because they will get themselves a thrifty win to run this back a bit.
Yeah, I really like the thought process into this round for Varel. In this retake, using that deadlock util really nicely to block off two players effectively. Oh, the Tracers make it a little easier there for sure. Then you can rip that Annihilation and the Armageddon.
I was going to say, that is the consolation prize for RRQ. You get two very critical ults out.
I'll just go
Don't worry
jump
about that too much. We'll see what RRQ's going to do.
For you, so you can
just like normal, just like normal.
I hope para.
Yeah,
Hey, wait, watch out, watch out, 100%.
Oh, you can get closer and kill him, Naja.
But, can you break?
No. Apa?
Can you push?
I just got
Let's go.
Trying to find the trap here on the Zexy. Will just be backpedaling and almost puts himself in a bad spot. That drink going to be lobbed in. Jemkin stun up there for the moment. But still is able to find the shot. Monyet is going to be able to find two. LP and Zuna both going to be taken down as Monyet not pulling the Klaus either. And Merrill after pulling off such a critical thrifty, you're going to be kicking themselves for not being able to find a drop of blood in this round.
It's just the same game plan for RRQ when they see the op in Zexy's hands. It is
run him down.
Run him down. Absolutely. He's just a jet. You're a Neon and a Waylay. You have so much more util to deal with that. And it is 100% the right call every single time. Now you're going to be sitting on convergent paths. Monyet's ult coming into the next round. Just like that.
You have to be considering, what do you even want to do with your buy?
Right.
Zexy, I guess he has the blades, so could just go ahead, table a weapon, build up some bank, and then get an operator online into the following round. But Jemkin, he's scooping that up. He's looking to carry that forward, utilize it against Varel. RQ keeping them pushed back beyond arm's reach.
For sure. So Varel should have a buy and blades. Maybe even another buy coming in if they wanted.
I think
they have enough.
They can get a drop, but
yeah, exactly.
I think they're going to try to bank it for the operator, but big round from Monyet.
Yeah, you're right.
Heading to the above.
It'll just be those knives online.
Well, he had pretty impressive couple kills with it on Bind when it was a 3v5.
Trying to play off of that stealth drone. Yeah, only gets info on Jemkin though.
Trying to bait a little bit. Looking to see if they could tee up Jemkin. Oh, the head!
And there's the op. Passed over to Xpero. Snipes him out of the sky. Pop flash. Crazy guy does get connected on by that one, but Monyet, that second layer just pulled further back around the corner. Has the punish, and Varel struggling at every outing in this round.
Yeah, this 3-2 split. Beautiful. Catch a lurker. Had somebody there for the trade just in case. Right there. I don't know what was going on with Zexy. He was pretty late to react to, Xfero swinging out there.
I'm out of here.
Don't know if he was just mini-map looking or...
It's the Viper camouflage. She's also green.
Yeah.
Can't tell her apart. Is that fair?
The walls are green on this
Is Viper
map,
broken?
Yeah.
I got Spike. Spike dropped.
What about Sky? She's green too.
30 seconds left.
Swap over, looking for the attack.
Gotta go.
Klaus and Cinder about to be tested. As RRQ see that Heaven is open for the taking. Cinder looking for the kill. Klaus will be able to find one, but Xfero, the peek out from main, able to find the shot. Maybe if Klaus gets 1, 2 more, they can stop that plant from coming through, try to run down the clock, but they all just end up getting caught up in it. RRQ now secure a 5th round win.
Yeah. Great little flick too. Xfero, great bait and switch from Jemkin. The refract right out. Set up Xfero. Nice from Crazy Guy.
Slow or fast? I think we play slow. We play slow.
Slow or fast? Knowing Crazy Guy on this map? Slow.
Toxin.
But you have the convergent paths. I think that's why Jemkin's trying to see if he could fish it out of him a little bit. But it is an eco, so don't want to maybe overcommit too much here. Deep sonic sensor. Yeah, looking to re-clear that space though. But it is gonna be Klaus set up at the tight angle. A lot of info. Triple stacked. Dash over to create an extra one. He is gonna clear that sonic sensor, so doesn't really do much though to affect anything other than you don't give Klaus the initial chance to play off that trip.
He's already dialed in on the angle, so.
Yeah. Just makes it a
Wall has a little bit of a weakness.
Just a bit.
And you just walk right under it.
Limbo.
Don't even have to, bring like an explosive to bust it down. It's not even Helm's Deep. You just walk through. Oh, pop flash. Klaus able to pull his way back around the corner, but that's going to leave LP as well as Zuna out into the open as Moniette is fiercely charging forward, disrespecting any and all util thrown his way. Does get stunned up though, and Klaus able to hold his own, finds a second with that Sheriff. Crazy Guy will quickly reopen the B site. And that leaves now just Zexy. See if he can make any kind of go of this.
Well, have to be pretty special. He's just looking for kills at this point.
Oh, okay.
Got the dink. Cushy, heal me, bro. Told you.
He will do just that. Looks like Zexy just going to go around the back, try to play for an exit here. Wants to get that operator out of the mix and maybe even just get the kill and collect it himself, but all 3 players from RRQ will be making their way out the safety. And Xfero does have a read on this. Does not have the shot. It's between one. Crazy Guy dies to the spike.
What?
It's okay. Just an oopsie.
You know what?
It's a little oopsie.
They're you know what? They're max 5.
He
It doesn't matter.
Afford it.
It literally doesn't matter.
30 seconds left.
So, it'd be what it do.
Psychological damage to your opponent. You're making him think you're dumb.
He might have been caught so off guard that he had re-wrapped.
This one, guys.
That he just stopped and then was like, oh. Like, he went that way? He went to ramen? And then he just got caught by the spike. Either way, that is going to be the force of the final timeout for Varel. Potentially in this series, unless they can try to run it back. But even with the 9 and 3 that we saw on that first map, they were able to hold that second timeout until the second half.
It was that fan's birthday, and as a present, he wanted the Varel win. Ah, buddy. I've got some not so good news so far.
Listen, son. You can't always get what you want.
But if you try sometimes.
I'm not going to feed into this anymore.
Come on. You know the song.
Yes, of course I know the song.
But it's true.
Gotta go.
What is 2 players Crazy Guy is his ult. I have to assume this is some kind of like, look at where Varel is situated. Look at the initiators. They're either playing like anti-execute, or they were expecting a TP.
Oh, here comes the fast lane. As, well, Jemkin will make his exit, but Monyet, he is in the depths. His conversion path's not going to be connecting, but even 3 players stacked up on this alley side. So it looks like Varel just trying to go for a very fast reaction, but given that the operator doesn't find value, doesn't slow things down, now they're going to find themselves in a position where it's very difficult to try to get this retake going. LP, however, on the back, does get the flank, so Crazy Guy going to be taken down, but Texi Cinder immediately going to be evaporating, but Klaus again, coming up with some goods, finds himself 2 kills. Jemkin now the last one standing. Hasn't really been the danger man for RRQ so far in this map, but can he find it now in the clutch? Trying to make it a 4K. And he is just waiting flat against the wall for Zuna to come peeking. And he will have it! A massive Red Bull clutch from Jemkin, coming alive when they need him the most. And it's another kick to the gut for Varel to try to stomach.
It's a clever round. I like the call out of the timeout. They win a bunch of battles they shouldn't. Some really nice stuff from Klaus. But you gotta go against Jemkin. You gotta go against the final boss. He's just got time on his side. He has the spike plant on his side. But the way that they used that initiator to util to delay and cause some problems and storming.
Oh, Xferro.
Xferro.
Praying that they don't come hunting even deeper. He's trying to keep it quiet. He's keeping that net on. Zexy, an opportunity perhaps, but oh, there you go. The re-peek can now collect that outlaw, granted. They have to be headshots or the double taps.
We missed him.
But okay, Cinder. Another one. Keep them in with the player advantage before he gets traded out. She with the plan. Zuna with the headshot. And it might just be another thrifty here for Varel. Still drunk getting the ping. Jemkin, however, still in the mix. Tagged down to 10 HP. Still, however, challenging for that fight. And for a second, I thought he was going to have Klaus as well, but it's going to be at the thrifty. Locked up for Varel to finally get that 3rd round win.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, a pretty creative round from Varel, using that deadlock util to make life awful for Xferro. Nice check, nice shot. Cinder tucked into a corner. Monyet doesn't check him, pays the price.
Clean from Zuna. Similarly, he's just not been having a solid day. Where last week he was the bright spot, the guiding light for Varel. A bit more of a dim setup for him so far today.
Yeah, they've got that op in the hands of Zexy again. Let's see if that's something that RRQ is going to be able to punish, as they have done many, many times. Jemkin shows presence. That's all a ruse. You know, a lot of times that it's the waylay where the commit has been for RRQ, so they're showing a different look. Whereas earlier in this half, they were using Monyet to be the bait to try to set up that, oh, we're totally going this way, guys, don't worry.
Xferro's about to swing into this. Zexy can find the shot, that'll be the spike dead. Does Xferro see anything? I don't think he spotted out the gun barrel, but he's just gonna go ahead and not even risk it. So aware. Is all 5 players getting teed up to strike onto A.
Yeah, I don't think Zexy heard him.
I don't think so either.
Just far enough away.
And this is a lot on Zuna's shoulders. One player within the side itself needs to try to hold the line. Salvo's delaying the flood out from heaven.
30 seconds left.
Klaus just managed to join in on that elbow shot. Now the Armageddon going to be called to try to delay to the side. If Monyet is able to find Zuna, Klaus answers back with 1. Spot out onto Cushy, looks for the kill but cannot find it. Cushy holds his own. And now it is LP. Finds 1, finds 2. Spike on the floor. The fadeaway shot to find the 3rd. And the time is just going to be gone shortly.
10 seconds left.
But no, Cushy, he's got just enough time. Tucks back around the corner. 10 HP. He dropping down, has the shorty in hand. He's up and over. And just about any distance would secure that kill. Another round for Varel, their first back-to-backs on this map. They're looking to try to make this a 7-5 half.
Dude, LP. This First of all, Monyet does great to get one here. He's cut off. He gets ripped to shreds on the way past the Armageddon. And the rest of his team can't get to him. He's good to get one, but LP goes absolutely crazy again. Doesn't matter what agent the man's on today. This retake heavy style now that Varel's been playing is working a treat. And RRQ struggling to find answers.
That lobbed in, grab onto one. She's able to backpedal it, but the spam is not finding Jemkin. It's just a hair off. Gets the removal. Elf drone. Trying to consider what it wants to do.
You could use Seekers here to actually tee up the convergent pass to get the spot on where the players are and lock them in. I'd love to see that combo. And then you can get Xpharaoh into the pit.
Monyet playing point, clears out that Trailblazer before he can get really any more information. But if you see the Neon, you've got a pretty good idea of where they're going to try to go.
There it is.
Convergent path's going to be infested. Jemkin gonna lob in that saturate, but LP holding close, is able to find one. Zuna out by screens, comes away with two. Klaus finding Jemkin, and now it's just Crazy Guy all of a sudden, last one standing. Just a Bulldog, doesn't have the ultimate. Can't even try to go for a cheeky pickup.
Here.
Needs to try to somehow isolate, divide. Three players. Klaus maybe giving him an opportunity though if he just checks down, but no, Klaus, a quick adjustment, finds the headshot, and Barrel will be able to rescue this half.
No doubt, this is huge that they're able to string this into 5. Is it gonna be enough? I don't know, but.
From 7-2 to this.
Yeah, I mean, LP is just disgusting. The fact that with a Guardian, he catches Monyet, who's jumping out of the smoke.
Halftime.
Now there's that energy.
Yeah, starting to return. They're starting to believe. And with this team, so far not dropping a pistol.
True.
To put them within touching distance, they can just do it one more time.
He can be tied. Wow, Klaus.
Did anyone take Klaus? I don't think we did. I think everyone took Zuna.
No. Nope, I did not. I mean, Zuna's been so consistent, even going back to kickoff. It's just like,
I mean, you go back beyond, you go to the SBL. Everyone, we had said he is the guy to look out for on this team.
Yeah.
And up until today, that is widely rung true for this squad. But last couple rounds, he's been coming alive. He's been instrumental in getting that 5th round win and a half. So if he can continue to heat back up, find that typical impact that he's able to have, this could very well still get pushed to a 3rd and final map.
Wonder if that's LP's family there. LP signed with a family-looking group of people. So I don't know. Anyway,
who knows?
Could be. I don't know. Yeah, man. I mean, the thing is like all the players on Varel are individually really talented. Going back to last year, I mean, there were days where Zexy would be popping off. There are days where Klaus is popping off. But yeah, Zuna has been so consistent in Pacific that it's kind of like, oh yeah, he's a gimme when Varel's playing.
So they're going to tuck back, but this space is being filled as, oh my goodness. Jemkin comes away with 3. And, well, the hopes of trying to run, perfect on the pistols throughout the series, it's widely been silenced. It's the spot out. Jemkin could very well be on for an ace. Not usually the kind of player to greed for it, though. He is going to scale down. Meanwhile, slow creep with that spike in hand. LP left on a bit of an island. Just tucked away at A main. Spike's going to be coming back, and RRQ, no reason to move a muscle. They keep everyone in position. Jemkin ready to strike around the corner. Gets a spot out. Counter swing can come through. Will just be the removal of the net. Zuna able to find the one. Monyet will deny an ace as he takes the other 2 kills for himself. But RRQ, they find their first pistol of this series. Making sure that Varel gonna have to wait a little bit longer before they're able to catch up.
Oh, man.
30 seconds left.
Those last
One
two,
enemy remaining.
just crazy.
Bandit, bandit siya.
my body. Ooh, somebody. Look at this. Big buy, a big investment. Couple Bulldogs, a Judge, Spectre, Marshall for Jemkin.
And they have dropped, what, 2 Thrifties in this series? Maybe a third? RRQ.
Oh, yeah,
So, want to avoid that. Not have the one-to-one trade back, but Zexy going to be tagged on the entry. Taking low. Quick forward back. Jemkin swings around the corner. Looks to try to find that punish, but Zexy not quite getting caught. Space is opened up. The plant to come through. Varel trying to get entrenched. Gonna get ready. Stave off this retake. Crazy guy, the paranoia, ready to fly. Meanwhile, Cinder lingering here around the corner, will find some damage, but cannot find the kill. Ends up getting flushed out. Now Jemkin finds himself a second. Zuna will be able to come up with 1, but now will be traded back out. And that is going to be Jemkin with 3 to get RRQ. A 4-player surviving anti-eco.
Yep, should be able to scoop up the dropped gun, trade out the Marshall, which is exactly what they are going to go do. Just great patience from Jemkin. I mean, that's one thing you're going to find with this guy is if he's in a spot that doesn't look great, he's always got an out. He's always got kind of that ability to, hey, I need some backup. I'm going to buy as much time as I can, and he's got his ult.
He's also got this read. Not swinging around the corner without giving it a proper check.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things about him and xVero in particular is you watch them throughout the course of this series, and they're rarely not checking a corner that has a cheeky player in it, you know, and that's just that incredible game sense that both of them have.
It feels like xVero has so many more kills than he does. I mean, his impact is still very much felt.
Yeah. It's so much map control that he gives you that doesn't always show up in the scoreboard. But when it does, it's like, oh man, he's nasty.
Not quite finding the silent drop down if that's what he wanted, but either way, no one's going to be within the audio range, I should say. Moniette just sending out a blast to the Judge.
Just a warning
fear
shot.
God of them.
Mid is shut.
You don't want none of this. It's going to be crazy guy, though. About to take the brunt of this, it would seem. This Trailblazer just trying to keep that interest drummed up on a side of the map, and so far, it looks like it might be working. Crazy guy, a cursory check over. Decides to go back, refill that space on B. Especially as now the stars do come down. Paranoia not going to find the connection, though. Has to back away as Varel quickly takes space here on the site.
Look at this wall, but they're circumnavigating it quickly. Good rotations from RRQ.
Oh, it's actually right on the rope. Damage exchange aplenty across both these players, but again, the heal's going to be in play.
Zuna's flanking, he's lurking.
Conversion path connecting on the 2, the flash up over the top, Moniette swooping forward, that Judge at the ready. As the players from Varel swing back around the corner, but Moniette gonna be dead as he tries to check back sight. LP still playing close, Zuna comes away with 2, as you're mentioning. And that is going to be this round, nicely wrapped up. The bow on top for Varel. Not allowing for that bonus conversion to come through. Still yet some fight in these young rookies. They will once again make the gap 3 rounds.
Yeah, got to be a little bit careful now as RRQ of some of that deadlock util mid-round. Yeah. Went for it. Oh, dude, LP is...
He's 2 away from having his annihilation online now.
I mean, he's just having a great day. Just overall. But was the bonus. Although I think some things like Moniette looks scared with the Judge. I'd like to see him just go barreling in off that convergent pass, just go left, and you know what, if there's someone back sight, then so be it.
Or they either hit the shot of the night on you mid-slide, or you just have people massacred.
Exactly.
That's going to be secrets to start things off here. Varel not taking any chances. Hear that Bucky around the corner from Moniette. Jemkin Howard does have an operator online. Granted, he's on the opposite side of the map. Crazy guy. Check around, but we'll just have the quick clear on that barrier mesh. And Sexy on the drop, immediately dealt with. xVero in pole position, finds the punish, and now Klaus gone as well. 2-player advantage, Trailblazer sent over towards ramp to try to get the re-clear, and we'll just get the spot on the LP, frantically making his escape. Cinder now trying to spring the trap, but look at Crazy Guy. He is watching this rope. He goes back around the corner, though. Could be caught on the timing, but Moniette, just quickly strafes back. Gonna go their separate ways, but there's gonna be a massive crossfire set up. Unless LP can get this one tap. But, Jemkin pulling off the angle.
The timing.
Gets retucked. LP very cautious about this. Very suspicious. They haven't seen that waylay at all, but Jemkin is at the ready. He's got the punish, and now it is just a 2v5. Cinder needing to put up some heroics, but quickly will fall. And what are you meant to do for Zuna? Swing out to his demise. Flawless round for RRQ. Not allowing for that momentum to get built up. They hit double digits.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Focus on your breathing.
as Varel this time, you should be talking about some of these over rotates early from RRQ because they committed 4 players here
30 seconds left.
right off the rip after you took ramp control. Set up a little bit of a crossfire trap inside of heaven for you. So it might be something you can toy with, some of that stuff they were doing on Vine where they're working the map a little bit, causing a little bit of confusion, a little bit of chaos. Don't have to rely on just that, you know, nitrous oxide that they have inside of them to just go at ballistic speeds. Oh boy.
Paranoia out, looking for this reclear. Jemkin gonna be stunned up, but they're still wary about the position, but Cinder wins out the fight. Operator still in position though as Moniette. He wants this Astra dead, and he shall find her.
That is ballsy. Worked. I thought he was dead.
Almost should have been, but gets away. Speed, chokehold, maintained on that side of the map, and it's actually gonna be a barrier mesh down to try to sell that there's no one in male. But if RRQ aren't going to be making any noise, then I think Zexy's going to have a rough time trying to find a timing to actually get a pick.
I think he just heard Crazy Guy.
They have just, will be hearing that Neon sprinting through Garage, I do believe.
Yep, he heard him.
So now, start working his way through, but can he get there fast enough? It's going to be the question. As soon as it's going to be taken down right as the spike is planted. Annihilation able to get the rebound grab onto Crazy Guy. Break not to come through. Xpero knows it's just going to be a little bit too risky, and now Zexy in around the back finds the stab. Xpero will fall. The flank comes to fruition as Moniette.
One enemy remaining.
Dead on arrival. We'll just have Cushy left to his own devices to try to retreat in all likelihood and save this weapon. Now, pushes to heaven to his demise. Varel will get themselves a 7th.
Yeah, this is really interesting stuff that Varel's able to get going in this round. Get a couple players tucked in deep. The fact that you even get one here as Moniette is pretty good. But the way that they tuck Zexy in and use that wall to do exactly what you say, that fake sell. There's no one here, we threw the wall. Surely we wouldn't lock our own player in.
It's a player's oldest time on split, just with a deadlock instead of a Sage.
Yep, exactly. But it's work to treat. RRQ gonna have to be a little more thoughtful about mid potentially, and with Xpero on his own, there's just not a lot he can do.
Oh, the swing coming through. LP able to avoid disaster as do well Moniette. For a second, it was looking like he was not going to be able to align that judge shot, but now Zexy on the rival once again. Breaking things open on that A-Heaven side of the map.
You commit so many resources to ramp. Again, Xpero on his own, just nothing he can do there. So now you got to play retake.
Backpedal to Alley, a high-low setup. Trying to find him on the peak, and
maybe
it'll
not.
be Xpero to claim one. Zexy gone. Fight out. Tap of the plant, slight little reposition. Salvo as well. Trying to stop the peaks from coming in.
Why did we not smoke that off before? Okay.
Not sure.
Okay.
Cinder able to find Cushy. Overdrive going to be popped, and so too goes Moniette. Well, Cinder's got plenty of vision at that kind of range. And RRQ, once again, backpedaling, going to be scratching their heads. The 2 rounds in a row. Found for Varel, and it's going to be 2 more to go to tie it up.
Has to be a timeout here, I think.
You would think so. They still have both timeouts to commit into this to RRQ. Operator will be retained, at least for the moment, unless Cinder has one belter of a shot on this peak into ramp. He does not. 2 weapons to be carried over. But yeah, I think that this is starting to get a little bit too close for comfort. So should be expecting Jovi to call the timeout.
I would expect so, and I think as Jovi, #1 priority is mid control. Something that I talked about a round ago that I wanted to see, and it cost RRQ again there. Zexy being able to sneak through, who as a Jet has decided that, you know, that's the best agent for lurking. It's worked pretty well. But that's got to be first and foremost. Like, leave your op to maintain a ramp control maybe, and then put 2 in towards mid. Give xFaro a little bit of extra cushion. Then, you know, Monyet can maintain garage probably as the Neon with a shotgun or something. And then from there, kind of similar ideas until VALORANT forces you to make another adjustment. See.
A lot hinging on this. Again, you know, the 2 weapons carried over. Good ones. Get the pass on that operator in all likelihood. And Jemkin, we know that he can do wonders with the operator. But if you start opening the door even further for VALORANT, lose this round, lose that operator, potentially not be able to afford another one.
But I think you got to leave him on an island. I think you got to rely on Jemkin's.
They're not going to do that.
Oh, they're going to.
It's going to be crazy.
Crazy guy. Oh, well, okay. Give him the shotgun. Okay, I get this. This is fine. Someone on an island with an op. I don't care who it is.
Okay. Well, that is a quick peek and a quick shot, and LP is dead.
But it's beautiful. You slow down the fast hit.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Bill just trying to sell that there's some interest on the other side of the map with that Trailblazer.
They're still committing so many resources to A. I get so concerned about that mid part of the map. Like, VALORANT isn't exploring it right now, but just looking at it gives me concern.
Slowing things down. Stealth gun. Gonna be sent out. Cause of divide as well. Called in. Crazy guy just touching back to the opposite side of that. Salvos will buy themselves some additional space, and well, Zexy whiffy there on the tailwind, but same can be said for Crazy Guy on the op shot. Find that punish. So Zexy still alive, looking for a target, has to backpedal away. Minor damage gonna be suffered. Some more in. Jemkin, late lurk into mid, finds Zuna. Cinder, however, still here alongside Klaus. Jemkin needs to step to it. He's already been spotted. Shoulder shot. xFaro good for 1, but Klaus trades it back. Saturate, interrupting, slowing down the reload. The hold up the half. No, he's just sticking it! They push for Jemkin! He's got him covered! And RRQ just steal the round out from beneath their feet! What a bold call! Absolutely astounding from Crazy Guy! And it just shows how much trust he has in Jemkin.
I mean, I would too. Living up to his name as Crazy Guy, a great op shot to start the round, and just sticks the defuse.
Oh, that is just insane.
Ooh. I mean,
One enemy
but what if I just held it?
Yeah, but what if? You lose the op, but so what?
Oh, that could be a backbreaker here.
That's just another one of those weird rounds that barely goes RRQ's way, just like the one that closed out Bind.
No charges.
Oh my god.
Well, the knives popped again, and this time Crazy Guy doesn't have the operator. Will once again back away over towards Ali and Zexy. In space, up in heaven, making sure there's not going to be that fast flood of retake coming through. Cinder, however, the one that's about to be under the immediate pressure, as here comes the check. But he gets to readjust, and he looks for the second, but doesn't manage to line it up. Crazy Guy going to be dead off screen, however, as Zexy hounds him down over towards Ali for a headshot. There with those blades, but has to pull back away, down to 11 HP. Yes. The player advantage.
Yeah, save.
And yeah, it looks like they're going to make that call. LP at the same time, filling the space over towards Ramen. He wants to make this costly. He wants to make this painful. Putting back some hurt that VALORANT had just suffered in the round prior. This is the exact kind of reply that you want to be seeing from VALORANT. Concise, swift, and not allowing for any shenanigans to come through from RRQ.
For sure. But again, part of the problem here is that RRQ is giving him these opportunities. Okay, Jemkin finds Zexy at the very end, but that doesn't really mean much, frankly, because Jemkin already had his ult. But you're giving them these opportunities because you're running the same setup there again, which is a 3-1-1. your 1 is B, your 1 is mid, and your other 3 are A. And VALOR's going to recognize that and immediately punish it. They're like, oh, they're only leaving 1B, so yeah, we lost a player and then we paused last time. This time we're just going to go at whoever this is. But the lack of mid control doesn't give you the ability to create flanks, and it gives VALOR the ability to cut off your flanks. These holes have got to be plugged, so they're going to try 2-on-2 this time, and that's, I think, a little bit better here.
Salvo again, we waited out, there's a jiggle, peek attempt, but LP actually, I believe just firing at Monyet, and Jemkin just happens to swing into it. So he gets caught, now the net is in play, and LP finds himself a second duelist dead. Wall will fall, and so too shall Xpero. LP's going crazy! He finds himself the ace! Leading by example! He runs them down! And VALOR are 1 round away from tying it up once again. What a massive, monstrous Predator ace!
God, he is unstoppable today. Oh. It's the fast lane in panic. Doesn't block the vision off Monyet, just dead to rights, and then he's just storming through. They're giving it to him that time. All the ults in the world for RRQ. This one's got to go.
Just the overdrive missing. Crazy guy basically just doing some aim training.
Look at how deep this wall is, though, already.
Yeah. I mean,
but what is it?
It locks off the approach from vents.
Yeah, but it doesn't control heaven.
But they're also in vents. Looking for the grab on the Annihilation. Gonna come up shy this time.
They're gonna rotate.
Yeah, they're gonna have to.
Again, no mid control. RRQ over-rotates early.
They can't scale forward from this position, but Jemkin is in garage. TP, that's gonna be heard, and Cinder is gonna go flush against the wall.
He has no idea.
I don't think the crazy guy's gonna be ready for this at all. He's not. He's trying to set up a smoke. He's trying to keep Jemkin covered.
You gotta save.
Can he find this? Oh, they're not looking at him, but he misses the shot! And Sexy tucked away a ramp, finds Monyet to boot. This is just catastrophe after catastrophe for RRQ. They will save, they will try, but VALOR will tie this up 11-11.
I don't know, man. You're gonna have to pull another time out here. I assume RRQ has one more, right?
Yes.
Okay. I was like, I hope I've been keeping track of this correctly. But you give up so much space on the map. And I get it, you're playing double duelist, like, you kind of have to push extremity control, but...
I mean, if Zuna keeps pushing like this, Cushy in an at-risk position. Right now, his eyes, they're dialed in over towards Cinder's spot. So, oh, there's the ride of the rope. But Cinder now can counter swing. A 1-2 punch. Absolutely gorgeous, and Xpero cannot stay alive. Completely and utterly tied up. And the bank is empty. Just ults to work with. No money, no guns to try to utilize here for RRQ.
I mean, VALOR's just got the read on him. They know they're going to over-rotate off early contact. They're using the deadlock util because they can get it deep early to set up map control.
Timeout.
To open up those pivot points to trick RRQ. It's really good stuff that this coaching staff has put together for VALOR today. I mean, on this attack side, it is really well thought out behind the deadlock. It is giving RRQ absolute fits, who... Also, I think RRQ's just being a little too stubborn with some of their round-to-round calling. And Monyet just does not look comfortable on the Neon in this map, in my opinion. I think he's not creating the space the way that he needs to, and he's getting caught in weird spots where he's easy to kill, and... Oh, God, again.
I don't even see a team name in that one, so... all I made out was...
Hello.
Annyeonghaseyo at the start, so... And something every day, something, I don't know.
Oh, God, it was all like a run-on sentence there, too. There was no breaks.
Plenty of fans here in the audience rooting for VALOR, wanting to see them push this the distance, because God knows what the hell's going to happen on Fracture.
Now, this is... maybe going to be an overtimer. We'll see. This is still a little scary with some of the weaponry that RRQ can bring. Couple stingers. X-Pharaoh with a Bucky. Some backup from Jemkin with the hero rifle. This time, Farrell's keeping it close to the vest early. Sensing that there might be a bit of a trap.
Early wall out. Trailblazer to check around A main once again. Zexy not able to drop back fast enough. Does get spotted. Given that they see the jet, does that make them start counter-rotating once again? But the answer is hesitant, yes. Farrell, he flashed up, just trying to keep that Bucky quiet. Jemkin here alongside him, the convergent paths at the ready, trying to stop a flood. But this is RQ not necessarily having to read about the barrier mesh, which is now going to be gone. It's going to be the Sewers approach, though. Outranging that convergent paths for now. Zexy
30 seconds left.
looking for an opening kill. Can he find one? Oh, it gets scattered. And he does end up getting caught. LP will find him on yet before getting traded out. Cushy here alone. Backside, no. Joined in alongside Crazy Guy, who will be able to find Klaus. 15 seconds remaining. And Zuna completely slowed up this round. Has eluded Varel once again. Things get slowed down. They can't go for their pace. He hits. He's got time. Just barely got it. Double dash forward. Jemkin should have dead the rights, and he will. For a second, it looked like he might have had the opportunity. But Farrell unable to play the game the way that they want to play it. They end up taking their time, and a Thrifty goes through for RRQ to get this up to match point.
Oh my God, okay, but. Jovi gets in here and he makes some good adjustments. It's X-Pharaoh maintaining discipline. Monyet holding a lot of ground towards the rope side of it. A lot of nice flashes there from Cushy. Buy him a little bit of time, and yeah, poor Zuna completely screwed, but it's their ability to maintain map control.
It's another opportunity, another chance to try to push a map into overtime versus RRQ. Can they make it happen, or will this be another 13-11 loss for Varel? Zexy is just storming his way forward into the pit, and Monyet is there to greet him. A nice how do you do. Because from the outset, Varel find themselves on struggle street.
Now they're going to have to rely on just brute forcing their way into a site. Not going to have that option of kind of some of those late lingering players.
Not that they know it, but Paranoia does get expended, so they get themselves forward onto the A site. It was one less key tool to try to utilize for RQ, but already they're getting this pivot in place. Crazy Guy joining in over at screens. Jemkin ready to strike, top of ramp, and strike he shall. Finds one with Cinder. 2 massive kills. Gets it back into a 3v3, but Cushy is here, and he is slamming the door in their faces. Klaus, the last one standing, finds the first, but Cushy pulls back away. Elbow side, Spike still on the ground, 37 seconds remaining. As Monyet up above here in heaven. Now isolated, but Klaus clutches up. This time, Varel, do not squander it. They take it to OT.
What in the world is that? A 1v3. No business winning that clutch. He's played patiently, but he goes towards main when they expect him to go elbow. A great read early by Monyet. What a response from Cinder. But then Cushy, this should have been it.
A 3v5 at its peak.
One enemy remaining.
And then Klaus.
They just never see him, and I don't know, Cushy needs to stay tucked there, in my opinion. Wait for him to commit.
Yep.
Yeah.
You can see that frustration. Sent into overtime.
Drone going out.
Back onto the defense for Varel. Klaus trying to see what he can spot. It's just going to be a quick little double dive into the refract for Jemkin. All of his kit expended on that A side of the map. And Varel still keep 3 forces right in on B. Zexy silently trying to drift back away. Avoid getting spotted by this Trailblazer once again. Get that operator into play on a deep line.
Yeah, but they saw him. Gonna try something a little different. Hiding the sound cues.
But I didn't see that he's got the op, but this is Varel now stacking 3 players on this side of the map, looking to try to re-clear around ramp. Make sure that there hasn't been a cheeky scale forward from X-Pharaoh.
gonna be ready for this fight.
Oh, LP scaling forward as Jemkin is able to find two. Two of the big players here. For Varel now dead in the round. They just ride that fast lane, and Zuna, he's able to find the one, but Jemkin so fast to reply. A 3K form, convergent paths online.
Patience.
Yeah, he can just wait for any ounce of information, any sound. Cinder trying to check around, trying to give some information for Zexy to try to scale his way forward. First pass sent his way, and he cannot find the shot that he desperately needed. And now this glass cannon operator in the hands of Zexy has to do it all, or RRQ will once again get this up to match point. Collects the Phantom, swinging the corner, the two players spotted. A high-low, unbroken. Jemkin finds a 4K, and RRQ will once again find themselves back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, that's just classic Jemkin, man. It's OT. It's Jemkin time. What a drag down there. He's aiming halfway down the ramp when he finds that second headshot. Good God. Unbelievable control of that Vandal.
But can they close it here?
I don't know, but God, how does he always do this in overtime? It goes to overtime and it's like 4K, 5K. It's the Jemkin show. That man is just built different.
That's why we call him the Terminator.
True that.
Salvo out, put in some space on those cubbies. Fast, empty A site for now, but players nearby enough, and Jemkin is one of them. Stealth Drone will lead the charge up the ramp for the spot out. Trailblazer going to be exchanged on the opposite side. Saturate into the corner could be Zuna in a very bad spot, but no, it doesn't go for him because she's still able to push down, find that kill, but Zexy in around the back, finding himself a second elimination as Jemkin will fall. Some trades, but it's Varel out in front. A 3v2. The re-peek in, trying to dash over to the side, but Xfero gets himself a third, and it might just be a 4K of his own to get them into this, but no! Cinder catches a glimpse, denies the pit, and gets the reset.
Overtime.
Oh, I think a little bit of a panic there from Xfero. Cinder reads it nicely though, but this whole round Cinder was on his horse through mid. Never checked again by RRQ, leaving their flanks open.
I mean, it's just wonders done by him, but the peak's just a bit faster than he's ready for. So we go once again. Quick Fairy Mesh going to be set up. Monyet tagged up. As LP quickly backs away. He is the lone defender on this side of the map. The heals will be coming through from Cushy. It's that Neon back to full. Meanwhile, double push out of garage on the hunt, looking for Crazy Guy. Looking for anything that they can find. Cinder, however, going to be at risk and will fall. Crazy Guy should be caught, and there it is. A 1-2 punch as the controllers will get picked apart. Plan, however, able to come through. RRQ gets set up for this 4v4 post-plant. LP spotted, saturate over to the side. Jemkin's gonna swing with the covering fire. His area is not ready for Klaus at all. Stun, a bit off. Salvo looks to try to escort them forward. Klaus can only find a single elimination as Cushy finds two.
Blinded.
Clear on the Seekers. Sparrow still here, back sight, able to find the one. Cushy gets the backstab. RRQ once again. The attacker side goes their way to get this up to match point once more.
It's narrow margins. Great little maneuver here by Crazy Guy. He's from mid lurk of his own. Jemkin just getting tunnel vision. Thinks he has a player dead to rights, but there's cover, but it's Cushy.
Lucky, not watching me. Lucky, not watching.
He got the plant. Yeah, lock in. He got the Seekers. That was a huge thing to identify that player up in heaven.
Zexy, oh my god, he's gonna push on this. He is a lunatic. Stealth Drone, try to check around, but Monyet slipping the net, and Zexy slips into the trap! Another critical kill. The Jet dead on the floor. Xfero holding back, just watching and waiting for someone to drift into his crosshair. Do they clear him? Yes, they do. What a swoop in, but Jemkin's still here. No, only going to be able to find the one kill before Cinder gets a counter swing. Monyet riding the rope up the top, just has that judge in hand. As Farrell trying to get a grasp on this situation, try to figure out what the safest option is going to be. Silently shift their way over. Cushy will once again be asked to be the hero to try to bring this to an end. Spacing forward, Zuna alone at main, sees the sky, flash going past, and he's able to capitalize. His own flash now up into heaven.
Needs to buy time.
Doing wonders on that at the moment, but LP's able to spot him out. The net not going to go deep enough, but his headshot still will connect. Barrier mesh over the screens. LP out into the open. Has to back away. The plant ready to come through. That's going to give him the annihilation online. Monyet trying to close the gap, and Cinder able to find the first. Monyet, the wall falling, and LP's there from behind. We keep going. 14-14, Barrel. They want this win.
Overtime.
They're so aggressive. I mean, this is a great little play by Monyet. Get that man advantage, but man, LP so ready for Xfero to be there. Felt a little weird
30 seconds left.
walking up there for free.
Why is it always RRQ? These long OTs.
I don't know, dude.
Every single time.
I don't know, man. They're probably asking themselves the same thing.
Well, they reset once again. And it looks like, yeah, it's going to be Farrell calling the timeout first and foremost. They know how important it is to get this defensive side win. Looks like there will be a bit of a change up here in the strategy. Zexy not looking to bring that op to bear this time around.
Yeah, kind of curious what this will end up looking like. Some of the util already out on the map, but Barrel, to see them fight strong and work hard. They've definitely been doing that today. No doubt about it. There is so much fight in this team. I mean, we knew they could do it, but still have a little bit of work to go. But LP has just been so instrumental. Klaus has had a great map here too, obviously, and the Tejo. And this comp, you know, you look at it and you think, what is going on? But so much map control that they're able to establish.
They have an Ode in his position on the B side of the map now. LP just burn them down very quickly.
He's got both sensors there too.
Does allow him to operate with some, you know, solo agency. 3 players from Varel ready to greet RRQ at the A door.
Yeah, they're trying to. Saw a little bit of a fake, but doubling down. And
oh, there's a spot out.
Yep.
Monyet starting to bound forward. Relay bolt send up over towards heaven. It's a stun on the Zuna. Paranoia as well going to be exchanged. Both duelists working their way through. It's a spike now gets brought forward. The plant coming in from Cushy. Trailblazer checks back out. Around on the deep flank. Nothing going to be spotted there, but Klaus does get noted. His LP, he's anticipating this push out, but no, pulls away from this. Realizing they've given up some space around mid. Somebody could have lurked through B heaven down the stairs. He continued to pursue. He's about to swing in. Oh, there's a spot out. Gets himself around the corner, but Klaus will be the first one to fall. Monyet able to find that. Now Jemkin arriving. Zexy dead. LP gonna be caught off guard as Monyet re-clears him. And that is gonna be a flawless from RRQ. The timeout from Barrel just not piecing together a good enough puzzle for them to solve this. Now, once again, they have to seek the reset.
Certainly really nicely handled here by RRQ. Setting up the plant out in the open leads you to believe that they want to reestablish that heaven control, and they're going to force the issue at screens to do so. That's exactly what they do. Really nicely handled by them. Getting the info that there's a couple players going down ramp, so they have the opportunity to make the swing. Open that door. Great awareness, constantly assuming that there's going to be at least one coming from spawn. No matter how much LP tried to sell that it wasn't going to be that way. Over here to this round, deep sensor early, but there's 2 players in mid this time.
In the opening spam. Sexy to 77. Saturate to try to slow the approach. Tucks into the cloudburst, but that is going to fall. Follow-up Omen smoke as well. Stay obfuscated for now. Ping off the stealth drone, not finding anything. And Barrel, they are not liking what they aren't seeing. They're gonna fully backpedal, re-wrap around towards this ramp side where Monyet to try to hold them at bay. The counter spray, looking for the tags, but actually somehow manages to come up shy of the mark.
I was going to say, I bet they change sides of the map here, or at least take a pause to make it look like they are.
Cinder, he's going to try to keep them interested. Asked to be that late linger, to be the info gather. See impact Haber, Paranoia, only connecting onto Klaus. Crazy guy looking for the kill, but Klaus regains his vision, finds the shot. Now the B site opened up. The chase coming through. Moniette wanting this kill. The shorty in hand. Jump in the corner and Jemkin able to collect it. Forward, Zexy down to 19.
Planted.
LP considering a re-clear, it would seem, a re-wrap. Try to get that heaven control, but instead takes an unorthodox angle. He's anticipating this push, but I think he's gonna not really be ready for this many players, but he's still able to find one.
Doing a thing.
3v3, Zuna forward into garage quickly, dealt with Xfero, able to find it now. It is down to Klaus and Zexy to try to hold this line. Klaus, 1-2 taps, gets himself a 3K, the backstab, however, because she cleans him up, and I think he's hurt him. Zexy, so low, dead!
Why did I sign up for this shit?
Because she going in for the TP, and he will have it in hand. Close, but no cigar. 16-14 RRQ. Deny Barrel.
It's another nail biter for RRQ, but they somehow, some way dig deep enough to get the win, and you can see even a hug there. The pressure just mounting there, and you felt like if RRQ couldn't get the win on Split, were they gonna crumble if we went over to Fracture, but we're able to just hang on. The fingernails keep them on that cliff's edge long enough. Man, Barrel, woo, what a day.
I mean, they come out with unorthodox comps. They lean back into that aggression that we were kind of anticipating and wanting to see from them on that first map, that find, that double duelist. It looks good. They can barely, push it to the limit, can't quite get it into that overtime. And then they come out and they play just the solo controller on Split, and they made it look good here versus RRQ.
Well, that deadlock stuff was so well thought out.
Yeah, this is going to be a very bittersweet game for them, but this is one that I think Barrel should absolutely hold their heads high coming out of, compared to their opening series here in Stage 1. This was a very tough opponent. They pushed them to the limits, played a very tight OT, but let's go ahead and send it down to the stage where Bella's going to be standing by.
Well, it's RRQ that comes out 2-0 with a victory. And yes, Jemkin, you know that I'll be talking to you. If you could join me on my left, right there. Thank you. RRQ의 잼킨 선수 만나보겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 와, 정말 이렇게 한 세트 따기가 어려웠나요? 끝까지 RRQ의 발목을 잡았던 바렐과의 경기를 마쳤습니다. 우선 오늘 예상대로 경기가 흘러갔는지 상당히 까다로웠을 것 같은데 경기 소감부터 들어보고 싶습니다. Well, wow. I don't even know. Was it 3-4 OTs that you took us to? It was quite an impressive match. Varel definitely gave you a tough time. I want to hear, what was your take? They came prepared.
I think they, especially on the attack side, they're very fast and very chaotic. So we need to have like clear comms, and also we need to shoot good on the defense side. But I think also a lot of the times we lose like so many clutches both maps, and I don't know the reason, but I can't say it's unlucky, but we just lost so many unfortunate situations, like 2v5, like 1v4, so many.
They definitely caught you off guard many times then. 이제 공격석에서는 바렐이 정말 힘든 시간을 준 건 맞고요. 그리고 오늘 상대를 하면서 정말 예상치 못하게 경기가 매 라운드마다 흘러갔기 때문에 뭐 2대5든 1대4든 정말 끝까지 바렐이 되게 상대하기 까다로웠다고 잼킨 선수가 이야기를 해줬습니다. 그리고 오늘 바렐이 확실히 준비를 많이 해온 걸로 보입니다. 독특한 조합, 신선한 조합을 많이 갖고 왔는데 RRQ 선수들은 그걸 보면서 어떻게 이야기를 나눴는지 가장 먼저 들어보고 싶거든요. Well, Jemkin, we seem like Varel definitely brought their unique compositions, right? Well, Bind, the Jet Waylay, and Split with the Taeho and Deadlock. I wanted to know, what was your initial thoughts when you guys saw it? What was the talk like? Were you surprised at all?
It's just the pure craziness, because I think they're the only team right now that play like very weird comps, I would say. So I'm like for example, the Bind, it was the Astra Dread, Viability Chamber, and I don't think you ever see those in like scrims and when you practice. So it's always hard to adjust to them, especially when you play the defense side because they just run you down most of the rounds.
네, 확실하게 바인드에서 나왔던 웨일레이 제트 조합 그리고 아스트라까지 함께 된 그 조합은 스크림에서도 만나본 적이 없었던 조합이기 때문에 상당히 상대하기 까다로웠다고 이야기를 해줬고요. 이제 아무래도 이 메타의 변화에 와 있음에서 타격대로서는 네온이랑 웨이레이가 주된 초이스다라는 이야기가 많이 나오고 있습니다. 매번 이렇게 타격대로 역할을 거의 주되게 맡고 있는 잼킨 선수도 동의하는지에 대해서도 들어보고 싶네요. Well, we have a definite big meta change, right? We have a lot of adjustments to do. I wanted to ask you, it seems like people are saying that Neon and Waylay should be the primary and only duelist agents that we're going to be able to play. Do you agree? What's your take?
I think especially when the new Neos will come out, the Varenios, the meta will be more healthier, I would say, because so many duelists and like so many compositions will be viable again. Because right now it was kinda you don't need to play double duel, but it's like the most strong composition, I would say, on most of the maps. So I think right now it will be way healthier for the duelists, especially because you can play again Jet, Wraith, you can play Neon, and some maps very still good. So it's not like it's completely dead.
It's not completely it's not a complete yes, but yes. 이제 100% 동의하진 않지만 아무래도 이렇게 네온과 웨이레이의 투타격 조합이 상대 타격대도 카운터하기 가장 이상적이긴 조합이라고 생각해서 뭐 어느 정도 동의한다고 이야기해줬습니다. 다음 경기는 그룹 오메가의 이제 유력한 1번 시드인 두 팀의 만남입니다. T1을 만나게 되는데 어떤 경기 예상하는지 듣고 오늘 인터뷰 마무리해보도록 하겠습니다. Well, next up, Group Omega, we top contenders, right? You're playing against T1. What are your expectations? How do you think that's gonna go?
I think it will be, as always, a fun game because I think T1 is a really strong team, especially now when the Munchkin is edge in the team. They're very, I would say, unpredictable and very tough to play against them. So I think it will be a fun match.
우선 재밌는 경기가 예상된다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 먼치킨 선수가 오더를 맡고 있는 T1은 예상하기 정말 읽기 정말 어려운 팀이기 때문에 정말 재밌고 한치 앞을 예측할 수 없는 경기가 될 것 같다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 이렇게 해서 RRQ의 잼킨 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Jemkin, for the interview and congrats on your 2-0.
Thank you, thank you.
A 2-0 that did not feel like a 2-0 thanks to that the multiple overtimes that we had on that previous map. I have to agree with our casters. Why is it always RRQ with these? It is, you know, all of the fans here for RRQ just so used to this roller coaster, but somehow they always bring it back.
I mean, they're just a struggle team at the end of the day, and they've started off this group in strugglesome fashion. Very, very close series against Zeta. This was another series that took all 24 rounds plus OT on map 1 and 2. So look, RRQ gonna be feeling a little bit hot under the collar, and I don't know how confident I'm feeling with them going into a game against T1, given that they're struggling to beat some of the easier teams in the group. You feel for Varel though. I mean, we saw their skill set as a team today on full display. The individuals really delivering some very high impact rounds, some very chaotic and exciting VALORANT to watch, but just not enough consistency to get them a map win. It's crazy that they're 0-4 in maps right now, and you've had 3 of their 4 maps go all 24 rounds, if not into overtime.
I think you can see that the team has good bones. There's good players there that will be able to develop, and I do think cause some real damage on this stage, but they've not found their footing yet. Ultimately, it's that match score that we'll be moving forward with. It's 0-2 for them, despite just how close these rounds were. I think you saw big pop-off moments. Klaus in this last map was just unbelievable on the Teo. You can really feel the energy behind them, but it just always comes to that abrupt stop when their opponents get the win. It's so close, but no cigar for this squad once again.
Yeah, must be so painful and frustrating for Varel because they gave so much energy into this. You could feel it. It was almost there. It was almost there. You had some of those surprise picks coming in, and then, you know, suddenly LP popping up on Chamber, and you have Klaus popping up on Tejo. I love seeing that from Varel. Unfortunately, not enough against RRQ here. But as you mentioned, RRQ, it still wasn't as convincing as you think for defending Stage 1 champions.
I feel like RRQ have had a nice start to the season in terms of playing Zeta and Varel. Those are two teams that they would be very much expected to beat. Varel, on the other hand, sort of have it front-loaded. They've had to play T1 and RRQ, both top 4 teams here in Pacific. So I think they still have potential. I really want to see them get a win this stage, and I think they've shown that they are able to do it if they can just get that little bit more connected, if they can improve by a few percent. I know we can see this team really start to do some damage, but I think today just not enough.
Big Time actually just wants to jump into the coaching booth at this point. He was like, "Go, guys!"
I just want to help these guys, man. They could be so good.
I mean, Jemkin puts on a little bit of a clinic in this game to shut Varel down. Unfortunately, I think without Jemkin, this is probably a series that could definitely go the way of Varel. They had some serious firepower, but one of the most consistent and dangerous duelists that we have in Pacific. Unfortunately, didn't get to see him on the Masters stage with the back-to-back best-of-5 losses that RRQ did suffer. It's such a unfortunate circumstance that Jemkin is just the player that time and time again continues to dominate Pacific, and we know how good he is, but it's so few and far between that you get to see him play against some of the other regions.
Yeah, it is. It's such a painful loss as well, because imagine this guy, these stats on the global stage.
I mean, he's looking to correct it. He's doing everything he can to get RRQ to Masters London. You can see he's not accepting a rerun of kickoff. He's doing it all right now. And I mean, both those maps, he was just unbelievable. He really is a star here in Pacific.
Absolutely. You know, he was the top-rated duelist, I believe, for some time last year, and you can see why, right? Looking at our standings right now, here's where it gets a little bit exciting, because you're looking at some of those teams with 2 wins already, but do the next matches get harder for them, or does it get easier? That's where you'll see a little bit of a shift as the weeks move forward.
Yeah, the group's starting to take shape now. I want to bring your attention to Group Alpha. Next week, we'll have a clash at the top of that table. Global Esports will take on KRX. That's going to be an all-star matchup, but you can just see it's starting to look dire now. Team Secret, Nongshim, DFM, and Varel all 0-2. They need to start turning it around right now. I have no idea how the final product of these tables is going to look.
I mean, for the games tomorrow, we have the 0-1s versus the 1-0s. We could very much end up in a position where we have 3 teams go 2-0 and 3 teams go 0-2, and that's the expected result. PRX definitely favors against Gen G. I would put Full Sense as favorites against Zeta as well, so that's where things are going to start to get messy, and particularly where the second group is concerned. When you have the 3 Japanese organizations all 0-2, that's going to be a scrap to try to get into playoffs.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's all of these matchups are making me very, very uncomfortable as we look at our standings. You know, it still could be anybody's game at this point. And I think I'm also very uncomfortable because we are about to go into our build diff right now.
Our teams were similar today, Mika.
I know.
I think we've done okay. I think
we have shared stakes in here.
You've even done slightly better than me. I think Patman was a little bit better than Javi today, but all of us had Jemkin. No surprises there because he was just unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at everyone, and I'm thinking Quack's looking pretty good. Paper Theater might be looking pretty good. Mystery Man's looking pretty good. Whoever that is, he looks quite. I mean, judging by the outline of him, he looks quite handsome. I'm not sure who it is exactly, but
he looks very tall. He looks like he can run very fast. But hey. It looks as though I am not at last. Oh, we have Vic last,
Look,
and we have Paper Thin.
I didn't have a good day at the office, but any day where I'm above Victoria is an excellent day in my book. So, see you later, Vic. Nice team, bro. Good job.
Oh my gosh.
Pure hatred there.
I think this was
real
also
anger in the voice.
Okay.
You've leapfrogged me.
We have Achilles last, ladies and gentlemen. Good work, team. Good job, everybody. We've done it. We've done it.
The best part is, I know he's genuinely fuming about it. He's genuinely, truly upset.
Yeah.
I'm so happy.
I mean, look, if there's one thing we won't get to see, it's Achilles, because he's not getting a laptop.
The Achilles,
Neo 16,
I believe. Yeah.
Unlucky, buddy.
We had to do
Too
it.
bad. Skill issue.
Looking at tomorrow's schedule, we're seeing Full Sense take on Zeta and Gen G take on PRX. Lots of questions in this one, especially with Gen G taking on PRX.
Yeah.
We need Gen G to pop off as they work. Master Shanghai champions, come on.
I mean, that's the big one for me. They've had a rough day at the office in week 1 and an unfortunately very strong opponent in week 2. Can they turn their fortunes around, or will they fall to the bottom of that table? And of course, Forsen's Verda's Zeta division. Zeta also last week against RRQ put on a bit of a show. They showed some potential, but they're facing against Full Sense, headed up by Cruz, who are looking to go from strength to strength.
I think that first series could be quite good. I'm expecting it to go to all 3 maps, and if Zeta plays up to the level that they did in their initial game, then that could be quite exciting. I think they could give Full Sense a run for their money for sure, because Full Sense hasn't quite established themselves yet. They've only just put Cruz back in. I think they could still be a little bit rough around the edges and susceptible to be getting upset. So I think that that's a game I'm looking forward to. For Gen G versus Paper X, I am extremely concerned. That could be one of the biggest stomps we've seen in a while, judging by Gen G's form. And Paper X have just come off the back of, you know, getting that revenge for the Master Santiago Grand Final. I think they're going to be feeling great. I honestly wouldn't expect them to lose to anyone in this group off the back of that.
Yeah, but, you know, who knows? Who knows what can happen here on Pacific? It's, as I mentioned, it looks really shaky in the standings right now. You see some teams that you are expected to have 2 wins on the board, but then you look further down the line and you're like, are you sure? Are you sure you're seeing what you're seeing right
No
now?
one's safe in Pacific.
Exactly.
No one is safe. Earn everything. That's what they say.
Yeah, of course. So sit tight and, you know, we'll find out what is going to happen and who is going over to Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam for our Pacific Finals, May 15 to 17. As we said earlier, I'm very surprised that I think our tickets are almost gone. I think Grand Finals Day is like sold out and we still have Saturday and Friday. So get going, guys.
Move fast. Get that
Very
scanned.
fast.
I mean, Tokyo was crazy, and I'm expecting a big turnout over there in Vietnam. I mean, these roadshow events to host the finals over in the various countries in Pacific. We have so many different cultures, so many different countries, and bringing the show there is fantastic every time.
Yes, and I'm very excited. You know, this is the time for us, my siblings, my Southeast Asian siblings. So it is going to be a fantastic show. You can feel it for sure. And of course, we are Pacific. Come on, we always put on a show, and that's what it's going to be tomorrow for more Valorant action. That's it from us here on the desk. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
Falls on, collects the elimination. Kelly S now trying to fight his way back into this one from Spike. It's going to be planted, and Sylvan goes away with the board. It's 15 HP apiece. Weapons recovered, and Sylvan gets the Predator ace. Scale forward, looking for that space here on the B side. Romero going to just put an all in the forward, and then get that push out towards spam into the smoke. Sylvan back away. Play that pressure that he really wants to apply. He's hit wide, line up on the Udaton, 13-9. Come through as season 8 going to be lobbed in. Romero getting to right now. The Annihilation ready to be banked, but it's going to be Yudo again, spamming, interrupting this spike plan. 20 seconds to go. Finds himself a third. Needs to find anything, but he also needs to try to get the spike in play. Gets the plant, flex for the shot, but gets denied. Contact your city council. The traffic lights are broken. Global Esports. Saturate's going to be lobbed in, and Monyet will fall. Sparrow, however, comes away with 2. The lineup 4 of the operator, however, not going to sing out. Sparrow is out for blood, and that's exactly what I'm talking about as RRQ pull off the Thrifty.
I think a little bit better here.
Although again, he landed out into it. He gets caught, now the net is Duel is dead.
Oh.
Wall will fall, and so too shall Sparrow. LP's going, he finds himself the ace. Scaling forward, moves around. They just ride the pass lane, and soon they like the Phantom swing the corner. 2-player spot. A high-low, unbroken Jemkin. 16-14 RRQ. Deny Barrel.
We've got two esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 POSA 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 VOXY 是其中一个助力。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is VCT Pacific